Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Stormkeep. My name is Paul, and today I'm joined by.
Hey guys, it's Morgonk.
And to join us today to talk about Ossiarch Bonereapers, we've got my buddy Anthony. Welcome to the podcast, Anthony.
Hello, nice to meet you.
So you are a prospective OBR player. Is that fair to say?
That's true. I've liked the army for a little bit. Just been testing out lists. I'm mostly an Ironjawz main, but just looking into it.
Okay, well, this is pretty much nothing like Ironjawz. So if that's what you're looking for, then this is a good army for you to pick.
I need to have a healthy relationship than the first or second turn, so I like to have an actual game.
That's fair. As someone who's played OBR since basically 2021 on the side, other than Stormcast, yeah, I'm pretty excited about this new book. It's finally feels good to be in third edition.
This one really needed to make that transition more than other armies did, because the RDP system from second edition did not translate well.
No.
Before we get started, we should cover our awesome sponsors, Kaiju Gaming Lounge, who are located in Orlando, Florida. They ship everywhere. If you are an international person and you want to go ahead and order from them and support us using code STORMKEEP for 15% off your order, you can get in touch with Carl in the Discord. Join our Discord, by the way. You can just type in Kaiju or Carl and it'll come up. But yeah, you can order from them. They help us out a ton. They do custom gaming tools and sell general Warhammer products as well as some other things, like upcoming Shatterpoint, for example. But yeah, they do our speaking of custom gaming tools, they do our sticks. We've got our 9-inch and 7-inch, basically deep strike sticks. If you're playing New Seraphon, you're playing Beast of Chaos, or good old Stormcast with Thunderstrike and Alorn Paradin, like you see here with our Annihilators, it'll help you measure that 7-inch away from an opponent. And if you want to roll some good dice, you could try our Stormkeep dice, also from Kaiju Gaming Lounge, to try to get that charge in. Like you see here, we got a 10 on the charge, and they do really good. They are pretty standard dice, but they do awesome, I think.
They are perfectly normal dice, not weighted in any way. Ignore the rumors; they're just regular dice. I promise.
Yes, they are just regular dice, but they do look awesome, and that's what matters, is looking awesome in the end. But yeah, check them out, and please support them, because they support us. They give us our price support for our monthly contests, and check them out. Check it out on Discord, and check out our contests on Discord.
Yeah. Also worth noting now that Seraphon can also deep strike 7 inches, so that's another army that can take advantage of our awesome merch.
Yeah, I said that one earlier, but yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's look at the army identity of Bonereapers. Who are they? What are they doing? How do the models translate into rules? And I have a short list here of what I think kind of encapsulates how it feels to play Ossiarch Bonereapers and to play against them. They're bone constructs infused with souls, bound by the will of Nagash and his Mortarchs. They are militaristic and organized. The Bonereapers are the relentless and unyielding phalanx of death. Militaristic is a key here, and the rules, I think, definitely reflect that. Everything uses command abilities, there's marching orders, there's like switching, combat stances in the middle of combat. It really does feel like, at a moment's notice, the entire Legion just like snaps their necks and turns and does something all at once, and I think that's pretty cool. They have a unique command ability system, and you can repeat commands across the army. Unlike every other army in the game, you can, for example, issue Bludgeon 3 times per turn if you wanted, or 5 times, or however many command points. You can just, every unit can Bludgeon, all in the same turn, which is something that other armies can't do. Normally, command abilities you're restricted to once per phase, no matter how many units know them, and that's really cool from a tactical perspective. And to facilitate this new system, sorry, I'll just finish this thought. To facilitate the new system, they gain a buttload of extra command points at the start of every battle round. So that's pretty cool. You'll have a ton of command points and a ton of things to do with them.
Yeah, I really like this new command system. The thing to note is they can use the generic command abilities now, because we have switched over from RDP to command points, but they can only issue their command abilities repeatedly. So you can still only all-out attack or all-out defense once a phase.
Yeah, that's an important thing to note, because this army really wants all-out attack on multiple units. So if it could get that, it would have been a lot better, but it seems like you're very, very limited in how many +1 hit effects you can get. The army is very slow, but it's also very durable. This is one of the most durable armies in the game. Every unit can activate a 5-up ward like you're playing Nighthaunt, but unlike Nighthaunt, you can do this in any phase. So if you get hit by a Stormcast player using Thunderbolt Volley, you can activate a 5-up ward in that phase. If you're getting hit with charge attacks from Unleash Hell, you can activate a 5-up ward in response. It's pretty awesome. In addition to a 5-up ward, they have a ton of wounds and relatively good armor saves. Like for a death army, 3-up and 4-up saves are very good. And they have huge amounts of sustain, right? Everything heals, everything revives. Like you literally getting back up almost as fast as you can kill them. If you have like a bunch of Mortek Guard around a Harvester, 50-50 chance every time you kill a guard that they just come right back up. They never take Battle Shock in addition to that, so no matter how many you lose, unless they're dead to the very last model, you can just keep bringing them back every single turn. You can revive with the Boneshaper, with Arkhan, with Katakros, with Nagash. There's so many ways to revive models in this book that you really, really punish opponents if they are not able to finish off your units. And when you combine that with their high defenses, it's just a winning combination. But unlike other death armies, this army has no way of bringing back destroyed units. So once it's gone forever. Unless you play Nagash. But nobody's going to do that, so I don't think that matters.
No, not here.
Their melee damage is very good. Really high quality attacks, lots of Ren 2, Ren 3, Ren 4, high damage, Ren damage 2, 3. They have pretty high volume if you play Mortek Guard and Deathriders. Really powerful melee combat army. And that's probably balanced out by the fact that they do almost no damage at range. There's almost no magic damage. There's almost no shooting. This is a melee army. They are going to crush you in melee combat using their strategy, using their defenses, and their very powerful attacks. Every unit in the army can retreat and charge, depending on how many command points you have. That means you can never be tied down, which is very, very useful when you are an elite melee combat army. If enemies could just tie you down and pin you, you would look a lot worse. People would just tie you up in your deployment, and you would not be able to go anywhere. Thankfully, every unit can form up ranks, which we'll talk about soon, and retreat and charge and take the fights that you want to take. Get charge bonuses every turn. There's never a downside to bringing a unit with a charge bonus.
There's also the fact that every unit can be faster than you think it is. You look at someone's base movement, always consider that they have the possibility to suddenly move 3 inches more.
Mm-hmm. They have excellent defensive spells and command traits. I think maybe the best command traits in the game. Your general feels like one of the best generals in the game. You have such a huge impact on the battlefield, and unlike other armies, that general is very, very hard to kill because when you're standing near the Immortis Guard, they take all the wounds that you take on a 2+ instead. So it is nearly impossible to kill OBR heroes. As long as they want to be alive, they will be alive. It's very tough to kill them. So I think that about sums up Ossiarch Bonereapers. They're slow, they're tough. They're like Death Fire Slayers almost, right? That might be the closest comparison. What do you guys think? First impressions of the new book?
Personally, I like the book. I think it's, for the most part, really well designed. But I think just some of the points are, I would say, a little bit overcosted in certain aspects. But I'm sure that we'll probably get that more when we actually go into the breakdowns of different units and also lists.
I really love the book. I think, they finally feel like this highly disciplined force that reacts at a snap to the different things that are going on the battlefield, like a strategist's army. You feel like you're Katakros in that sense, like from the lore, just like commanding Bonereapers to act in certain situations and strategize how to beat them. As for the overcosted, I think it's better to err on the side of caution and make them more elite than they've been feeling recently. Because they felt really hoardy in the last season where they weren't as good without their new tome. But yeah, if the points are lacking, those can always come down. So
yeah, overall, I really like the book. Same thing.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the battle traits real quick here, as quickly as we go on this podcast, which is to say, not very. So they got a lot going on for them. We talked about some of this stuff in the army identity, but let's actually look at how that translates into rules. So the first thing here is they have ranks unbroken by descent. They just never take Battle Shock. Ever. Horrorghast, don't care. Another Bone-Tithe Shrieker, don't care. Everything ignores Battle Shock forever. And, unless you're running like a Petrifex Elite army that's like, you have biggest unit is 6 models and everything's Bravery 10, this is a big deal, right? Just never losing a model to Battleshock is a big deal.
It's really important for your horde units like Mortek Guard, I think.
Yeah, Mortek Guard, I think, are the ones that benefit this from the most. Because you're going to be wanting to use them in big blocks of 20.
Yep.
20,
and like
30,
even if you bring them back with a Harvester, they'll count as being slain. So if this army did take Battleshock, it'd be very difficult if something turned off your Inspiring Presence.
Totally.
Yeah, the fact that you don't even have to save command points for Inspiring Presence is really nice too.
Yeah.
They have the 6-up ward that every Death Army has. Nothing special there. Nadirite weapons. Every single melee hit roll of 6 causes 2 hits instead of 1. Doesn't work for mount attacks, which I think there's like 2 mount attacks in the book. Like there's a couple, there's not many. But basically everything in the army has exploding 6s, which is a very powerful effect. It's an effect that Slaanesh used to have, and that was about the only good thing about the 2nd edition book. And now OPR has it. Every single unit just exploding 6s.
Yeah, Stalkers with exploding 6s is pretty nutty. Pretty good.
Yeah. I actually think it makes up for the fact that they don't have a lot of ways to generate +1 to hit other than all that attack.
Well, it definitely makes them it definitely makes them feel more elite. You know, when every attack is so good that it causes 2 hits sometimes, like that feels pretty good.
Yeah, like your heavy hitting units are going to be, they love this. They really like this, and the units that already had this before also like it too. So I think it's just a straight up buff.
Mm-hmm. Relentless Discipline. You generate extra command points at the start of the battle round. So this is not like the Slaanesh where if you're playing Pretenders, you generate a bunch of extra command points every hero phase. This is just at the start of the round. But it's based on how many units you have on the table. So if you have 3 units, you get 1 CP. If you have 5 units, you get 2 CP extra. And if you have 7 units, you gain an extra 3 CP. Usually you're going to be getting the extra 3 CP just because of how army formation usually works, how many units you can bring. The goal should be to have at least 7 to 8 units on the table at the start of the game. It's hard to get much more than that unless you go like really MSU, but that doesn't seem to fit into what this army wants to do. So you'll usually be getting about 3 extra command points every single turn. And that's nice because you're going to be using a lot of command points with this army. A lot of your heroic actions are going to be spent on trying to get more command points because there's so many cool things you can do with that. They have what's called the Ossiarch commands. These are unique command abilities. They can be issued and received any number of times in a phase. Units can still only receive 1 command and still issue 1 command, but these can be repeated across the army. So let's take a look at what those are. First up, reform ranks. You can do this in your movement phase. You can retreat and charge. Plain and simple. You can just, oh, this is a bad combat, I'm out. I'm going to go over there and fight that other thing instead. It's one of the best abilities in the game. Armies that can retreat and still do things tend to be very good.
Mm-hmm.
Next up
it's good. It means you can't be targeted. Nurgle flies, you don't care. Pink horrors, you don't care. It means your cavalry, something that needs like charges to constantly do mortal wounds, which we'll talk about later, can always do it every one of your turns, basically.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes in the enemy turn.
Oh, true. True.
It's great. If you get hit by a Karazai who has like +3 to saves and -1 to be hit and wounded, and he's reducing your attacks by 1, you can just say, nope, I'm done with this combat. I'm going to go fight the other thing over there.
That tactical flexibility that you can do on the fly is massive, and it can be the difference between getting an actual objective point and not.
Mm-hmm. The only thing better than retreat and charge is a flying retreat and charge, and unfortunately, this army can't really do that. They have very limited flying. But Nighthaunt,
they sort of can. Sort of can.
There's a little bit of
it.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
But I just want to compare it to the Nighthaunt version, just because it's another death army that can retreat and charge. They fly. And when you have a flying retreat and charge, what that means is you can just fly over the enemy and then charge way back behind them. And that's more useful. But still, retreat and charge is a phenomenal ability.
Yeah. If you're playing Iron Jaws, like for example, like if you get exposed and you go over my pigs, oh, you're killing my war chantas, and then I start crying. So
you're stealing objectives, you're killing all the squishy stuff behind screens. It's super, super good. And that's what makes Morghast good, but we'll talk about them later. Unstoppable Advance. You can just give yourself +3-inch move. Pretty cool. Doesn't work if you're running or retreating. So if you just want a bit of extra move, you can roll the d6, and odds are the run will be better than the +3 on average. But if you want an extra little bit of movement before you charge, or if you want to negate or redeploy, or if you just want to cover more distance, then you have the option to just get +3 move with every single one of your units every turn.
I don't think this actually changed from the last Battletome.
Nope, this used to be the singular Ossiarch command ability you had, and then they added 2 more ones in the White Dwarf. But you always had this. It was always great. I mean, it just gives you a huge movement boost for your otherwise really, really slow army.
They have Reknit Construct, which some people pronounce Reknit Construct. That's not correct. It's Reknit. They are bone constructs. They're being knitted up again. You can heal. You can heal a unit D3, or you can return D3 wounds worth of models to a unit, assuming you're not within 3 inches of enemies. So it's like heroic recovery, but every unit can do it, and you don't have to roll for bravery. And you can do this and heroic recovery in the same turn. It's really, really strong. Being able to just revive D3 Mortex or heal your heroes D3 anytime you want. It's very strong.
Mm-hmm. It also gotten a lot better from its last iteration, because this used to be you had to stand still. You could not normal move and do this, but now you can. You can just move up using the unstoppable. Not just normal move up, or make a run and then heal if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Next up is Counter Strike. You can add 1 to wound rolls for attacks against the enemy that charged this turn. I don't see this one seeing a lot of play. It's nice that it's done in the enemy charge phase, because you can, for example, Counter Strike, and then when it comes around to be in the combat phase, you can all out defense or get your 5-up ward with impenetrable ranks, which we'll talk about, or you can, for example, activate all out attack or bludgeon. So it's nice that you get that, but there's other ways to get +1 to wound rolls in this army. So
but I actually quite like this, because it's like a really good thing for if your spell doesn't go off. And it's a really good thing for Mortek Guard, who typically wound on 4s, I think, because they might just not live, right? Because if it's a monster who roars them, they're not going to get any defensive buffs other than whatever spells you manage to cast on them. So adding +1 to the wound rolls as a preemptive thing, hey, you better make sure you kill me, otherwise I'm going to hit you really, really hard, I think it's pretty good, I think.
It's nice that you can, because it's the enemy turn, they do all their end of charge phase stuff first. So you find out if you're roared or not before you decide to use this.
Well, also, this really combos well with something when we go to subfactions, we'll discuss this, but it combos really well with that too.
Mm-hmm. Next up, impenetrable ranks. Nice and simple. +1 to ward rolls. All your 6-up wards turn to 5-up wards.
You can spam it.
Amazing.
You can spam it.
Incredibly strong. A lot of your command points will be spent on this. Bludgeon. This is done at the start of the combat phase. With every unit that wants it, you have to declare it at the start of the combat phase, which is a bit of a downside. It's not reactive like all-out attack, which is nice because you can kind of see how combat phase is going to flow. But yeah, all units have to declare if they're doing bludgeon, but it gives you +1 rend on all your weapons, and that includes mounts, which is very, very strong. This is an incredibly powerful command ability.
And something to mention, Ossiarch mounts aren't like other factions mounts where they're some 4s and 4s, some no rend 1 damage. They have the souls of warriors who have failed the Ossiarch Bonereapers, and so they are quite potent in hitting you. They have some good stats to hit you.
Yeah, they're basically another model attacking you.
yeah, basically.
And then the last one here, and this one is, aside from Counter-Strike, I think this one's going to see the least amount of use. Unflinching Coordination. After a hero fights, you can pull another hero or another unit that's wholly within 12 inches into combat immediately.
This is almost never worth a command point. This should have just been on the Liege-Kavalos Warscroll. I don't know why they left this in. This is the only miss, I think.
It's similar to the one that they have for Fire Slayers with the retinue. It's very similar to that one.
Yeah, I mean, Soulblight just does this. I don't know why Ossiarch just doesn't do this. This is not worth spending a command point for, because it means you can't. Because this has to get issued by the hero and has to issue it to the unit. So you can't issue anything else. You can't issue all-out attack. You can't issue bludgeon. Yeah. It's really bad. Don't use this one.
Frankly, this sort of thing should just be part of the core rules. It makes it easier to use heroes alongside the units that they should be fighting with. It's like a fantasy miss, right? Like the narrative would just be stronger in this game if this was just a basic ability heroes could do with units.
Yep. It makes Stormcast heroes good, that's for sure.
I don't think that would be enough. We got a long way to go with Stormcast.
I mean, I'd like for my heroes to not. I hate activating my heroes, so this should just be an ability on any combat hero. Anything that likes to fight.
Totally. Yeah, there should be a type of hero, a keyword that they get. like Brawler or something. That'd be cool. It would also be cool if that unit like charged the same amount that the unit did. So like something like after a unit charges, you can move the hero the same distance. You know.
Yeah, maybe like give it like a universal rule, like lead from the front or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it would be nice. Maybe next edition. Let's take a look at the Ossiarch Bonereaper Warscrolls. If you haven't watched a review on our channel yet, here is the Stormkeep ranking system. For S tier, we say this is a unit that has a high impact ability. It has a unique aspect that defines a list. It's so good that you don't want to skip it. It's like the first thing you consider. Like S tier units are the go-to like best units in the army. A tier units are strong and versatile. They're just not as, maybe they're just a little more niche than S tier units. Maybe they require a certain subfaction to work, and that subfaction's maybe not the best. Maybe it's just they're not as efficient. Like there's reasons it would be a little bit worse. And that scales down in terms of strength and versatility all the way down to F tier, which are units that are straight up just not worth using, too niche, even with a significant point cut, it's not worth using. For reference, we typically say anything C tier or higher is viable in a competitive game. D tier is where we start to put units that are like, it needs a pretty big point cut to start seeing play. Let's start off with the iconic unit of the army, the Mortek Guard. They're always battle line, and they're the cheapest battle line, which, you know, at 150 points, if that's your cheapest battle line, oh boy, you're in for it.
That's wild, yeah.
It's expensive.
Mm-hmm. They are 10 wounds for 150 points, which is one of the better point ratios in the book, and they do have a 4-up save, which, okay, that's not bad, right? Their melee damage, maxing out at about 22 damage in the combat phase, mostly on 4s and 4s, some of it on 3s and 4s. You know, I would probably run spears on these guys because you want to fight in 2 ranks, and let's say, you know, season 2 is over and Galatian veterans didn't carry over, so spears are probably the way to go. You know,
I don't know about that. They're on 25 millimeters, and I generally have never had problems getting all of them in.
Are they 20?
I think if you
thought they
reinforce...
were 32s.
No,
No,
they're
they're smaller.
25s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, then,
they're really, really small.
I would go for the plus
the
one.
only time you take spears is if you're the crazy dude who wants to double reinforce these guys and runs 30 of them. That's how you get all of them in. But 20, I think, and you can get easily on 25s.
Mm-hmm.
It's a triple reinforce for 30, but yeah.
Yeah. So there's lots of ways to revive this unit. You can revive D3 models at the end of your movement phase with Renet constructs. Anytime they die within 6 inches of a harvester, on a 4+, they just get right back up. Any models they kill within 6 inches of the harvester can just make more of these guys. They're +1 run and charge always, which is nice. We're starting to see a lot more of that in these latest battle tomes. Icons and musicians are just giving every unit +1 run and +1 charge, which is nice, but it kind of makes me feel left out that we don't have that with Stormcast.
Yeah, their single CP ability is really good. The only thing is, it might not come in as useful to certain armies. Like, if you're playing your average destruction, like the high rend on average, that'll help them. But I'm actually interested to see what you guys have to say with that.
Yeah, Shield Wall is super niche, because you could just activate +1 to ward rolls, which is a huge boost in effective health. It works on mortal wounds. Shield Wall has to be better than all that defense, which basically ignores rend 1. And if you have Mystic Shield on a big unit of 20 or 30, well, then Shield Wall gets wasted, right? Because you're ignoring your own Mystic Shield. So it's pretty situational. Especially, it's really, really good when you're fighting something like Slaanesh or Khorne or Seraphon that are going to lower your armor saves and or disable your wards. It's nice to have it as a last line of defense, but it feels a little redundant. It feels like they could have put something else here.
I think it depends on what you're going to be fighting. If you're fighting lots of volume at -1 rend or -2 rend sometimes, depending like if you have your Mystic Shield up or not, you go for the 5 ward. Assuming obviously they haven't disabled your commands in any way. But if you're going up against like, I don't know, like a Gatebreaker that's going to hit you with like 5 attacks at -3 rend, 4 damage each or something, you probably, and assuming they haven't roared you activate Shield Wall, I think. And because if you have a Harvester behind them, because if you're reinforcing these guys and these are like your main guys, you probably will. You're likely to survive that with an Ethereal and the Harvester making dudes get back up after the 6-up ward. So
yeah, mainly combating rend, I think, with this one.
Mm-hmm. And if I'm facing volume, I just activate the ward like Paul said, or I activate all our defense. Really.
Yeah, it's situational. Downsides, this unit's so slow. It's so abysmally slow. Even if you give it the +3 move command, it's still only going 7 inches, which is like slower than a witch elf, right? Like,
Yeah, you're not gonna be like reaching out and touching anything. This is purely I'll run to the objectives using +3 move and run and +1 to my run with the banner. And then I'll sit on the objective with the harvester.
You can't get +3 move and run at the same time. You can only do one or the other.
No. I'm saying just run lies and roll the dice.
Yeah, but you can't add 3
you
and
can run. Yeah, you can't run 6, but you can run
you can't.
normal
it
run.
Adds 3 to the normal move.
Is it not run anymore? Oh god, they used to be run. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can just like then this is like a firmly like auto run unit to the objective with a harvester behind them, and then you stick it there and be like, all right, come at me.
Yeah, pretty much. You run 6 with this unit, put it on an objective, and hope the opponent crashes into you, and that you can just grind them out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a grinding unit.
I mean that's basically this army. It's designed to take a charge like a phalanx, and then once the phalanx is holding them in position, the stalkers and whatever cavalry comes in and saves the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you also have the ability to retreat as well. So like you're not going to be locked into combat unless you want to be.
Well, here's the thing about the retreat. It's only a 4-inch retreat. So if you and since you have to finish a retreat more than 3 inches away from a unit, and this unit has a huge footprint with a really messy, squiggly line, right? So it could actually be possible. There's going to be scenarios where you will not be able to retreat because you can't finish the move.
If they don't manage to bubble wrap you, you will be able to retreat. But if they wrap you by going behind your two lines or whatever, then yes, you won't be able to retreat.
Yeah, and it's messy, right? So this unit usually fights to the death, I'll say, because even after you do move 4 inches, like, where else are you going? You're not charging like across the table or nothing, right? So it's run 6 to an objective and die there, or live forever. Like those are your choices. And that's not the most useful unit. For 150 points, I was kind of hoping this unit would do more.
I don't know. I think it's fine. I mean, the thing to understand with this is like, yes, it feels like it's just there to like absorb enemy charges, but you have to understand this unit is very dangerous too when it gets into combat. People underestimate what Mortek Guard can do every time, and it surprises them because when it's your turn to riposte and it's your turn. Okay, they've killed past the harvester, managed to kill 9 Mortek Guard. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna heal 3 with the Boneshaper, heal 3 with Arkhan or Katakros. If I have the Artisan's Key, I might heal 3 again. Congratulations, I'm at full strength. 19. Then I put Empower Nadirite weapons on them. I start attacking you with +1 attack or +1 to hit, whatever. I put out if I have 20 of these guys, I put out 40 attacks, exploding 5s, winning on 4s, and these guys put out a lot of hurt. People underestimate Mortek Guard, but this used to be the backbone of Ossiarch lists before they really started reducing stalker points. So people should not underestimate the damage this unit can do, because it'll revive back to full pretty much if you don't kill it, and then just output just tons of dice at -1 or -2 rend.
Yeah, it's good at what it does, right? It's just it does its one thing and pretty much nothing else. It takes hits very well. You give this thing Mystic Shield, you give this thing 5-up ward in that phase. You give it even a 4-up mortal against mortals, and it's really durable. And because it doesn't take battle shock, it has to die to the very last. And when you have 20, 30 of these guys, that's a lot of effective wounds. That is tough to chew through for a lot of armies. So they're tough, and they will hit you back pretty well. You give them the clubs, and then you give them all out attack. They're on, or let's say you give them bludgeon, right? So now they're on 3s with Rend 2, and let's say you give them you have the Ossifecter nearby or Soulmason to give them +1 to wound. So they're on 3s, Rend 2. That's a lot of damage for just
exploding 5s possibly. Yeah, it's not an insignificant amount of damage that will kill a lot of things.
Yeah. Their problem is that they're limited by the fact that what they do is sit on that one objective for the whole game.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, and the thing is, when you start taking Mortek Guard, you almost always have to invest in a Harvester. Mm-hmm. So if these guys are something you like taking because you like the models and you like the play, Harvester is pretty much necessary. And we'll discuss the Harvester when we get to them. But I agree with Beat here. You don't have to take this unit, but you can. It's a good unit.
The Harvester is really the downside, and we'll talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
One thing, maybe this is just an opinion for me when I was looking at the Mortek Guard, at least with the list building, which is, I think, what we're going to also talk about in this podcast, is just the fact that they're 150 points. You can't put as many of them on the actual board. So just keep that in mind when you're actually making lists.
Yeah, it gets awkward. Let's talk about the Harvester. So he has a really cool ability. Anytime any model dies within 6 inches, friend or foe, he can heal or revive a wound from a unit within 6 inches on a 4-up. So he can revive a Mortek, or he can heal a hero, or heal a Death Rider, or a Stalker, or whatever for a wound. And that, I believe, includes himself. Now, if the slain model had 5 or more wounds, you can revive 3 instead. So if a Stalker goes down, you can heal 3 Mortek immediately. And that's really, really good, because that, like, as the Mortek Guard are dying, on a 4+, they're just getting right back up. It's really, really good, because you'll have a 3-up save with Mystic Shield, and then a 5-up ward that is a huge boost in effective health, and then basically a 4-up ward on top of that just ignores the damage. Really hard to chew through it. Really good. He's also a monster with somewhat decent attacks. Like he's 3s rent 2 on one of his attacks. He has a weak shooting attack for whatever that's worth. He can be -1 damage in Petrifex Elite. But this is always where the conversation goes with the Harvester is he's only 10 wounds. And because he's 10 wounds and he's a monster, he just dies. Like, everybody knows how important he is, and everybody just kills him immediately. And it's rough.
It's honestly rough. I was hoping they would upgrade its wounds to at least 12. That would have helped. The good news is, yes, they pretty much, it sort of draws away fire from the rest of your units, because if they want to engage Mortek Guard in a reasonable manner, they have to take this thing out. And the good news is, this army, like as we'll discuss in list building, it is a very easy 1-drop battle regiment. You can get a lot of buffs up on this thing and make it as frustrating for your opponent to do as possible. There's Mystic Shield, there is all-out defense if you wish it, if there's a 5-up ward command ability. There is the Ossifecter we'll discuss the defensive bonus for this later. And on top of that, if they don't kill it, it's very easy for this thing to heal back up with like a Boneshaper, Renid Constructs, and other such abilities. So yeah, it's bad because it sort of is not that survivable, but that's okay too, because it'll draw away attention from the rest of your units. And this is one of those units that almost can't be too survivable, because it would be a really negative play experience for anyone going up against Mortek.
Yeah, if you're playing a pure melee army, and let's say you have no range power, like if you're another Ossiarch player, this thing is a nightmare to fight. Like, you can't kill the Mortek Guard fast enough without the ability to kill this thing. And that's why it has to be so fragile, so that as soon as you do get to it, you can kill it, and then you actually have a chance to play the game. The ability is incredibly oppressive. And it's kind of one of the downsides of this whole Mortek Guard package, right? Like, I think Harvester and Guard always go together. You never bring one without the other. They live and die together. So if the Harvester is bad, Mortek Guard are bad, and vice versa. But right now, it just seems like, maybe if you could bring 2 of these, if they were a little more cost-effective, because they got a lot going for them, right? Like, being a monster is great. Shutting off commands is fantastic. Stomping stuff is great. Just lots of damage output from this guy, too, surprisingly. But he just...
I used to bring one just for the monster, but as we'll get to another unit, we'll see how that has been overshadowed a little bit.
Yeah, that's another problem, is that the roar just doesn't matter anymore. Not in this army. Yeah. What do you think, Anthony?
No, I really want to see the Gothizzar, especially in like certain lists, because it's really thematic. You want to bring them, right? It's just when I look at a unit like this, I just think of how can I shut it down as an opponent, and that's through effective shooting and spellcasting. And the armies that do that the best will be able to lift this unit off the table without any issue at all. So,
yeah, there's some armies that really struggle. Like Fire Slayers would have a rough time getting through this guy. Just getting to him, right? Iron Jaws could have some trouble if he's fully wrapped around. You just don't have the damage to punch through all those Morteks. Bonereapers, there's like Soulblight probably doesn't have the damage at range to kill it. But the problem is, for every army that doesn't have the capacity to kill it, there's an army that can just wipe it out without even caring. Like Stormcast are just like, oh, okay, this thing's dead. All right, what's my next turn going to be? What's going to happen the second you see it. And even then, armies that don't do that much shooting damage, like even something like Seraphon, like a Bastiladon does 9 damage to this thing, and you ping it with some mortal wounds, and it's gone. So overall, just not a great pick right now. But it's not bad. Like I want to stress that
it's better. It's better than you think. It's better than you think, but it's not like don't bring like 3 of these. Like maybe just like take 1 in a Mortek Guard list.
Did they fix the reinforcement on this?
It is single.
Oh, you mean the yeah. It's gonna be single. Don't worry about it.
There's no way you can reinforce this guy.
Yeah.
That would be hilarious. We'll see. It might change the
I
ranking.
wouldn't do that unless you want to get laughed at by a TO or something.
You know what? If an FAQ comes out, we might have to reevaluate this whole package, because if this guy can be reinforced and it takes literally twice as much damage to get rid of this effect with single unit slot, and you can buff him up.
Well, automatic S tier at that point. I mean,
yeah, the whole package goes up a lot. So we'll see. Looking at Kavalos Deathriders, they are always battle line. They're only 20 points more than the Mortek Guard, but they're 15 wounds instead of 10, so that's a better ratio. They're fast. We talk about here on the podcast all the time how 10 inches isn't really fast, but in this army it is, because everything else moves 4 and 6. So having a 10-inch move unit is relatively fast. They are also +1 run and charge always. Their melee damage is surprisingly good for a unit that you would think is just going to be like a cheap screen that goes out and touches stuff, but they actually do decent melee damage, right? So they're pretty much Mortek plus in every way. More damage, more wounds, faster. They do charge mortal wounds, which is, they have like ogre style charge mortal wounds on 5 up, equal to the charge roll. They can move an extra 6 inches if they charged, which is really nice for getting around units and hitting certain targets without the ability to pile in from 6. That's limited value. And they have this really cool command ability that only they can use for themselves, which is until the end of the phase, they can fly over units with less than 4 wounds, so 3 wounds or fewer. And that's really nice, because you can use a +3 move in the movement phase to move them up 13, get really close to the enemy, and then do a flying charge to the other side of them, and then do a 6-inch pile-in towards the nearest enemy, and that way you can try to steal some objectives and get good angles. It's a lot more useful than you think. And there's very few downsides. They can't, the mounts don't trigger Nadirite, which is whatever. They're not the best unit to put 5-up Nadirite spell on, but that's okay. And they can't run in charge, which is kind of limiting them. A lot of other cavalry in the game can run in charge. They can run 6 command and then charge, giving them effectively another 6-inch movement. This unit's kind of more limited in what they can do. But they feel
+3 move and charge, so it's fine.
It's fine.
And they have +1 to charge natively, so I like that. So that's effectively 4 inches of movement.
Mm-hmm.
I also love the fact that the wedged rider thing, that the mortal wounds and the 6-inch pile-in is now just an ability. It gives them a lot of tactical flexibility for that. I always used to take 1 because this is the fastest units in the army, and you need something that can either quickly grab an objective, be a widescreen, do a battle tactic real quick. I think you're still going to see 1 in almost every list. It's a good unit. It always has been.
Actually, one thing that I want to add, at least, that you mentioned the battle tactics, is there is a battle tactic does utilize this unit, and it is very, I would say, simple to get.
Very, very
easy.
Yeah, we'll discuss it, but yeah, it's one of the easiest battle tactics in the game. So yes.
Yeah, the only thing holding this unit back from being S tier, I think, are the fact that you can't reinforce it, so it's not going to be a proper melee hammer. You can't stack offensive buffs on it. You can't really go defensive buffs on it because a lot of its attacks are going to be 1-inch range, and it's just, that's pretty much it. You'll have 1 or 2 in every single list. It's a very, very good unit. It's just its value isn't obvious because it's not the most defensive unit. Mortek Guard can probably churn with a Harvester or more defensive. These guys are just a sweet screen. They're an amazing tactical piece. Let's look at the best damaging unit in the book, the Necropolis Stalkers. They become battle line if you have a Mortisan General, which is almost all the time.
That happen a lot. Yeah, almost all the time.
Yeah, they have,
especially in this season.
Yep, they have great melee damage. Some of the best in the book. They do about 25 on 3s. 3s rend 2, so you can boost that with all out attack. You can boost that with +1 rend from bludgeon. You can give up +1 damage to get +1 save for some reason if you wanted to do that, and then stack that with all out defense or a 5-up ward, a mystic shield. They have the option to do different things. And 1 and 3 have a 3-inch range, which means you can easily fight in 2 ranks because you can put the 4 guys with 1-inch attacks up front and then the 2 guys in the back, and all 6 get to fight. So phenomenal damage output. This is what you put all your offensive buffs on, right? This is where you stack your +1 to wound, your +1 hit, your empowered Nadirite. Fantastic damage output. And it gets better because you can also stick them in Petrifex Elite to be -1 damage. They can be revived constantly. It's a really, really durable unit. but it's not a perfect unit by any means. You can't receive the hunt and kill command at the same time you get the +1 attack command from the Liege-Kavalos. They're only 15 wounds for 220 points, which is pretty bad. Like, you can get 15 wounds for 170 points if you wanted to. They're only a 4-up save, so they're durable-ish, but they're still killable. Like, this game is pretty lethal. Stuff in this game can just die if people want to kill it. They're only a 6-inch move, and although you can run 6 and then charge every single turn, remember that when you are retreating, you can't run, so you're very limited in where you can go. And they're a huge command point dump. Right? You want to spend a hero phase command point to give them +1 attack or running charge, then you want to run 6, and then you want to maybe reroll a charge, and then you want to bludgeon or something. So you're looking at a lot of command points being spent on this unit every single turn. And when they fly, they don't pass over terrain, or they don't pass over units, just terrain. So they can get stuck in awkward positions that your opponent can create for you because they're so slow. But overall, it's a really, really powerful unit. It's like the damage unit. You're going to see 6 of these guys in most competitive lists, maybe more, honestly. I could see people going like 2x6 even. They're that good that you might want to build that much around them. Fantastic unit. What do you guys think?
Yeah, this is your paladin unit. If you need stuff dead, send stalkers after it, and it'll most likely die.
Yeah, like honestly, and even the recursion's really awesome too, because it's like your Boneshaper will be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna revive 2 of these guys on 3s. That's 10 wounds, and yeah, it's really good.
Yep, and those are good wounds to revive. Looking at Immortis Guard, built from the same kit as the Stalkers. Immortis Guard are kind of a different unit. They are also battle line for Generals of Mortisan. You know, they're also Hekatos. They get -1 damage in Petrifex Elite. But they're a 3-up save instead, which means they can take damage a little bit better. Quite a lot better, I should say. Because you can save stack that to 2+ with all defense with Mystic Shield. You can make this unit really tough against Rend. And the main feature here is they're a 2+ bodyguard for every hero within 3 inches. So when you stack that with all the different defensive buffs in this game, a 2-up ward or a 2-up bodyguard on your heroes basically makes them immune to damage. Like, you pretty much can't kill the heroes until the guard are dead. So you're not generally worried about your heroes getting sniped off before they can do their cool things like some other armies are worried about. Very, very powerful. They have good melee damage, not great, but good. They're about 18 total at 3s and 3s Rend 2, so good accuracy, high damage. But what makes them, S tier, I think, is that they once per game they can do Crushing Assault, which is a command in the combat phase. This allows them to fight twice, but they do get Strike Last, so that's a bit of a downside there. You also can't get this the same turn that you would use another command like All Out Defense or Impenetrable Ranks or Bludgeon or All Out Attack or something. So you do have to choose this. But yeah, a 15 wound bodyguard that does good damage, that is like, what else can you ask for? This is like a perfect unit. Aside from the 6-inch move. The 6-inch move really holds it back. And I think that's probably why you'll see a lot more Stalkers and not as many of these guys. You'll see at least 3 of these guys in every list, sometimes 6. People can go heavier than that. I don't think that's necessarily the right call, though. I think 3 or 6 of these guys and then as many Stalkers as you can eat.
Some people will try to run this as a primary hammer and bodyguard protector. But the thing to note is, like, you have to bodyguard your unit. You don't have the choice of not taking the wound. So it also makes your Immortis Guard killable via the hero. So just be careful where you position your heroes with this.
Yeah, you can just pump damage into the heroes, either through shooting or magic or anything, and then the Immortis Guard have to take it. And the Immortis Guard won't get their 6-up or even 5-up ward. It just pours damage into them. And if you have a lot of heroes in an area and they're all taking damage, let's say on the same turn, the Immortis Guard will probably die very quickly. And then the heroes right after them. So it is a bit of a kiss curse type situation. You got to be careful with them. But the ability to just ignore most damage that your heroes take and then revive the Immortis Guard that take the wounds for you, really, really strong.
All right, next up we have Morghast Archai. These are, I think, from the End Times. This is the Warhammer Fantasy unit and basically the image for this army, which is really cool. They're really cool looking units. And they're finally good. They weren't that exciting last edition. This time they're battle line if your army has Nagash or Arkhan. And when we discuss Arkhan, we will know why you will almost always have Arkhan or at least Katakros in your army. They're pretty fast, 10-inch flying move, which for this army is pretty fast. They move the same speed as Dracots, so like overall in the game sense, it's medium speed. They can gain -1 damage in Petrifex Elite, and considering that they are 6 wound models in a unit of 2, that's pretty good to have. It means your opponent is going to have to invest in them to kill them. Well, what makes them really good, and this ability is quite insane, is that enemy units cannot receive command there within 3 inches of this unit. An insanely good ability to have. There's a monsters rampage called Roar, the strongest things you can do in the game. Yeah, so turning out commands, Roar is really, really good to have. It's one of the strongest things you can do in the game, and this thing can just go within 3 and turn off commands, and that just is such a huge offensive or defensive bonus for you, because you can even stick this behind like Mortek Guard and turn off commands for incoming enemy units that try to charge you. And you essentially just make their CP useless in whatever their main unit is. And considering that these guys have a pretty good damage profile, they're pretty much the same as Immortis Guard with -2 rend 3 damage instead on the halberds. If they're not going to get commands with this, you can boost up their rend with Bludgeon or with the Ossifector to where it's rend 3 and rend 4, and that pretty much means most units in the game without it will never have a save against you, which is amazing, to be frank.
Yeah. And that gets even better because they have an ability to strike first if they have a charge roll of 8 or more. And that also works if you do the charge with the Mortis Praetorian subfaction ability, charging the enemy turn and then striking first. Just fantastic. Random, but fantastic when it happens. Not the main reason you use this unit. I think the primary reason you would use this unit is to get the shutting off commands within 3 inches, which is incredibly powerful. It's Roar that works on every unit in range all the time without a dice roll, and it also works in the charge phase, so enemies can't use Unleash Hell. Just phenomenal ability. So definitely worth the 240 points you pay for this unit. And this unit, in particular, has a 5-up ward while they're wholly within 12 inches of a hero. This works in all phases, against spells, against every source of damage, not just attacks. You don't have to spend command points on this unit to get impenetrable ranks. You can spend command points to give it all-out defense, which is something that on other units in your army won't really be getting, because impenetrable ranks is generally better. But despite all these amazing things this unit does, it's not a unit you want to spam. You don't want to bring tons of it in a list. It is a supporting charge unit. If you bring too many of these guys, you'll start to notice that you don't have that many models. You don't have that damage output that you need to kill certain things. It's only 12 wounds for 240 points. Like, if your opponent wants to kill these guys, they can. There's no way to run in charge here, so there's a limited threat range. Even though they do have an awesome flying move, which is fantastic when you can retreat and fly and charge and kill other stuff, this is not the unit you spam, right? Stalkers. Stalkers are the unit that you spam. This is the supporting unit for Stalkers.
I think they're great. I agree with everything you said. I think that I don't know if I could build an OBR list that didn't have at least 1 unit of 2 of these, especially with, and you can buff these up, right? Like the new wizard, the Ossifecter, his buff ability, this is the only unit of infantry it works on. Because
yeah, it's the only. I mean, it works on the Harvester and Catapult in this, so this is the only like hammer unit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at, right? Like, like you're not gonna put that ability on a Gothizzar Harvester, because that's not why you're bringing the Harvester. Like, you're not bringing a Harvester to do damage. These guys, however, can get some work done once they're buffed up.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's hilarious that they do the Night Haunt strike first charge effect better than Night Haunt do.
Yeah. This whole army does Night Haunt better than Night Haunt does.
Basically.
The one thing this army doesn't do is Deep Strike, but we'll talk about that in a second. Anthony, what do you think of Morghast?
I love them. I think they're crazy utility. They have a lot of different aspects and they check a lot of boxes, so yeah.
Right on. So there is one unit in this army that can Deep Strike, and it's the Morghast Harbingers. They're basically identical to the other unit. All the damage is the same, every ability is the same. They trade out the 5-up ward in order to get a deploy from reserves. So they can go in reserve, and then they can deploy more than 9 inches from an enemy. So why is that a C-tier unit while we rank the other one an A-tier unit, if almost everything is the same? Well, it's just because this unit will probably not see as much play. Typically, when you have a deep striking unit, you want something that can have bonuses to charge rolls, so that you can have a reliable charge out of Deep Strike, or at least somewhat reliable. Something like a +1 with a reroll is a big step above just having a naked reroll. When you have a unit that doesn't have charge bonuses, it's usually something that's going to just try to sit on an objective. You're going to deploy it out far ahead of the rest of your army, and then you don't really care if it lives or dies. It's gotten you the objective for that point. It's delayed your opponent. It's done what you've needed it to do. But when a unit like that costs 240 points, that's a big investment for a unit that's pretty much just being sent out to die and score maybe 1 or 2 victory points. And that's a bit much. So it's a really situational ability in this army. If you could have one Harbinger for 120, these guys would be S tier, right? Like, they'd be really, really good. But because you have to pick up 2 of them for 240, it's a big investment to get this effect that doesn't really play into the rest of the battle, and it's like 10% of your army just being thrown away, right? It's a bit rough. What do you guys think of the Harbingers? Did I undervalue them at C tier? Like, they're still viable.
No.
Like, you'll still find use for them sometimes.
They're viable, but it's like, GW pulls the classic switcheroo because these guys were pretty fast. They were like the fastest thing in an Ossiarch army because they had a 3d6 charge in the last edition. And if they had retained some version of that out of Deep Strike, it would have been really useful. But Deep Strike an elite 4-up save unit in the middle of nowhere, where it's probably not going to make its charge and just be stuck there taking any objective until your opponent kills it, and then you've lost that forever because there's no way to revive these guys once they're dead. So it's just not as useful as Morghast Archai. Who are, by the way, really, really tanky compared to this unit. So I'm not sure. Maybe this unit had more attacks, I could see it, but since it's the same profile, you shouldn't take this, I don't think.
Yeah, well, what point value would you take it at? Like 200?
Probably
Would that
like,
be about right?
Yeah, 200. They would have to be less than Stalkers or at the same as Immortis Guard for me to consider them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would take them at 200.
I like the ability for them to turn off commands, but it's like, when I see Morghast Archai with their tankiness and everything with the strike first effect, I just don't see this unit unless it's like significantly like 40 cheaper than the Archai, at least.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about the only shooting unit in the book, the Mortek Crawler. So this unit used to have all kinds of janky rules in last edition. We don't need to get into it here. But needless to say, it's been simplified greatly. It's just a catapult now. It has a cool ability, but it more or less just shoots normally. So it's, for an artillery unit, it's pretty tough. It's 12 wounds on a 4-up save, which makes it pretty durable against magic and shooting, which is typically how people deal with artillery. Given that it stays so far back, people just tend to shoot and throw magic at it. And this thing's pretty durable against that. In terms of shooting damage, it's it's not great for its point cost. It does, let's say, 18-inch range. You're going to get 46 at 3s and 3s with no rend. That's okay. 8 damage at 24 inches on 3s, 3s, rend 1. And then 4 to 6 damage at 2s, 3s, rend 2. So that's a little bit better, right? You can start to take chunks out of stuff. But man, 200 points feels like a lot in this army. You could have a Immortis Guard. You could have almost a unit of Stalkers. It's a lot of points to do not a lot of damage. There's not a lot of follow-up to it, so you'd have to bring like a bunch of these Mortek Crawlers, and once you've sunk 600 points to deal very little damage per turn, starting to wonder what the rest of your list is doing. The saving grace of this unit, though, is that if you focus fire all your shots into a single unit, you can give an enemy on a 3-up, it strikes last this turn. So you can charge in with multiple units of Stalkers, and they both get to fight before your opponent gets to. But even more cool is that if you unleash hell with this unit on a 3+, the enemy that charged you gets to strike last. So you can. It does have a minimum 6-inch range, but because the core rules define as the minimum range as the unit being wholly within that range, as long as one part of the enemy unit, one part of the base is outside of 6, you can shoot Unleash Hell, and then on a 3+, give that unit strike last. So your opponent charges you. Okay, I hit you, and now I get to fight you because you're fighting at the end of the turn. And when you're getting hit by OBR attacks, strike last is really, really, really bad. You do not want strike last against this army. And it doesn't even have to hit or wound. You just have to focus your attacks on a single unit. Now you can spread your shots around and try to get strike last in a bunch of different units on a 5-up. That seems like a bad strategy. I don't recommend doing that. It's better to focus on one unit at a time and give it strike last. but it's also an artillery slot. And when you're filling a battle regiment, which I think this army is just going to fit a battle regiment every single time, that artillery
No,
slot
it's not.
is...
It's not. It's going to fit Ossiarch cohort because it's the way better. Anything they're trying to do.
It's going to fit the battle regiment plus.
Yes. Better battle.
The Bonish battle regiment.
The Bone Regiment. We did it.
The Bone regiment.
Yeah, the artillery slot is easier to fit. You don't have to give up a troop slot, and troop slots are very valuable in this army. Yeah, downsides. Just the damage output for 200 points is just not there. Everything else about it is good. It just doesn't do a lot of damage. If it was like 180, 160, it would be much, much better because you could bring multiples and not feel like you're wasting points.
I'll be honest. I really liked the utility from the catapult last time. Like it was like this thing where like kept your opponent on your toes because it could snipe out their heroes. It could like bravery bomb things like gits and low bravery things in the game. Combo, and I don't understand the damage model on this thing for 200 points. Like I understand why they pointed it like 200 because arguably fight blast is a really strong effect to have, but.
I really like the 5 damage. The 5 damage I just found really, really satisfying.
Yeah, it was swingy as hell. It was really Timmy, but I really like the specialty ammunition. And now that that's gone, I almost wish this was 20 points cheaper, like Paul said, because the damage is just not that good. Like you will, if you want to take this as a damaging model, you will have to basically make sure you have the Ossifecter to get you the buff on it. Because previously, I think the Liege-Kavalos could also increase the number of attacks you have by 1 because it applied to shooting in melee, but now you can't do that anymore. So that's a net nerf to the model's damage.
I don't think the Ossifecter buff is good enough to justify bringing an Ossifecter with this thing, right? Like, we'll talk about it.
It's good on the 2D profile, but yeah.
Yeah.
Not on the other ones.
Exploding 6s on this unit is not very good.
Mm-hmm.
Not a significant boost. Yeah. It's just... It's okay. Like the strike last effect really keeps it relevant. Like it's such a strong effect to have an opponent charge into this super powered melee army that if it hits you, it will destroy you with Ren 3, Ren 4 attacks. And then your opponent, and then on 3-up, they just strike last. It's really, really strong. But how often are you going to find a list for it? They can't keep up with Stalkers or Deathriders. So probably like Mortek Guard. If you're going a guard build, that's probably something you consider. It's hard to find room for it.
Yeah, like you're taking it for that strike last effect. Like if you're striking last, you have to combo that well with other units that actually do damage. But you might just want to put more points into units that do damage anyways. So you have to do a cost analysis for it.
Yeah, I'd probably rather have just a Deathrider screen. Like if I'm worried about getting charged and then unleashing, I'd rather just put a screen in the way. Deathriders have a lot more tactical utility. I never feel bad about bringing them.
I don't know. I like the defensive utility more than the offensive. It's like, oh, you charge my Mortek screen or my Necropolis Stalkers? Well, too bad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Actually, they changed the range on it. Actually, when you think about it.
Yeah. No, it's 6 to 36. But what people forget is you have to be wholly within 6 for it to not be able to shoot you. If you're just within 6. Which is what you want. Your positioning to be immaculate with this model. Yeah, you shoot them and unleash hell and make them fight whatever charge they last.
Yeah, and that's strong, and that's enough to keep it in B tier.
Yep.
There's also a battle tactic tied to it, isn't there?
There is.
Yeah, there's a battle tactic tied to every unit, but I achieve it. I think it's like destroy a unit with a catapult, which this unit won't do like a lot of times. So not something you should count on.
Let's take a look at the heroes, starting with the Liege-Kavalos. He's 7 wounds and a 3-up save, making Stormcast look bad. He can benefit from Lookout Sir and Cover, which is great. He keeps up with Deathriders. He's got a 10-inch move. He can issue a command for free every turn, which is very good because this army loves using commands. So getting an extra free command every turn is very good. And for a hero, like a support hero, he's got okay damage. 16 damage on 3s round 1. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. He does charge mortal wounds, right? On a 5-up.
He's basically got the Kavalos model, right? Like Kavalos Deathrider.
Yeah, exactly. He's a really good Arcane Tome user, right? He becomes a wizard, he can cast Mystic Shield, he can Unbind, Dispel, and the main reason you bring him is his Hero Phase command, which is Endless Duty. Pick a unit, and it has +1 attack until your next Hero Phase. Really, really strong. On Mortek Guard, that's like a like a 50% damage boost. On Stalkers, it's like a 33% damage boost. Like, especially when you consider that each of those attacks can turn into more attacks with Netherite. Really, really good damage spike ability. But downsides, he's 180 points in a very elite army that wants to spend as little points on heroes unless they're really, really good. And in this season in particular, he is not a champion, so he's not going to be scoring you battle tactics or taking enhancements or any of that fun stuff. And that's actually a big deal, because we'll talk about this later in the review, but this army is going to struggle with battle tactics. They don't do them very well. Not this season, anyway.
So here's the thing, right? So I see him seeing play in the next edition when the Galatian champion protection doesn't matter, because if everything's going to be able to be shot, you might as well put your command rate on him, because he's got a large, like 50 or 60 millimeter base, 60 millimeter, I think, now that I think of it. And that means you have a larger aura for things like Aura of Sterility and all that, the really good command traits that Ossiarch Bonereapers have. The other thing I really like with him is, because he issues a free command a turn, this army is very CP hungry, and so getting Endless Duty or whatever you want to issue in the hero phase for essentially free is not bad, honestly. So is he expensive? Yes, but he carries a lot of value for 180 points compared to, like, I don't know, a Lord Imperative.
Yeah, no, he's great for sure. I don't know how valuable as a general he's going to be, because you typically want a Mortisan general to make Stalkers and Guard battle line. But you're right about the base size. That does factor in. A bigger aura is nice to have.
I really wish to see where the foot hero version of this guy would be. Like, I come on, GW, can we give a foot hero, please?
Isn't he just like a Mortek Guard champion?
No. There's he's in the warband, I think, and it's like revealed in the there's a hierarchy diagram in the lore where it says the units that we haven't seen so far are like, they're part of the Hecatoy. So there's a Liege-Kavalos, then there's a Liege Mortek, and there's something else called a Hecatoy, or no, I can't remember what the exact word is, but like there's another hero that they haven't revealed yet. So there is a foot version of this, but
cool.
they just haven't.
Maybe next edition.
GW, get on it. We want it.
Let's look at the first wizard, the Mortisan Soulmason. So he is a 2-spell wizard for 160 points, which I'm very jealous of that. And he knows every spell from the lore, and the lore is very good. Knowing every spell is a great effect. He also has a good signature spell. It casts on a 6, it has a range of 24. You can pick Mortek Guard or Deathrider unit, and it gets +1 to wound rolls. That includes the mount attacks on Deathriders, mind you. So if you're playing a Mortek build, or if you have a lot of Deathriders, Soulmason naturally fits into that style. Then it gets better, because at the end of the hero phase, on a 2+, he can cast that spell again. And on a 6, he can cast it D3 more times. So if you have a lot of Morteks, every single one of them can wound on 3s all the time. He is a Mortisan, so if you make him your general, you can have battle line Stalkers and Guard, which is great. So basically the main thing for this guy is if you want a 2-spell wizard, that's not Vokmortian, which we'll talk about, you can use him. And he's good. He's really not bad.
He knows the whole lore, which is important.
Knowing the lore is a very important thing. You want at least one wizard in your army that knows the whole lore. Downsides, he's fragile, right? 6 wounds, 4-up save is easy to kill if he's not near the Immortis Guard. He's slow, 5-inch move, even though he's on a little walking chair thing. You'd think he'd be a bit faster, but nope. His +1 to wound is not a unique effect. There's other ways to get +1 to wound. There's Arch-Kavalos Zandtos, and there's the Ossifecter artifact. So this isn't like, this is the only way to get this effect. There's other ways to do it. He's just...
So if you get charged, so that is there.
Yeah.
This army has a lot of ways to do this.
Yeah, the fact that he doesn't work on, the 3 best units in the book, which are Immortis Guard, Stalkers, and Morghast, kind of makes him a little more situational. He kind of just fits into that Mortek Guard package. And he's not a champion, because that chair is a mount. So he can't take Tunnel Master, he can't score tactics.
Honestly, it's so weird. It should have been a companion.
Yeah.
He got pimped out of his own chair, man.
That chair is walking away with your victory points.
Exactly.
No, but he's good, right? It's just he's a Mortek Guard piece, more or less, right? If you're using Mortek Guard, you're going to use the Soulmason, probably. Sometimes. Not all the time, but yeah, generally. Looking at the Boneshaper, which is our first S-tier hero. And why is he S-tier? Well, he is a wizard, which, you know, that can matter because he has a good spell, right? Roll a dice for each model in the target unit with a low cast value and a high range. Each 5-up is one mortal wound. That's a good spell. That's like a Slan Starmaster spell. It's really useful. One of the few ways to deal range damage in this army.
Against hordes, yeah.
Yeah, but what makes him good is his Boneshaper ability. In the hero phase, he can heal or revive 3 wounds worth of models, or on a 3+, he can revive a Stalker or a Immortis Guard. If you take an artifact, he does this twice per turn. So potentially 2 Stalkers being revived, or 6 wounds worth of Mortek, or heal 2 different heroes, 3 wounds apiece. Heal Arkhan, heal himself. Like, the sustain this guy provides is unbelievably good, and it's one of the reasons this army is as strong as it is because this guy exists and because the artifact for him exists. Pretty much all the same downsides from the Soulmason exist, right? He's fragile, he's slow, does basically no damage, but he's only 120 points. How much more do you really need from a support hero?
Yeah, he's amazing.
You find one of these in almost every list. You'll be very pressed to not see this.
He will very frequently also be the general because he's a Mortisan, so that'll unlock Stalker and Guard battle line. So, yep, he's going to be popular.
Yeah, he has such utility for what he does. It's crazy.
Yeah. What spell would you guys usually teach this guy? He's the first wizard we're talking about.
Empower. Yeah, not right. Not
pretty
right.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, interestingly enough, depending on how far he is, close alternative, maybe this might be controversial, but it's the one where it's like the -1 to, I think it's save.
Drain Vitality.
Yeah, Drain Vitality, because he will have the range.
Yeah, I mean, I just prefer that on like either faster wizards or like other utility wizards. Like I can imagine like Vokmortian doing that because with this guy, he's going to be very, very close to whatever he's next to, and since he's close to the units he wants to be healing anyway, you want this guy to be like the buff beast almost.
Yeah.
There certainly is an argument to give him a spell that's really high value because he can take the Dark Acolyte command trait. Unlike Arkhan or Vokmortian, he's not unique, right? So he can take Dark Acolyte. So if there's a spell you really want to cast, this guy could be the guy who casts it and your opponent can't say anything about it. They can't unbind it. So if you really want Drain Vitality to go off, this is the unit that's going to cast it.
I think the issue that I find is I think Netherite Weapon goes off on a 5 and Drain Vitality goes off 7, which is what makes me hesitant to cast unless this with any reason like Arkhan, you know?
For sure.
So
yeah, the lack of casting bonus holds this guy back. Mortisan Soulreaper. He is a 1-spell wizard for the same 120 points as the Boneshaper. He can have 10 damage in melee on 3/3 Rend 2, so that's like, okay, right? That's not a bad profile. It's not good, but it's not bad. He is a Mortisan, same as the Boneshaper. His spell does D3 mortal wounds if you're within 12, or 3 mortal wounds if you're within 3. One of the only sources of mortal wounds in the book, so it's worth a mention. And that's about it. That's the end of the good things I can find about this guy. He's a cool sculpt, I will say that. I really like the way he looks. But downsides, he's not the cheapest wizard, and he's the worst one of the bunch. He's got all the same problems the other guys have. He doesn't even have a good artifact. There's no reason to use this guy, right? When do you want a relatively punchy wizard? That's not a very useful thing. If he was 100 points, okay, I could see that. You're trying to shave 20 points here or there. That's a niche that a unit can have, but 120 points, same as 3 other wizards in this book, I think, 2 or 3. There's no reason to have that. This guy's completely lacking a niche right now.
Yeah, it's kind of he was already bad the last book. He's still bad in this book.
Looking at the new unit, the Mortisan Ossifecter. He's also a 1-spell wizard for 120 points. He is a Mortisan like the others, so if he's your general, you can get battle line Stalkers and Guard. His whole gimmick is that he can buff units of Harvesters, Morghast, and Crawlers. He can buff one of these per turn, and if he casts his spell, he can pick 3 units to buff instead. And you can also buff them within 24 inches instead of within 12 inches. So if you're bringing Morghast, and you probably will, this guy gives them +1 rend and is also a 1-spell wizard. His spell is fine. You can take it or leave it, right? So this guy could be the guy that's casting your Netherite weapons, Empower Netherite, and then you can leave the Boneshaper free to cast his anti-horde spell or Mystic Shield or something. It's probably going to be rare to bring a list that has Harvesters and Crawlers and Morghast, just because everything is so expensive, it's not really that useful. So he's mainly there to buff the Morghast, let's say. Same downsides as all the other wizards. Slow, fragile. If you're buffing Crawlers, you should not be doing that. Bring other units. Yeah. His buff is great. He's a 120 point wizard, which is the right thing. And I guess, yeah, here I listed on the slide as well. He has a fantastic artifact. I think this is what keeps him as a relevant unit, because if he didn't have this artifact, he would just probably get passed on. But he has a +1 to wound rolls aura. So units wholly within 12 inches of him just get +1 to wound rolls. So everything's going to be wounding on 2s without Counterstrike, without Soulmason. You just get +1 to wound. So that's really good. And I think that keeps this guy as an A tier unit. He's a viable choice, probably a 3rd string hero after like Arkhan and the Boneshaper. Oh boy, let's talk about Nagash. He got a big new War Scroll, right? Big new War Scroll, same old Nagash. It's too expensive, right? That's the short version. 965 points is too much for him.
Yeah, he's a living graveyard, which is nice.
Let's go through it. So he's durable, right? 18 wounds, 3-up save. He's a hero, so you can find a Stour, heroic recovery, 5-up ward all the time, which is fantastic. Like, this is as good as defensive profiles get for big models. He's fast, 10-inch flying move, about as fast as you can get in this army. War Master, so all commands are going to be issued 18 inches. He is an 8-spell wizard, which is just saying that is stupid. With +3 to cast, unbind, and dispel, always. That doesn't degrade anymore. He's always +3 to cast, unbind, and dispel. He always gives every death unit around him a 5-up ward. He also heals and revives every unit. He doesn't just pick, 1 or D3 or 3. No, every death unit around him with less than 4 wounds gets to heal or revive like he's a Boneshaper. And you can flat out every turn revive a unit. This is something Bonereapers don't do otherwise. He just revives destroyed units. So in your hero phase, you on a 3+, half the models come back to life. So a unit of 5 Deathriders, here's 3 more. You destroy a unit of 3 Stalkers, 2 of them come back. And that's every single turn he can do this. They can't move in the same turn, but they can still charge and act normally otherwise. And then he's got his typical Nagash stuff, right? Hand of Dust, you know it, you love it. Sometimes it wins you the game. Most of the time it doesn't kill anything useful, or the spell portal gets unbound or something, or you miscast. Yeah, so he's got good stuff going for him, but he's just too expensive, right? 965 is half of your army. The damage he does for that cost is not exceptional, and unlike other Bonereaper units, he can just get tied down in combat. If you hit him with a big wall unit, something that's giving him -1/-1, and just has a bunch of wounds, he's just stuck there for the rest of the game. He can't benefit from the Immortis Guard. He can't heal or revive the Immortis Guard and the Stalkers like the Boneshaper and Arkhan. There are other wizards in this army that know the full spell lore, so having an 8-spell wizard for this many points is like, well, I could just bring Arkhan or Vokmortian if I really need to cast 2 of the lore spells every single turn. The fact that he's 8 spells a turn, like, he can actually run out of spells to cast, because a lot of the spells are defensive or situational, and he can't spam Arcane Bolt like he used to. So he could actually just run out of spells after 5 or 6, and then it's wasted. Any miscast on him just ruins the game. The game's over. Right? You've wasted a hero phase with casting, and that's it. Game's over. And you need to bring a spell portal with him to make Hand of Dust useful, but that cast can fail, or the spell itself can fail. Hand of Dust is let's say a 4-up effectively. So yeah, he's just really expensive. The only thing I could think of in Bonereapers to put Nagash in is some kind of like Deathrider spam list where you just bring the most efficient fast unit possible with maybe with a Boneshaper or a Liege-Kavalos general, and you just try to swarm your opponent with bodies as efficiently as possible. Am I missing something with Nagash? Tell me what I'm thinking is wrong here. I want Nagash to be good.
but he's not. Like,
the thing is, he just doesn't have enough to do in terms of like casting in this army. Like the Soulblight lore is like good for him. The Nighthound lore is crazy good for him. But what is he even doing in this army? It's like he's gonna run out of things to do, and your army is so elite that the only things he can really bring back as like a living graveyard are like Deathriders and Mortek Guard, which you walkers to deal with problematic things. You want Guard, you want Morghast for utility. And this army is just so elite. I don't think it can ever really outside of like meme lists.
Yeah, I think his points really holds him down right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think if his point value was going to be that high, he needed to have some sort of mechanic similar to Teclis where his spells just work.
+3 to cast isn't enough.
No, he's
but you can still miscast, right?
Yeah.
Like,
what if he had a rule that he can't miscast? He just always minimum 3.
that would be better. I mean, it wouldn't be great, but it would be better.
Okay, here's a question. How many points would you pay for Nagash?
800.
Yeah, I'm right in the low 800s.
I would say like probably like around Archaon prices. I don't think for someone who has to roll 2d6 for every casting, he should be the same as, because he's a caster, right? And so like I think he should be the same as Archaon, but not more than that. But I understand why they put it in like that. There was a season of Nagash where nobody was any fun, so like they just like always like him as slightly overcosted, so he never like just comes in and causes a bad time for everyone.
How about you, Anthony? What do you think is a fair price for Nagash?
I'm in pretty much agreement with everybody else. I think around mid to low 800.
See, I'm gonna go even crazier. How many points is Morathi right now? That's what Nagash should cost.
She's what, 720, 680, 700, something like that.
Yeah, just do that.
Sure.
We can have gods at 700 points. Why not? Let's do it. Because here's my theory. If Nagash was like 700 points, I think everybody would sour on all the gods being 700 points. Like they'd all get bumped up to over 900 because it's just such a stupid concept to have this much power in a single model and then overcost it this much, like 800 something is about the right. 700's too low. It's always too low.
Sure. Yeah, I could see it.
All right, let's look at Katakros, Mortarch of the Necropolis, who somehow has more wounds than the god that created him. He's 20 wounds on a 3-up save, and like a hero like Nagash, he can use Heroic Recovery and Finest Hour. He does not always have a 5-up ward, but he's a Bone Reaper, so you can always just issue that command if you want it. He is a War Master in Immortis Praetorians army, which doesn't really matter, honestly. Being a War Master doesn't really affect things. He heals and revives like a Boneshaper, but it's within 24 inches, and it stacks with a Boneshaper. So you can potentially revive 3 Stalkers per turn now. He issues a command for free each turn, like a Liege-Kavalos. In your hero phase, you can pick an enemy unit, and that unit has -1 hit until your next hero phase. It just happens. There's no dice roll. There's no range. Like, hey, that unit, it's -1 hit. Okay. It's so stupid. Once per turn, whenever an enemy receives a command point, so this could be the command point they receive at the start of the round or at the start of their turn, on a 5-up, they just don't get it. So you disable a third of the commands that your opponent's army can do. That can really mess with them, especially when you combine that with Morghast shutting off the few commands they do get to use. Once per turn, his damage is better, but it's not great. He's on 15 damage on mostly Rend 1, 3s, and 3s. But when he's at the bottom row, it spikes up a lot. He goes up to like Stalker level damage, which is about 27 on 3s, 3s, mostly Rend 2. And he has this cool ability where anytime he's within 3 inches of a hero, he can use his bottom row, which is a really thematically appropriate ability. A big Maw Crusher charges into you, and Katakros is like, no, I got this. Back off, guys. And he just cuts it to ribbons. Fantastic. He has the same endless duty command phase that the Liege-Kavalos has, so you don't have to bring a Liege-Kavalos, but we'll talk about why you might want to bring a Liege-Kavalos anyway. But he has the best command ability in the game, flat out, Supreme Lord of the Bonereaper Legions. It can only be used if he's not in combat, but until your next hero phase, every Bonereaper unit wholly within 12 inches of him has +1 hit and +1 save. That is all-out attack and all-out defense for every single unit, and it stacks with those effects. This is unbelievably strong. I can't believe... Oh my god, it's such a powerful ability on an army with mostly 4-up saves. Now your Stormcast saves 3-up everywhere. Crazy. But downsides, so even though he's giving you this crazy defensive boost with +1 save on every unit and -1 hit to the enemy's biggest unit, and you're at +1 hit, so everything's hitting on 2s, he does have some downsides. He's super slow. 4-inch move like Mortek Guard with this gigantic base. Pretty much where you deploy him, he's going to finish the game within a foot of that. He's not going very far. He is a very expensive support piece at 440 points, and he's not a wizard. And when you have an expensive army that wants wizards, he's kind of awkward sometimes, right? Like the list has to work around that restriction. He can't take any enhancements, which is a shame, because if he could take a command trait, I'm pretty sure he would replace every hero in the book, but he can't. So I think that overall lands him in like a solid A tier. He's good. You don't like start every list with him. He doesn't fill big holes in your army. He just makes you more gooder at the thing you're already good at. If you want like a grinding, sit in the middle of the board and just win through sheer stats approach, Katakros is the way to go. He's very good at what he does.
Interestingly enough, he is not a monster, though.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. Oh, a unit this big, he's not a monster.
I think this guy is also, like, it's either him or Arkhan is something you're going to see. Like, he's just really, really good. Yeah, I don't think you can make a list without him or Arkhan at the very minimum. He just adds so much value. He does everything Bonereapers want to be doing. And he leans into their strengths. So yeah.
Yeah, Arkhan's a little different. We'll talk about him soon, but I think you're right when you say it's one or the other. But man, it's good that this guy's finally good. I was waiting so long for him to be a good model.
Yeah, agreed. I'm really happy that he's this good now. My only issue with it is that he is the Mortarch of the Ossiarch Bonereapers, not Mortis Praetorians, the entire faction. And the fact that he's not a War Master for the whole faction.
He is.
No, it's just Mortis Praetorians.
Is he? Like I thought he removed that keyword from him.
No, he still has Mortis Praetorians.
Oh,
I know. It doesn't make any sense.
So that's it. Yeah, I guess because in the lore, that's because it's like because this army has two Mortarchs, because Arkhan is also a Mortarch, and Null Myriad is Arkhan's Legion. So yeah, it makes sense.
Hey, we can talk about it when Arkhan comes up.
Yeah. Which is right now. So let's talk about the very obvious glaring story problems here, right? Who the hell is the leader of the Bonereapers? Is it Arkhan or is it Katakros? I thought it was Katakros. He was supposed to be like the guy who leads the whole thing. So why is he only in charge of one subfaction while Arkhan gets to be in charge of everything?
I don't know, because Arkhan is like Nagash's pet, whereas Katakros is more like, this general who like just likes victories for Nagash because Nagash gave him a chance to earn more victories or something like that. I think was the
Arkhan's the guy that gets it done. That's the way that you have to think about this.
Yeah, Katakros and Arkhan. Yeah, it's Arkhan is. Well, I mean, I don't know if he gets it done. I don't know if you read Broken Realms Lumineth or whatever. But, I don't know if he got it done, but he's certainly one of Nagash's most loyal servants, and I don't know. Maybe that's the reason he was the first Mortarch turned by Nagash. So yeah, but because I think that's his name. Like I think this one of his types of the Mortarchs. So yeah.
Well, let's talk about why he's an S tier unit. He's 14 wounds on a 3-up save, and like every Bonereaper unit, he can use the 5-up board command, so he's tough, right? That's a big
blow up, by the way. He used to be 12 wounds on a That's a big blow.
Yep. He's also very fast. Fastest unit in the book, in fact. It's 16 inches and flying. Very fast unit. He is a 3-spell wizard with +2 to cast all the time. He knows every spell from the lore, which is great because you can pick the 3 spells you want to cast every single turn. And, in addition, every death wizard wholly within 18 inches of him adds 6 inches to their spell range. So suddenly all your 18-inch range spells are going to be cast on the first turn on the enemy instead of waiting until round 2. You can position further away, potentially out of Unbinding. Phenomenal ability. 6-inch spell range is like a Seraphon level ability. It's very strong.
Does that also affect him as well, or just him?
Oh yeah, it affects him.
Okay, so would we be adding 6 inches to the Curse of Years?
Yep, it's a 24-inch range spell.
Oh,
Yeah. He has a War Master, so all of his commands are being issued from 18 inches. In your hero phase, he heals or revives 3 wounds. He can also revive a Stalker or a Mortis on a 3+, like a Boneshaper. And you bring him and a Boneshaper, and now you're reviving 3 models a turn. Scary. His Curse of Years is one of the better spells in the game. You can pick an enemy unit and roll 10 dice. For each 6, you take a mortal wound, and you roll another dice. On a 5, take another mortal wound, you roll another dice. For each 4, you roll another dice. And it at least keeps going until you just get to a 1+, in which case the model's instantly slain, or you fail the rolls. So Curse of Years, it's like one of these one-shot mechanics that you have to respect the power of this ability. You cannot deploy within 24 inches of Arkhan. Whatever you deploy within 24 inches of him has a chance to just be dead at the top of round 1. And that's not worth the chance. Unless you have a guaranteed Unbind like a Knight Incantor, you do not want to mess with this spell. So he does everything. He fits every hole this army is lacking. They need powerful wizards. They need good unbinding. They need a fast unit. They need a monster. They need almost everything this army needs. Arkhan does. And the only downsides is that he's reasonably costed, right? 370 for all this is a good price. But his damage in melee is not great. That's probably one of the only downsides, but I don't even know how much of a downside these are, considering everything else in the army does so much melee damage that it's like, doesn't really matter that one unit in your army doesn't. So Arkhan, S tier, phenomenal unit. I think he's going to see the most play in competitive lists. He's definitely seems a cut above Katakros, and I don't think you can run both on the list. I think that ends up being too expensive.
Yes. Yes.
yes.
Yes to everything you said. Yeah, it's very hard for you to. It's very hard for any Ossiarch player to not take Arkhan. Like, the only time you should be doing this is if you're taking Katakros, because he's giving you the effect of a bunch of spells effectively. He's just such a versatile unit. He's fast, like 16-inch move. He'll keep up with your army, do buffs, makes all your wizards better. +2 to cast, which is excellent. He's survivable. Yeah, like, he's the Mortarch of this army, and it's like, it's weird. Like, a lot of the Mortarchs aren't actually playable, but OBRs are, and that's a good thing.
Well, and that's a huge swing, right? Because in the previous book, Arkhan was good, but not great. And he felt really overpointed and under-effective. He was so squishy. And now he's
he was squishy, and he was squishy, and there wasn't much for him to do. Like, none of the spells were like, oh, I really need Arkhan. They were all really low casting value. You don't really care about the range because a lot of them were like self-buffing, but no, like, I love Arkhan. Like, ever since he went down last edition, I've always been playing him. He was always good with supporting your infantry plus whatever, and he remains good. He's bring it. Always bring him. Buy one.
Yeah, he just does everything.
The only time I would consider skipping him is if you wanted a Katakros build, or you just wanted to do a Mortek build with like a Soulmason and Vokmortian or something instead, and you can pick Null Myriad to get basically immunity to enemy spells. So in which case the +2 to unbind is not as useful, but that's really situational. A Null Myriad list is tough, right? Like, Katakros giving everything +1 save and then having a 2-up spell ignore on top of all that is really, really tough to punch through. But I think just the strengths of this army are so strong that it's not worth leaning into them when you could be filling holes that are severely lacking in this army. I think that's overall a better way to go, is to complement your strengths rather than to double down on them. Arch-Kavalos Zandtos. I thought he'd just be the Liege-Kavalos, but with like a subfaction, but that's not what he is. He's a pretty much a different hero. Same like melee profile, same defensive profile as a Liege-Kavalos, but he doesn't have the Endless Duty command. What he has instead is Still Their Breath, which is a +1 to wound. I believe this is an aura. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost positive it's while they remain.
Yeah, but it is done in the combat phase. But unlike other abilities, this is not a command that's being received by the other units. He's the receiving unit, which means he can get a +1 to wound aura, and then other units around him can still bludgeon. So you can have both +1 to wound and bludgeon, and that's pretty great. If you don't want to bring an Ossifecter and you don't want to keep him around for the aura, if you just want to use this guy, frankly, I don't think I'd be building a list with him personally. I think there's better choices, but he's not bad by any means. If you play him, you won't feel like an idiot. He is locked to Mortis Praetorians. You can use him outside of that, but he won't benefit in any way from any of their abilities. He's not a champion because he's unique. For 200 points, you can do a lot better damage in this army for 200 points. But yeah, he's not bad. Not bad at all. I think we actually do have a list featuring him, right?
Yeah, he's tough to judge because you almost want to leech for the +1 attack always, but +1 to wound in a very specific subfaction, it can be good if you're not taking any other sources. I mean, it's just about creating options for that +1 to wound effect, which I like. So, you can take it via the Ossifecter or the Soulmason of this guy if you're running Mortis Praetorians. It's fine. Like, B tier, I think, is perfectly fine for it.
Vokmortian, Master of the Bone-Tithe. So this guy was in that initial release box. Weird looking dude, really. Totally different from all the other models in the range. But he's very good. He is a 2-spell wizard for 140 points, and he knows every spell from the lore of Ossian sorcery. So he just makes the Soulmason look like a chump. At the start of combat on a 3+, your opponent must spend a command point to target this unit, so he can just be, immune to combat damage, which is great because he's basically immune to shooting and magic because of the Immortis Guard that are going to protect him. He's also one of the few units in the game that has a minus bravery effect, and it's really good. It's enemies within 12 inches have -2 bravery. At -3 if their general's been slain. I don't know how this ability exists in 3rd edition. There's almost nothing that affects bravery anymore. He has a spell with a 1-inch range. On a 4+, a model within range is slain. This spell specifically says you can't modify where you measure the range from, so you can't use a spell portal. Downsides, he's like every other wizard. He's slow, he's fragile, doesn't do any damage. He's unique, so he can't take enhancements. This one's crucial here. He's not a Mortisan, and that means he can't become your general, which means you can't make a Immortis Guard and Stalkers battle line with him. And he doesn't trigger anything from Null Myriad because, of course, he's Mortis Praetorians. But I think he's a good 3rd-string hero. He's in that same kind of space as the Ossifecter, where you'll take like Katakros or Arkhan, and then you'll take a Boneshaper, and then you'll consider either Vokmortian or an Ossifecter. I think he's actually good enough that you might consider skipping Arkhan as well. Right? Like if you just want a 2-spell wizard that knows the whole lore, he's the best one in every subfaction, even if you don't get to benefit from those abilities. Having Mortis Praetorian is not a big deal. So he's great. I slept on him at first. I wasn't aware of just how good he was, and I think you guys definitely showed me that he's a great unit. A tier for sure. Let's talk about Kainan's Reapers, the Underworld's warband for Ossiarch Bonereapers. They are an 8-wound wizard that comes with a 10-wound bodyguard that bodyguards on a 2-up. Whenever Kainan, that's the big guy with the axe, whenever he slays a model, you gain a tithe point. And you can spend tithe points in your hero phase to either revive 3 Reapers or to give himself and the Reapers +1 attack until your next turn. And that's okay. The problem is trying to get this guy into melee range. He's so slow, and he doesn't do that much damage, so I don't know how many models you're actually going to kill. There's some other interesting stuff going on here. The Reapers themselves count as 3 models on objectives. He has a really, really good spell. Until your next hero phase, an enemy unit can't attack anything but Kainan. And then so you can cast that and then retreat. And then your opponent just can't do anything because they're stuck in combat with something they can't fight. You can't boost the range with Spell Portal or with Arkhan, which is unfortunate. 250 points for this is a lot. That's a lot of points for this. He's unique. He can't take enhancements. It's really easy to stay out of the range of Dire Ultimatum. You can just kill him or stay out of the range of it. Since he's not a champion, you can just shoot him down. He does have a 10 wound bodyguard, but with that speed, you can just avoid it for the most part. So it's a really, really powerful effect on a very poorly costed unit, I think that's my summary. Is it even C tier? Would it ever see play competitively?
I don't think so. I think this, on the one hand, I really like this kind of design for these side game kits. It reminds me a lot of the Thunderstrike kit that came out for Stormcast with the girl with the lantern and the Grandhammer guy and the archer, right? Really cool war scroll, really cool abilities, not really worth its points. And this strikes me the same way.
Yeah, another problem with this unit is it takes up 2 slots in a battle regiment, which is brutal. Like, this guy is a leader slot and a troop slot, and you don't want to spend either of them on this effect. Like, if this guy was just like a free thing you could include in your battle regiment, I still think you wouldn't see play at 250.
Nah, I mean, it's fine. You're not going to play it competitively, right? But not everything in the book needs to be amazing. And yeah. I'm totally cool with the war bands being the thing that aren't amazing.
Yeah. As long as you don't, like, it's playable, right? It's not the best, but it's playable.
Yeah, I think this is a perfectly fine way for them to handle the war bands in AOS. I think it's fine. You're not going to play it competitively, but if you want to throw down and bring it in a Garage Hammer game, it's going to be fun.
Mm-hmm. If there's ever a format where you get to bring an Underworld's warband for free with your list, well, this one's not. If it costs 0 points, it's good. Let's talk about the endless spells for this army. They all have this cool bonding mechanic, which means you always control them no matter how far away they get, and that's about it, because there's actually more downsides than that, because while you're bonded to a spell, you can't cast any other endless spells, which sucks. But I think it's worth it, because the Bonereaper endless spells are phenomenal.
They are so good.
Starting off with the Soulstealer Carrion, it casts on a 6. There's no range because you set it up anywhere on the table that you can see, more than 1 inch from all models. And it's on top of that, it's also predatory. So after you set it up and in the hero phase, it moves like a normal guy. This doesn't do damage. This is a pure utility spell, but its effect is that models within 6 inches that are less than 3 wounds, so 1 or 2 wounds, cannot contest objectives. So you just cast this, and if your opponent doesn't unbind it, well, that objective can be controlled by a single model now.
I'm gonna comment on this because I had a very bad scenario this past weekend. So I was playing, it was Gits. And they had that 9-inch rule where either the Stabas or the Shootas didn't actually contest the objective, and there were 60 of them on there. I was playing Fire Slayers. I couldn't kill all of them. So you just drop that down there, you're taking center objective. That 60 unit, you don't even need to worry about anymore. It's awesome. Just awesome.
Oh yeah. It's especially awesome in Bonereapers, which are a low model count army with low speed and no ranged power. So people can literally just body you off of objectives and have one model outside the unit that you're killing standing back and just holding the objective continuously. Or one unit, I should say. But this thing says no to that strategy. You can't do that. I will take whatever objective I want to take when I want to take it. Just phenomenal. Really covers a big weakness this army has. The fact that it can be set up anywhere on the battlefield, that's also really cool, because what you can do, like, let's say there's nothing really for it, like, it's in your list, top of round 1, you just cast it and send it out on an objective that hasn't been claimed yet. So your opponent tries to walk onto it, but oh no, models with wounds 1 and 2 can't contest objectives. So they just can't claim that objective. They do get a dispel attempt against it that does require 7 or higher, which is, relatively easy, but not guaranteed by any means. Like, a 7 is not it's more likely to happen than not, but it fails quite a lot.
And you have to waste a cast. So.
Yeah, and it wastes a cast, right? Like, this is a great spell. You can just run 5 Deathriders onto it, right? Like, 16-inch move, and then no matter how many gits are on top of the objective, you just claim it with 5 Deathriders. That's going to feel amazing. And it's only 40 points. Because everything's so expensive in this army, you're going to have gaps of like 50 to 100 points left over at the end of your list that you just can't really spend on anything else. And this is one of the things that you're going to put in that gap, because you can't bring allies, and the lowest cost battle line is 150 points. So, yep, endless spells ahoy.
Yeah, like, in a well-skilled, like, if you're playing this really, really well, you can mess up gits. Like, this is a direct, like, if you thought the 9-inch bubble was nuts, like, this is just, there's so much utility with this, it's not even funny.
It's really good for like those elite lists too. If you're building like heavy Petrifex, like Stalker and Immortis Guard heavy lists that are going to struggle against like horde armies taking objective, this is like your, spell in a bottle effectively to take some objective taking capability away from them.
Mm-hmm. For sure. This is one of the spells I would consider casting with Dark Acolyte, the command trait that makes it so spells can't be unbound. The effect is so important that when it goes off, it can swing turns for you for like very little effort, and that's one of the reasons you should consider that command trait. Downsides, it's not the first spell you want to include in your army. There is another, and that spell is not the Nightmare Predator, but we'll get to it soon. The Nightmare Predator is an easy cast on a 5, range 12, which is, it's okay. +6 if you have Arkhan nearby. It sets up wholly within range. It's Praetorian flying, and it does a little bit of mortal wounds after passing over units, and then after it moves, it does the same mortal wounds to a single unit. So you can hit a single unit with a 2-up D3 passover, and then a 2-up D3, which is good, right? Like the Khorne Axe does this, and it's a good effect. And that's good. This army doesn't really have any ranged power, it doesn't really have any mortal wounds, and this is both of those. And it's easy to cast. Cast value 5 is like, Stormcast easy levels of casting. If you're trying to do this with Arkhan, you almost can't fail it. The downsides are that there's no real range damage to follow up on this effect. A lot of times you can do, D3 mortal wounds or 2D3 mortal wounds, but it's not going to actually be enough to kill something. You could roll like a 4 against a hero that has 5 wounds, and then they heroic recovery through it the next turn. There's nothing else that you can really do to finish off these units. So having this random thing that just flies around and pings things for D3 seems good, but, it's like the Emerald Curse in Nighthaunt. The damage just isn't significant. It either gets healed through, or it takes too long for it to do anything of significance. It is easy to dispel, so if your opponent just wants to get rid of it, on a 6, it's gone. Many units are just going to ignore it, and for some reason, I don't know why this clause exists, but it can't be cast by a hero in a garrison, and the bonded wizard can't join garrisons while they're bonded to this one. None of the other spells say this, so I don't know why this is a stipulation. It's very weird. But it is a downside, I guess. So yeah, even though it's only 40 points, this guy gets passed on. I think the Soulstealer Carrion is just far more useful. But not nearly as useful as the Bone-Tithe Shrieker, the best endless spell in the game. Oh my god, it's so good. It's the best.
Look at how happy he is. Look at how happy he is in that photo.
He's so stoked. He's so stoked to be useful. So why is it the best endless spell in the game? Well, for starters, it's a super easy cast and a really big threat range, right? Set up wholly within 12, +6 for your Arkhan, so let's say 18, and then a flying 8-inch move, so now we're up to 26. And then units within 12 inches, it's a huge range, can't receive Rally or Inspiring Presence, which is amazing. It's like Horrorghast plus. And those units have -1 to ward rolls. Unbelievably strong effect. Cutting a unit from a 5-up ward to a 6-up ward is cutting a huge chunk of its effective health down. It's going from 150% down to 120%. Cutting off a 6-up ward just gets rid of any chance that it could ignore damage. Like, getting rid of dice rolls is really, really useful. And that's especially good if you're playing Ossiarch Bonereapers. They're a super elite army. They can't just lose. They're a super elite army, and sometimes they just lose games with ward rolls going the wrong way. Not only that, but also Inspiring Presence is really, really big. If you're playing against Gits and you're trying to chop your way through 160 Gits, getting rid of their Inspiring Presence is a big way to do that. It does move every hero phase. It's not a static effect. It can be repositioned as you need it. It's only 50 points, and this is one of the strongest reasons you should consider that Dark Acolyte command trait. It is easy to dispel. However, you will get most of the effect from this the turn you cast it. Right? So your opponent will have a chance to unbind, which they may not get a chance to unbind because you might take that command trait. It'll do its effect on your turn, and then even if they dispel it, well, that's okay, right? It's done most of what it needs to do. It doesn't need to stick around every single turn. So, really, really strong spell. I can't believe it's only 50 points. I can't believe it's only a 5-up cast. Like, there's so many good things going on with this spell. It makes every other spell look like garbage. This is like one of the best spells you can cast in the game.
Yeah, Bone-Tithe Shrieker is like one of those spells where you have to have a really good reason, just like Arkhan, for not taking it. It does everything your army wants to be doing in terms of making horde models run and making elite models weaker with weakening their wards. I mean, yeah, it used to be an auto take spell in the last edition, and it looks like that really hasn't changed through this book either.
Yeah, like a lot of people use the Inspiring Presence because it's like, if you're going into a meta where you're trying to take on the melee combat directly center field, you're constantly dealing with 1 or 2 units that are really, really tough to kill, and then they'll just pop Inspiring Presence on it. This stops that completely with extra benefits.
Yeah, it just does so much. Stopping rally too, right? Like, if you have a unit of Chosen or something that's just outside of range, or let's say this is becoming a more common tactic, people will retreat with a unit and then at the top of the next turn try to rally with it, even if they don't, even if it's not their turn. And this 12-inch range on this spell prevents that from happening. Just extra utility on top of all the other good stuff this spell is doing.
Yeah, Varangard and Knights. Ooh, Varangard, look out for this.
Yeah, but the -1 to ward just disables the 6-side ward they get from the sorcerer, and the rune ward gets a little bit weaker. Like if you do mortal wound somehow, Petrifex Elite with this thing is just like an 80% win ratio against slaves. It's so
actually
strong.
it does more than that. It weirdly enough, it affects mortal wound wards from like things like Archaon. It completely cuts out any death, 6-up Deathless Warriors traits. Cuts out Guard of Steel Soul, which is pretty huge for Stormcast.
Mhm.
And really importantly, people don't realize this, but Fueled by Gurish Rage, which is a GC aspect of the champion, is a ward. Because you deny the last wound that it would take, and then you gain D3 back and negate all the other damage. It makes Gurish Rage go off on a 4-up.
Yep, it makes Praetors happen on a 4-up as well.
Yeah.
That's a really good point, actually.
Yeah.
Love it. S tier. Best spell in the game, possibly. So good.
Yep.
I really do like the Soulstealer Carrion, the pigeon. It's just so thematic.
Pigeon's great, but it's no Shrieker.
Yeah.
They're both excellent. Like you can find room for both in a list for sure. All right, so let's look at our summary of where we ranked each unit. Keep in mind this is done with the context of Season 2 in mind. If you're watching this review after Season 2 has ended, if for example, GHB 2023 has come out, and we have a whole new rule set, these rankings may not be the same. Pretty sure the S tier units are going to stay S tier, but everything else can shift around. Looking at S tier, we put Stalkers in there. They do the most damage. Nice and easy to rank them as S tier. Highest threat range, most damage, easy S. Immortis Guard, keep all your heroes alive forever and do good damage, and are tough. Arkhan the Black, great caster, fast, monster, has an instant kill spell potentially. Yeah, fantastic unit. Boneshaper revives multiple models per turn, is a wizard, unlocks a lot of efficiency in your list by making him the general. Great unit to bring. Stacks with Arkhan the Black. And Bone-Tithe Shrieker, for all the reasons we just talked about. It's fantastic. Rounding out the A tier, we've got the Archai and the Deathriders. They are both excellent units, just not as useful as the previous 2 units, the Stalkers and the Guard. Your list will probably involve some mix of Stalkers, Guard, Archai, and Deathriders. I think at least the competitive list will probably do that, because they're all excellent units. Ossifecter, Liege-Kavalos, Katakros, and Vokmortian are the heroes for the A tier, and the Soulstealer Carrion is the endless spell. In the B tier, we have units that are just not efficient enough to, or have some kind of crippling weakness. In this case, it's the whole Mortek Guard package. So we're looking at Mortek Guard, the Harvester, the Crawler, and the Soulmason. All of these kind of fit into that package. And then the Arch-Kavalos Zandtos as well is a B tier unit. In C tier, we put the Harbingers, Kainan's Reapers, and the Nightmare Predator. Mercanon's Reapers kind of look more like a D tier unit on second look, but that's fine. It's not a huge difference. In D tier, these are not viable and competitive in our opinion. Soulreaper and Nagash, they are just overpriced for what they do. But overall, 20 out of the 22 Warscrolls are viable. That's 91%. That is great. You can have a lot of fun building Bone Reapers lists. There's a lot of viable options. Maybe the Mortek Guard package isn't the most competitive thing in the world, but it's super fun, right? It's really fun to just revive skeletons over and over and over. And there's enough play around that your opponent won't have a miserable time with it. On to Section 2, Allegiance abilities. We use the same ranking system we use in Section 1. In this case, S tier is a very high impact ability, a unique aspect that defines something that's going to be very powerful, and that scales down all the way to F tier, which is something that we consider to be just too niche and never worth using. For reference, we would consider something like Hallowed Knights or Hammers of Sigmar to be S tier in Stormcast, and we would consider Anvils of the Heldenhammer to be an F tier, just never play the subfaction for any reason. So that's more or less the ranking system. Let's start talking about the Bone-Tithe Nexus. So this is part of your Allegiance abilities. You can only use this if you're playing Ossiarch Bonereapers. And it's a kind of an interesting terrain piece, because unlike a lot of other terrain pieces, it just has an effect and it just takes up space. You can't garrison it. It doesn't really interact with your army in a meaningful way. It just kind of does something every turn. And what that thing is, you can pick one of 4 different effects. So you pick an enemy unit in your hero phase, and you give it one of the effects. One of them is -1 hit until your next hero phase. One of them is just takes D3 mortal wounds. One of them is -1 casting or -1 chanting. So if you really want to screw over like a Khorne priest, you can give them -1. Like if they have a Bloodthirster with Firebrand, you can give that a -1, which is pretty cool. You can also make it so they can't run, and they have -3 to charge rolls, which is a very brutal effect against certain units. Now, the problem with these effects is that they all require a unit within 18 inches. And based on the size of this thing, it may not be possible to set it up right on the front line. And even if you do, you're not going to do this if you're going first in the first turn, right? Most deployments are more than 18 inches away. It's unlikely that you're going to be able to do this. It's very easy to deploy around this effect. Given that everything is very centralized right now, though, a lot of the battle plans require fighting over the middle of the board. If you stick this pretty close to the middle of the board, you'll probably get this activate more than once every game. The effects are strong. -1 hit just can't be countered. Even if you have all out attack, you're back to base. Very strong effects. But they do activate on a 4+, which is unfortunate. It can be a 3+ if any model was slain within 12 inches. Don't know how often that's going to happen, frankly, given the restrictions on it. It's not like you can force the enemy to come to you always. So, it's nice, but it's not a huge bonus. I wouldn't play too much into it. What is nice about it, though, is that it's not activated at the start of your hero phase, which means you can do a whole bunch of stuff on your turn, and then whenever is the right time to do another D3 mortal wounds, or, then you can decide, okay, well, now this unit has -1 hit. Like, you can choose the order of operations. A lot of effects being added to the game are now start of hero phase, and this is not one of those. So that's actually a nice little bonus for this. Downsides, it's so big, it's hard to put it on the table sometimes, depending on how the terrain is laid out. It's actually just a pain to get this thing on the table. And yeah, just the range, 18 inches. It almost feels like you could completely play without this thing and still be just fine. Like, this is not key to the Ossiarch plan at all. It's not like a shrine for Lumineth or a pizza oven for Fire Slayers. This thing actually does just feel optional. What do you guys think, though?
It's free, so it's literally just icing on the cake.
Yeah, you can make some choke points with it, right? Like when you're playing an elite army, like you got 4 wide guard or stalkers, and you can funnel enemies into that and not get extra models around you. Like, that's okay. That's nice.
It's one of the most annoying ones to have to place around, like a TL place terrain, for example.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, this is like coin toss, and you just completely mess up your opponent's turn. So, and it's free. I mean, if it costs points, I'd be like, nah. But for free coin toss that messes up my opponent's charge or, mortal wounds or spellcasting, yeah, whatever, sure. Impassable terrain, I can block off a flank with this.
Yeah. I mainly look at this as like it's a massive riot shield.
I would not even pay 10 points for this if I had a choice, honestly.
Yeah, the range is definitely a little bit low.
What did this thing used to do in the previous edition? Precisely what did it do?
It was 2 up, 36 inches, -1 to cast, 2 up, 36 inches, 1 mortal wound. And then if you were wholly within 18, on a 4 up, it cut down your charge to 1d6, or it gave you a -1 to hit. So they made the ranges a lot better because it's no longer wholly within 18. It's shorter, but it means that you can actively like try for some because the 3 up is actually important.
I think I preferred the old version. All right, let's talk about subfactions. First up is the Mortis Praetorians. They're a subfaction ability, and I should mention there's no battle line associated with this subfaction or any of the subfactions. None of them have any special battle line. This is actually, I think, the first book to do this, where you don't unlock even a single battle line option, depending on your subfaction. So all you get are these abilities. So they better be good, right? The Praetorians one is once per turn, after an enemy charges, if you have a unit that's within 12 inches of that enemy, and that friendly unit is not in combat, you can charge that. You can charge that enemy. So basically, you can countercharge. And that's an incredibly strong ability, because in Age of Sigmar, how you charge is how you win the game. Charge move and the pile-in move are the game-winning moves most of the time. What people will try to do against a super elite slow army like Bonereapers is to just finish outside of 3 inches of combat so that you don't get pulled in, and then they can fight one unit at a time and pick you apart. However, if you're playing Mortis Praetorians, that's not an option, because if they try to do that, you just charge them, and you're in. And because the army is so tough, and because it replenishes units so well, and because it's so slow, this is a phenomenally strong ability. The fact that this also activates charge effects during your opponent's turn, like for example, if you have Deathriders, they can activate their mortal wounds, or if you're using Morghast, they can gain their strike first effect. That's awesome. That's really, really awesome. When you combo this with using crawlers to unleash hell and make enemies strike last, this is a really tough melee army to crack, is effectively what's going to happen here. You don't get to pick the perfect engagement. The Bonereapers dictate the pace of the combat. You'll still probably be able to strike first unless the Morghast get an 8-up charge, but really, really strong ability. And interestingly, sorry, one last thing. Interestingly, you can also re-roll that charge roll with Forwards to Victory, the command ability. A lot of people may not know this, but yes, you can issue a command in your opponent's turn. It's a neat little thing. So if in case you roll low, you can fish for the 8-up on the Morghast with that. Go ahead, Anthony. Sorry I interrupted.
That's all good. No, I was just going to say this is a better version of the Ironjawz one. Of Iron Suns. It's no CP, it just happens.
Yeah, it certainly feels like a better version of a lot of abilities. The Fire Slayers have a countercharge, Nurgle has a countercharge on the Glotkin, and this is just the best one in an army that's really well suited to take advantage of it. Downsides. This really only helps against melee armies, right? Against shooting or magic-focused armies, stuff that's trying to keep you at arm's length, this does literally nothing. If you're playing against Lumineth, probably will never even activate. If you're playing against let's say a competent Stormcast or Caradron player, they may not ever activate this for you. And in which case you're giving up very powerful abilities that could be helping you in other matchups. Another downside is that Bonereapers are an elite army. They don't have many units, period. So if your opponent manages to charge in such a way to just be within 3 inches of you, you cannot declare a charge with this. And because the army is so elite, it doesn't have that much zone denial. So your opponent can get these kind of flanking maneuvers if they're a fast enough army. Like Anthony, you're saying it's a better version of Ironjawz, but oddly enough, Ironjawz can actually shut down this ability pretty well. So in terms of favorite units, I could see this subfaction really liking Morghast, really liking Deathriders, Mortek Guard as a screen, and then you countercharge in with some Morghast. Harvesters make sense if you're using Mortek Guard. Crawlers to make enemies strike last. Like you want enemies to charge you, and then you react to it. In terms of heroes, you want the Boneshaper to revive stuff. You want the Soulmason to buff up your units of Guard and Harvesters. And the Deathriders, you want an Ossifecter to buff up your Harvester and your Morghast. You want Katakros in there because he is a War Master. You probably want Arch-Kavalos Zandtos to get a +1 to wound aura. And you can also run a Liege-Kavalos as well to get +1 attack. Overall, it seems like a very strong subfaction. I don't think it's obviously as strong as the A tier that we've given it. I think it'll take some time for people to really understand just how strong this ability is. And when they do, it'll be a thing you need to watch out for. It's an interesting pivot away from our next one, which I guess we should have talked about Petrifex Elite first, because everything kind of has to be compared to it. But if the meta goes in a certain direction, let's say just mass amounts of damage 1, for example, Petrifex Elite doesn't look as good anymore, and I think Mortis Praetorians is one of the first pivots you can make there. So it's a good option to have for the army in terms of tournament setting. I don't think it's going to be the first pick, though.
Yeah, I think I almost feel like we should have started with Petrifex, just because it's like it's so general, right? Like this one is too situational. I think some of the other ones are a little more situational, but it's okay to be situational if there's enough armies out there that are strong enough, and I think one of our next factions will show that.
Yeah, let's just jump into talking about Petrifex Elite, right? Because this is the S tier subfaction. This is like, your Hammers of Sigmar or your Gardas or Barak Zon or Barak Urbaz and Karadron, like this, or Helon and Lumineth. This is the one people are going to play for the most part because the effect is so strong and it buffs all the right units. So what it does is that the Hekatos units, which are Morghast, Immortis Guard, and Stalkers, and the Gothizzar Harvester, those units take -1 damage from all effects. If you get hit by a damage 2 weapon, the damage is now cut in half. It's like having a Night Cruciator in your army all the time. Can't be turned off. It's no situation for it either. It's just always active against shooting, melee, every phase. Oh man, it's so strong. It's Seraphon, but undead. And it's on all the right units, right? We went through our unit tier list. Morghast, Immortis Guard, and Stalkers are all excellent units. And because this -1 damage is so strong, you can actually have a list that's just those units. You don't even need something cheap and disposable to screen for them, because you can just take the damage and then hit them back harder. One of the problems OBR have is that they can't revive destroyed units, so any amount of damage mitigation becomes very, very powerful because of how the army functions. With the 5-up ward, you're trying to gain as much effective health as possible, trying to make sure you don't lose your whole unit before you can start reviving it with the Boneshaper and Arkhan, especially in a game like Age of Sigmar where double turns happen, and there's not really anything you can do against 2 turns of shooting. But if you have -1 damage all the time, suddenly a unit like Stormcast Long Strikes or cannons off the Karadron Overlord ships, those are suddenly doing a lot less damage, and you're a lot more likely to survive a double turn and start reviving units on your turn.
Yeah, it's weird to see an army that doesn't care so much about Iron Blasters, for example. That's another good one.
Yeah, for an army that has Resurrection now for its heavy hitter Paladin units effectively, and the fact that it can stack saves really well with Katakros, Mystic Shield, and the host of commands they have available, this is really, really good. This is probably what you're going to see most of the time, other than some corner case Null Myriad builds, in my opinion.
Right, and it's really good now because the game is full of high damage weapons, right? People are using stuff like Tree Lords and Kurnoth Hunters who do multi-damage. There's a lot of multi-damage. I think that might change, right? There are some armies that don't care that much about multi-damage effects, like Karadron with just mass gunfire can just do a lot of damage 1. Lumineth really don't do a lot of high damage, so it doesn't really do anything into that matchup. So it's not to say that this is the only one that will ever be picked, because there could be a meta out there where you're worried more about mortal wounds from spells, or just mortal wounds in general, or just mass amounts of damage 1, like maybe Seraphon, right? Like Chargers and Saurus Warriors are just going to do a lot of damage 1 to you, and this does nothing against that. And if you're just playing, 4 matches out of 5, where you picked a subfaction that does literally nothing for you, maybe you pick a different one instead. So there could be a pivot away from this at some point in the future, but right now it just seems really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
Another downside is that this doesn't really do anything for Mortek Guard or Deathriders. It's just on the Hekatos units and Harvesters, but I don't think you can make a list that's just those units, right? Even if you go as elite as possible, you do end up taking a bunch of Deathrider units just because they're faster. They can go out and take objectives. They have flying charges with mortal wounds. They're a good support unit. I think Deathriders make the cut even in a Petrifex elite list. If you just go Stalkers and Harvesters, Stalkers and Morghast, it's not a great list. So the fact that this doesn't do anything for some of your units is a bummer, because those units will just get picked off.
Yep. It's just good. We'll definitely be seeing this a lot, and it's definitely something to take in consideration between this and Coalesced. Definitely taking into consideration on my list.
Yeah, those Stormdrake lances aren't looking so hot anymore.
Nope, they are not.
Well, let's take a minute to lower our expectations and look at the Staliak Lords. Units with mounts can reroll charge rolls. So thinking about which units have this, that would be the Deathriders, Arkhan, and Liege-Kavalos. I think that's an exhaustive list because everything else has a subfaction keyword or doesn't have a mount. So, yeah.
Awkward.
Well, I will say it is nice to be able to reroll multiple Deathrider charges, right? Because you're trying to fish for higher charge rolls to do more mortal wounds. Sometimes you're going to be charging in multiple units at once. And OBR can retreat and charge, so it's not like you're not going to get access to this ability. So it's like having access to that command on every single unit without spending a command point on any of those units. The problem is that you're not going to win a game with just Deathriders, so it's not great. Not a great bonus. The only
if this was retreat and charge for free, it'd be much better.
Yeah, just not having to spend command points on that. That would go a long way.
Yeah, they had that last time, but I guess I don't know, they just didn't feel like giving Ossiarch that mobility. We've seen them do this before. They see an army that's normally has some kind of mobility that normally doesn't, and they just nerf it because they're like, nope, you're slow. Deal with it.
This does seem like the kind of thing that was nerfed in playtesting. Maybe it was allowing Morghast to reroll, and people were deep striking a whole bunch of Morghasts and then trying to charge them with 9-inch rerollables. I don't know. This is a very weak subfaction ability. The only list I could ever see try to foresee with this is some kind of Nagash list that just brings mass amounts of Deathriders and is reviving them and trying to charge in 9 inches. And I don't know. I'm not sold on it. Even that list doesn't seem very good.
Mm-hmm.
Ivory Host. This one allows your Nadirite weapons ability to cause 3 hit rolls instead of 2 if that unit took any wounds this turn. Now, this does only work on unmodified hit rolls of 6, so if you cast Empowered Nadirite, the unit won't get any bonus from that, just on the 6s still. So I do want to say this is a really powerful effect, and I got some math here on the screen. Assuming you hit on 3-up, which is pretty fair, right? Because not every unit's going to have all-out attack. Sometimes it gets disabled. Sometimes there's a -1 hit effect. So let's just assume your units hit on 3-up. That means 4 out of your 6 dice hit, on average. Nadirite is an extra hit on 1 of the 4 dice, which is plus 25% damage output. If you have Ivory Host, that's now 2 extra hits on 1 of those dice, which is a 50% damage increase, or 20% more than regular Nadirite, which is a strong damage boost for a subfaction ability. If you have the 5-up Empowered Nadirite, that's also 50% more damage, or plus 20% more damage than regular Nadirite. So this ability is like having Empowered Nadirite on every single unit, every single turn, if that unit took wounds this turn. Right? That's the big downside here is that the unit itself has to be harmed. So do you want to start suddenly casting endless spells on yourself to ping your units to get a significant damage increase? I don't think that's very worthwhile because you won't have that many units. There's not a lot of ways to strike first or strike last offensively. So, yeah.
You're also wasting a critical spell slot that you could, be using towards something.
What do you mean?
Instead of hitting your own guys. I mean, the only way this activates is if you take wounds. So you could put a Burning Head through your army, but that's another spell slot wasted essentially.
Yeah, I thought you meant with the Empowered Nadirite. Yeah.
No. It's like you could trigger this off of a Burning Head through your own army, but it's not a worthwhile strategy to be hurting your own stuff.
No, I do want to say that more damage is good, especially in an elite army in a game where people are throwing minuses to hit and wound and attacks and damage at you. An elite army really suffers with that, and being able to pump more damage out is really, really strong. The problem is that the condition is just so bad, but I don't think this is as bad as Staliak Lords. This is actually, in the right situation, it's good. I think
if Petrifex wasn't a thing for the hammer units in this army, I would consider this more. It's right behind there.
Yeah, if Petrifex just straight up didn't exist, this would actually be in consideration. because it's the only subfaction that increases your damage directly. Yeah. So it's not terrible. There's a possibility for it. If we get into like a really grindy situation, maybe. Just maybe. Null Myriad. Your units have a 2+ spell ignore while they are wholly within 9 inches of a Mortisan or Arkhan. That's unbelievably strong, right? Like, how many armies get 2+ spell ignore auras? That's so
it takes
stupid.
Khorne like 3 turns, like with a lot of luck. I don't even know.
Yeah, and it's like the restriction of being near a Mortisan is not a big deal because you've got a Immortis Guard to keep them alive. So it's not like they get sniped out.
Yep.
If you play against something like Tzeentch, they just say, "Okay, I'm going to save the time." You're just, I'm done. Go next. Play another game. You just get a free win if you get matched into Tzeentch. Like, I don't see how they get around this.
Yeah, I really like the 4-up spell ignore on dragons. Having this would be just holy crap.
Unbelievable.
Just tilt some matchups completely off the map.
Right, but that's the key word. It's some matchups.
Yep.
Other matchups, it's completely worthless.
Yeah, you face Khorne and they just kind of laugh at you.
Yeah,
but think about it this way: if there's a 2-list format, is there anything other than Null Myriad you would take?
No, I'd go Petrifex and Null Myriad. Same units, just swap the subfaction.
Yep, swap the subfaction, and it's like if you're in a magic heavy meta and you're facing a tech list or Tzeentch list, and you go, okay, boom, here I am.
Yep. Now this is really good if you like. I like the idea of building a list that has we'll talk about command traits in a bit, but like comboing this really powerful spell ignore with something like -1/-1 shooting is incredibly strong as a defensive thing. It'll force the opponent, like you're forcing your opponent into a kill me in melee, or we're just not playing this game through. Like you have to come to melee, and that's exactly where Bone Reapers want to be. They want to be in melee. Even without the -1 from Petrifex Elite, like there's going to be matchups where that doesn't come into play. Like you're taking a lot of mortal wounds, and then just having this, even to stop debuffing spells, right? Like a lot of times people will cast spells to debuff you. This also helps against that. It's not just a spell ignore against mortal wounds caused by spells. It's just any spell or endless spell just doesn't do anything to you. Really, really powerful. And I think it's, if it was a 3+ or a 4+, I wouldn't put this in A tier. But because it's a 2-up, you're basically immune to spells. It's so reliably good that it gets an A tier ranking. It's very, very strong.
Yeah. I think honestly, like especially the way the meta's looking at the moment, obviously we want these reviews to be eternal, but at the moment, like this is honestly S tier at the moment,
Yeah, it's definitely a valid swap from Petrifex. As long as techless lists are out there, this makes them cry.
Yep.
Honestly, you could run this in like a non-Stalker and Immortis heavy sort of build.
Oh yeah.
If you're not doing too heavy on those big guys, this is not a bad pick, because if you're focusing a little on your Kavalos Deathriders or Mortek Guard supported by Harvester, and you're worried about things like Chaos Spawn, you're worried about techless locking up Mortek Guard, Null Myriad's not a bad pick.
Yeah, this is where I would play the Mortek Guard blocks, because giving them a 2-up spell ignore is good, but giving the Harvester a 2-up spell ignore, that's really good.
That's huge, yes. And combined with the -1 shooting wound or whatever.
Yeah, -1/-1.
You see those Tzeentch flamer lists, and it's like, what do you do?
Yep. The Harvester at that point actually becomes durable enough to survive, and then you actually have a functioning archetype, which is great. I think this is the way to make Harvesters work.
I don't know. Let's look at another faction before you decide on that.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about the last one here, the Crematorians, which is my favorite from a fluff perspective. The idea of just having exploding skeletons is really cool. Yep. And the fact that it's like, I don't know, I'm pretty sure Nagash just hates Stormcast so much, and he saw Stormcast doing Blaze of Glory. He's like, I can do that. I can do it better. He does.
Because... I mean, let's be honest. Like, everyone is doing the Stormcast thing better than Stormcast right now.
I mean, you've seen Blood Wars. Anyways, sorry.
Like I don't want to harp on it, but literally everyone is just doing Stormcast better these days.
Yeah, that's the template for new books. Is what are Stormcast doing? Let's give it to another army and make it better.
Yeah, if it's a 6, if it's a 6-up, make it a 5-up. If it's a 5-up, make it a 4-up. That's the theme. It's great. I love it.
So the ability here is before you remove a slain model, you roll dice equal to its wound characteristic, and each 5-up is a mortal wound to an enemy within 3 inches. And this is obviously strictly better than the Stormcast version, because the Stormcast version is you have to use a command ability once per game in the combat phase to do this. But that's fine. We can ignore that because
happens immediately.
Immediately, yeah. And this army has recursion, so they can revive models, so you get more and more value out of it, which is great. If you're losing, 20 Mortek Guard and then reviving 10 back on your turn, and then losing another 20, that's even more mortal wounds being pumped out with this thing. If you're getting charged and you're trading, your opponent's killing you, but you're also killing them at the same time, right? There's no clean trades into a Crematorians list, which is great. This is another situations where that -1/-1 shooting comes into play, because you want your opponent to come into melee. You would probably want to bring something like Arkhan in here, or even honestly Nagash, just to deny enemy spells, force them to come fight you. Yep. Very strong ability. Unfortunately, I don't think we're in the right metagame for it right now, because the game is very focused on shooting and magic, and I think it's not as good as just having -1 damage on your key units. So we were talking about, Mortek Guard. You can go defensive if you go Null Myriad, and they get a very potent ability to negate spells. But you can also do that Mortek Guard build in Crematorians, and that becomes higher damage output, let's say. It lets you contest objectives easier even when you're losing models. So I think Mortek Guard work here, Harvester works here, Deathriders work here. I think I would avoid using the typical Stalker hammers that you would use in other ones, just because this one really wants as many wounds on the table as possible.
Okay, yeah, okay. I could see that, sure.
Yeah, I could definitely see it.
Yeah.
It's B tier for a reason, but yeah, it's...
Yep. If the game goes back to what we saw at the start of 3rd edition, really grindy stuff, punching each other to death in one turn on over objectives, and then I think there's actually a place for this. It's not a bad one by any means.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Anthony? You've been a little quiet.
No, I think it's a solid subfaction. The thing is, there's certain types of meta builds. If you're looking at it from the perspective of a recursion of Stalkers, you can bring back 3 of them on 3. So you're looking at 15 dice that you can roll, potentially, if you're bringing them back, and they're consistently dying. So.
Yeah, and if they do that near a Harvester, every time one of them dies, they revive potentially 3 skeletons.
Yeah, totally.
So it's good subfaction. I like it. Let's take a look at the best page in the book, which is the command traits page, because almost every ability on here is ridiculously strong, and I'm very jealous as a Stormcast player that they have such ridiculously strong abilities. First one up here is Dark Acolyte. The first spell cast by this general each turn cannot be unbound. And this works if you are using the Arcane Tome to cast Endless Spells or Mystic Shield as well, because you could give this to a Liege-Kavalos. This is a phenomenally strong ability, given how good the support spells from the spell lore are, which we'll talk about soon. But we did talk about the Endless Spells already and how strong they are. Being able to cast the Carrion without an Unbind attempt from your opponent, being able to cast the Shrieker and your opponent just can't do anything about it that turn, these are really, really powerful spells, and just removing the dice rolls from your opponent to counter them is great. Really great. The fact that this also works on guaranteed unbinds, like a Knight Incantor, or the Voidstone Orb from Caradron. You just can't use those. Ridiculously strong.
Agreed, yeah. I'm actually a big fan of that one.
Even if all your casting is a Drain Vitality or Empowered Nadirate, that's still really good. This is an army that doesn't have high casting bonuses outside of Arkhan, so being able to cast 1 spell per turn that your opponent can't interact with is really good.
I mean, I honestly just did it for the Endless Spells last season, because they're so good, but yeah.
Yeah, it used to be heroic action, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was...
Just absolutely busted.
Yeah. Next up here, Show of Superiority. Each time an opponent uses a command on a 5-up, they have to spend 2 command points instead of 1. This, I think, is better than it seems. There's been a lot of these abilities that mess with command points on a 5-up, like Night Haunt do some stuff, Caradron maybe does some stuff, and Barak Mornar. This is one of the better ones, because this just requires the general being alive, right? And you just take a third of their command points away, effectively.
Yeah. I mean, it would be great if not for the fact that we have Dark Acolyte and then some following command traits. in the list. Like if we could take multiples of these, if this was Warhammer 40k, and we could take multiples of these, you bet your butt we would be.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would take so many command traits in this army. Every hero would get one.
Yep.
The mighty Arch-Ossian?
Archeosian.
Okay.
Arcosian. Arcosian.
Arcosian.
Arcosian, yeah.
This general can ignore negative modifiers when making save rolls. So you're just a 2-up all the time because you can all out defense. A lot of the heroes are 4-up save. So let's say you're like a 3-up, right? That's okay, right? But this army has a Immortis Guard. You don't need to ever use this. You can just stand near your Immortis Guard and your hero's not taking any damage.
I mean, it's not bad. Like it's fine.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with it.
Yep, a fine B tier ability.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Crafted from Beastbone. After attacking, add 1 to the attacks characteristic of this general's melee weapon each battle round for the remainder of the game. So
not feeling that one.
No, damage bonuses on support heroes, and let's be clear, all the Bone Reaper heroes that can take command traits at least are support heroes. The only one I wouldn't call a support hero would be maybe Zandtos and maybe Katakros, but they do so much supporting anyway. They're basically support heroes, right? Paying a command trait to boost their damage is not a good idea.
It's a worse version of the Mock Crush's +1 attack, +1 wound characteristic. Because he has it baked into his profile. This is just a command trait.
Yeah, and the Mock Crush is actually a hammer. You actually want him doing damage.
Like, I would honestly, if I was going to put this on anything, I would probably put it on a Liege-Kavalos. But, like, do you really want to run a Liege-Kavalos when you have all these other options?
No.
Yeah. I mean, no. But yeah, I get what you're saying for sure. It's like,
I mean, Liege-Kavalos probably becomes good next season for the next 2 command traits because he has the biggest base out of any hero that can take a command trait, that is.
Yeah, like I'm not putting down Liege-Kavalos. He's really good. It's just like you have a lot of other options, and there's a lot of flexibility with this.
You typically also want a Mortisan general to make Stalkers battle line, or even a Immortis Guard. So, well, let's look at the next 2 because these are also incredibly strong. Aura of Sterility. Enemy missile weapons have -1 hit and -1 wound against units that are wholly within 12 inches of this general. So this is not a debuff aura. This is a buffing aura for yourself. Your opponent shoots into you, no matter from what angle and what distance, they have -1/-1. Incredibly strong. Maybe
I love this so much. This just speaks to me on so many Sentinel tiers and everything. It's like, yes, give this to me.
Might be a little too strong, if I'm being honest.
It's so good right now. The game is plagued with shooting, and Bone Reapers have this ability. They designed this army very well. They said this is a slow melee army. What is it going to be like cripplingly weak against? Well, it's going to be very weak against anything with high mobility that can teleport charge, deep strike charges, or just fast units in general. It's going to be weak against shooting inherently, because all slow melee armies are weak to shooting, and it's going to be weak against mass bodies because it's an elite army. And what they've given this army to deal with that is Aura of Sterility to kneecap shooting. They've given it the Carrion spell to kneecap objective grabbing with high model count units, 1 and 2 wounds. And they've given it this next command trait, Diversionary Tactics, to give enemies within 12 inches -3 to charge rolls. All 3 of these things are what propel this whole Battletome into being a very powerful book. Like, if one of these 3 didn't exist, it would just be lacking that one piece, and it would have this one critical flaw that people could exploit every time. But yeah, Aura of Sterility is the strongest command trait in the game. I'm just going to say it. It is. I don't think there's a stronger command trait out there.
No, I mean, it'd be hard-pressed to find some, but yeah.
Well, you also have Dark Acolyte, which we just mentioned at the start, but yeah, these 2 are really strong.
Yeah, and the
last one is really strong too.
Yeah, enemies within 12 inches have -3 to charge rolls. That's really, 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 really good. Even against not deep strike charges, right? Just regular enemies charging in. They walked up 3 inches, like more than 3 inches away. Now they have a very good chance to fail, like a 6-inch, even with a reroll. I've seen people fail that all the time, right? Unbelievably strong ability. So
yeah,
all of these are excellent. They're all excellent. I think the default pick will be, like, let's say without considering the meta game, I think the default pick is Dark Acolyte, because there's always going to be a spell that you want to cast without your opponent interacting with it. Like, it's so important to cast a Carrion into Gitz, or to cast a Shrieker into, you know, another OBR army, for example, or anybody that wants to Inspiring Presence, that Dark Acolyte becomes really crucial. Like, you can't play your turn without the Carrion in some matchups, right? And the fact that you can pivot away from that if there's a lot of shooting and have this -1/-1 aura, also incredibly strong. Or if there's like melee everywhere, you pivot into this -3 charge, and sometimes they just don't charge you on their turn and they've done nothing. Crazy good. But you can only have one. That's the problem, is you can only ever have one. So you have to pick which one you think is going to be the most useful. Right now, I think it's Aura of Sterility. Shooting is very prominent in the game right now. Neutral command traits. We can go through these quick. Battle Lust, you can reroll run and charge. There's no way to run and charge with a hero, so you're just rerolling one or the other. Nope, not good enough. Skilled Leader, on a 5-up, you can generate a command point at the start of your turn. More command points than Bonereapers would be good, but this is not a good way to do it. There's no Priest, so High Priest is useless. Heroic Stature, +1 wound is not good enough. You have Immortis Guard if you need more wounds. Master of Magic. We can actually talk about this one. Would you guys ever consider running Master of Magic in this army?
Probably not. I feel like the other ones are too good to give up. It's not a bad pick by any means, but one spell reroll. All my spells are relatively low to cast. If I'm worried about someone unbinding them in that meta, I take Dark Acolyte. But honestly, like, even without that, my commands just get me so far. The spells are just nice to have.
Yeah, I'm on the same terms with that. It's like all of our casts, like at least a lot of them are at least 5. And 5 is very statistically, like, you can actually get that reliably.
If there were 7s, that, you know, like last book had some 7s, I would be a bit more skeptical. But yeah, 5s and 6s, yeah, it's whatever. I'll take the chance, whatever.
What about for extra unbinding and dispelling? Because I think what you might want to do in this army, and I guess we just talked about this right before we came on to record, was enemies are going to dispel your Carrion at the start of your turn. That way you can't recast it. So what if you went Master of Magic to dispel your own Carrion, like right after your turn's over, at the start of your opponent's turn? That way you're free to cast it on your own turn. Is that enough utility?
I'll just do that without it too. Like,
okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, you can still do it without it, yeah.
Because this army is like, you have to have a very good reason not to take Arkhan or Katakros. So if you're taking Arkhan, that's not a problem, you know?
Yeah, that's true. It is still good. Maybe A tier is a bit too high for it. Maybe it's more like a B tier in this army.
Yeah, I'd say A or B is fine. I don't care.
Yeah, a little more niche than not.
Let's talk artifacts, and we can get all the bad ones out of the way. Well, they're not bad. They're not good either. Load of Saturation. You get +1 to your ward roll, so you always have a 5-up ward. And then if you activate a bonus to your ward with a command, you can get a 4-up ward, and that's pretty cool. But if you need wards on your heroes, you should just use Immortis Guard instead, right? Like,
well, I believe this is also only limited to Liege. All these 4 are limited to Liege only.
Is it? Okay, that's good to know. I thought it was any hero, but I thought it was just.
I'll double check, but yeah.
All right. Marrow Pact. Heal wounds equal to the damage caused by fighting. That's a strong healing effect. The problem is there's already a ton of healing in this army. I don't think you need combat phase healing as much as this artifact seems to suggest you need it. The Mind Blade. If you damage a hero with a melee weapon, they can't use heroic actions for the rest of the game. So this requires damaging an enemy hero, not just hitting them or wounding them. You have to get through the saves and allocations if there's any wards or bodyguards or anything. It has to do all that. And then how useful is it to shut off heroic actions? You know, if you hit a slam and they can't teleport anymore, that's awesome. If you hit a Soul Blight hero and they can't do stuff, I guess.
Like some of the Soul Blight heroes have good heroic actions, but yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, those are the only ones really. Soul Blight.
And Soul Blight can just do it with a different hero, the one that didn't take damage.
Most people have monstrous rampages. If you could shut those off, that'd be nice.
Yeah. The Mind Blade is a cool concept, but it's just too hard to use. Like maybe if it was, enemies within Maybe it was the Mind Stone, and it was like heroes within 12 inches can't use heroic actions. That would be much, much better.
Mm-hmm.
The Helm of Tyranny. Enemy units can't receive Inspiring Presence while they're within 3 inches, and D3 flee if they fail, which is like you turn the hero into a Horrorghast, essentially. The problem is this army has a Horrorghast, which is cheaper than a Horrorghast, and it also reduces ward rolls, and has a much bigger threat range than 3 inches. Just use the Bone-Tithe Shrieker. Find the points for it in your list. It's worth it.
Yeah, I'd agree. You could, I mean, if you ever this army doesn't want to go one drop, which in my opinion it always does, but if it doesn't go one drop, I could see someone taking this, combining it with Bone-Tithe Shrieker on a Liege-Kavalos or something, and just like wrecking hordes with it. Because you can do like this wombo combo bravery thing where you take Vokmortian, you take a Liege with this, and you take the Bone-Tithe Shrieker, and now you're -2 bravery on any enemy unit, making 2d3 models flee additionally or something.
That might come in handy if you're, getting debuffed and your damage goes down. But I think in general, if you're in melee, people are probably just going to pull models out of that 3 inches, right? Like if it's a big enough unit.
Yeah, it's like it's really good against those like weird elite units that just lose a lot of value when they lose models. Like if I'm fighting like a Stormkeep Guard, which is like bravery 8, and I reduce their bravery to 6 with Mortisan, and I kill 2, and now they can't, rally. If they roll a 5 or 6, that's 1 Stormkeep Guard lost. Something like that.
It's a lot of setup for a 1 in 3 chance.
A lot of setup, yeah. It's not. I mean, it's very niche. That's why it's neat, right? But yeah.
If there are more bravery debuffs, I'd see a purpose for this. These artifacts can only be taken by Mortisans, and each one corresponds to a specific Mortisan hero. So let's take a look at the Soulreaper artifact, the Lumen Scythe. Enemies have -1 hit and -1 wound to hit the bearer while they are within 3 inches of the bearer. So it only affects...
This would be a great artifact if this wasn't Soulreaper. That's it.
No, even then, I'd say it's still trash. It wouldn't be F tier if it could be taken by other units. But
I mean, I could see like if a Liege could take this, you could park him like 3 inches behind the Mortek Guard screen, and then.
But it's only while they're attacking the bearer.
Oh, oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really bad. If it was just a -1/-1 aura, like a 3-inch aura, that would okay. I could see that, right? But no, that's only while attacking the bearer, and it's affecting literally the worst unit in the book. So it's bad. It's real bad. But the Artisan's Key is phenomenal, and I think it's going to be the default pick for most lists. You only get the 1 artifact, I think, for the most part. You're not going to take Warlord battalions very often in this army, and when you take a Boneshaper in every list, you're probably going to take an Artisan's Key on them as well. So what this allows the Boneshaper to do is the Boneshaper can use his ability twice. You can pick 2 different units, or you can pick the same unit twice, which means you can revive 2 Stalkers from 1 unit, or 6 Morteks, or heal 6 wounds across a bunch of your heroes and Harvester. Incredibly strong, just doubles the effect of your Boneshaper. It's like adding 120 points to your list.
Yeah, this is probably the best one. Artisan's Key is the one you're going to see the most.
Definitely. Bones of the Abyss goes on a Soulmason. I love the attempt here at making... Okay, let's see what it is. +1 attack with the Ossified Claws, which is the little mount attack, until the end of the turn each time this unit casts a spell. So if the Soulmason casts 3 spells, he gains +3 attacks with a chair. I love that concept of a wizard getting a bonus melee attack just by casting support spells, right? Like you're increasing the damage of a support hero, which I just said was terrible, but conceptually it's not bad. The problem is that the implementation here really leaves a lot to be desired. If it was like, +1 hit, +1 wound, +1 rent, like it had to be a crazy damage bonus, right? But let's say...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's not even a good attack, like, because the good attack is a staff, right?
Yeah.
This is like a 3s and 3s -1 damage, one damage attack. Like if it was 2 damage on like his staff has and that got increases, then you could see it like, oh wow, he turns into like a 6 attacker or 5 4.
Yeah, suddenly he's a battle wizard. He casts all these buff spells and now he's actually hitting stuff too. Like that's a cool idea. This is not nearly strong enough.
No. I think like they just like this dude generates enough value for 160. We don't need to add like enhancements to him. Which is why they gave his artifact, the one he used to always take, to the next guy on the list.
Yeah, the Gothizzar Cartouche. This is for the new hero, the Ossifecter. He gains a +1 to wound roll with melee weapons, an aura wholly within 12 inches of him. And if you're using an Ossifecter on your list, I think this artifact is better than the Artisan's Key. for the most part. There's going to be situations where you have a +1 wound effect from something else, like a Soulmason, or from Zandtos, or from an Inspired Triumph, or Countercharge, or something.
Quick correction. I think this might be Holy Within 9.
Is it 9?
I think it's 9. I think the 12 is just Zandtos that does that.
Okay. All right. Well, even if it's 9, I think it's still phenomenal.
Yeah. This is basically a carryover from 2nd edition. The 2nd edition book. It's been given to the Ossifecter, and it used to only affect if you're fighting non-death units. So glad to see that go. That was a weird niche that they had to do, which I don't think they should have done. But yeah, Holy Within 9 is still good. It makes you want to take an Ossifecter just for this. +1 to wound is really strong in this army, because this army doesn't. Although this army has a lot of ways to +1 to wound, they're all locked behind weird things. Like you have Zandtos, who only does it in Mortis Praetorians. You have this thing. You have the Soulmason, but only for Mortek Guard and Kavalos. So this guy to just have a always-on aura that you don't need to cast anything or anything like that is pretty good. +1 to wound is one of the strongest buffs effects you can have in the game.
Yep, you can easily get your key hammer units on 2s and 2s with this. Very, very strong ability. And it's strong enough to consider running the Ossifecter as a 3rd string hero instead of a Kavalos, right? Because you want typically like Arkhan or Katakros, or sometimes both. Then you want a Boneshaper, and then the 3rd string hero is going to be like a Liege-Kavalos or an Ossifecter, right? Like one of those two is going to be the main pick. And there's a very strong argument for both, right? +1 attack is really good from the Liege-Kavalos, but +1 wound aura off the Ossifecter is also very good. Looking at the neutral artifacts real quick, Amulet of Destiny is terrible. This army already has a 6-up ward on every unit. Vial of Manticore
Honestly,
Venom.
I wouldn't even consider nothing on this list. I would never even consider Arcane Tome.
Really? Because I would put an Arcane Tome on a Liege-Kavalos and have him casting endless spells, or Mystic Shield.
I don't know about that. I think I'd just rather take, if I'm taking a Warlord Battalion or a Command Entourage, I think I'm just trying to pump up my Liege-Kavalos to be as survivable as possible. I think that's when I take the +1 reward artifact on him, because he's the one who carries my command trait, and you can bet 90% of the time, especially when fighting against something like Petrifex Elite, they're going to be trying to kill your heroes. They're the easiest things to kill. They're if you don't have an Immortis Guard, let's say you do, it's the easiest way to kill Immortis Guard. Instead of trying to kill a 2-up save, 5-up ward potentially, you can just try and target the 5-up save, 4-up saves, 3-up save heroes instead. So putting my Liege-Kavalos to a 5-up ward with that artifact we saw earlier, and then putting him to a 4-up ward with the command point, and him having the 12-inch aura of -1 to hidden wound, or in a melee meta of -3 to charge or something, I think that's really strong. I think I'd take that before Arcane Tome. I think this army has good enough wizards with Arkhan and like a Boneshaper and spells that are low cast value enough to where I don't feel the need to just carry around an extra spell in my pocket.
That's fair. Yeah, it is just a B tier artifact after all. But I think it is still worth discussing. Unlike everything else in this list, we're just going to ignore. Let's look at the spell lore, because it is very good. Starting off with a banger here: Empower Nadirite Weapons, cast on a 5, range 24, low cast, huge range, perfect. 1 unit can trigger Nadirite Weapons on a 5-up instead of a 6 until your next hero phase. More damage. More damage. That's all you need, right? 20% damage boost on average. Fantastic. S tier.
Yep. Elite armies. This is their Celestial Blades. They really like this.
Yeah, you're going to cast this every turn. Protection of Nagash. This has been nerfed so much from what it used to be.
Because people used to damage themselves with it and teleport in range for spells. So
yeah.
I'm glad that's gone.
Yeah, so it casts on a 6. If the caster takes any damage from a melee weapon, you teleport them at the end of that phase. It only activates from taking damage in melee, so you have to survive the whole phase, and if you're in melee, you might not survive.
I mean, that's the thing. If this is like your Arkhan's caught in a bad position and you just want to survive and teleport away,
yeah,
that's what you use.
The problem is you have to cast it like ahead of time, and it's probably not one of the 3 spells you want to cast with Arkhan, so not ideal. So this is F tier. You'll never teach this to any of your wizards. The only time you'll ever use this is sometimes Nagash and Arkhan will cast it, and they know the whole lore, so there's no opportunity cost. There's no ranking associated with that. Reinforced Constructs is very strong. Cast on a 5, range 18. 1 unit in your army gains a 4-up ward against mortal wounds. One of the things we've been talking about so far in this review is that one of the ways to kill big units is through mass mortal wounds. Not even that high, right? Like, if you can deal about 10 to 15 mortal wounds to a unit, you'll take big chunks out of it. And this protects against that, right? A 4-up ward against mortal wounds is spectacular.
Yeah. It's really good. There's a lot of like Katakros things that are not Katakros. Sorry. The safe stack in his army is good, but there's a lot of things like Kragnos and Ogres that'll just wreck you with more wounds alone. In the charge phase, and just being able to have like a screen of Mortek Guard with a Gothizzar Harvester supporting them with a 4-up ward against this, really good.
Yeah, it's an awesome tool pick, especially for armies that, like, for example, like Sentinel shooting, massive. And then you can also pop the command trait for 5-up wards on anything else that, if he wants to split shots. Because if you're running 60 Sentinels, you'll just dump fire, and with a 4-up ward, that's really hard to kill if you're dump firing.
Yeah, it's like you got, empowered outright weapons is offense but more offense. This is defense with more defense, and love it. It's a good spell.
Yep, there's so many mortal wounds in the game right now. This will definitely find a place in your list. Drain Vitality is one of the best spells in the game. So we were talking earlier about Master Magic casting 7-up spells. This is one of the times I would take it, right? Is if you want to reliably cast Drain Vitality, it's such a strong spell, it might be worth taking Master Magic. Probably not, but this is one of the arguments I have for it.
So quick correction. Drain Vitality used to be 7. It is now a 6.
Oh, it's just a 6. All right, then. Disregard what I just said.
Yeah,
so it's really easy to cast.
It is very good.
Casts on a 6, range 18. It gives an enemy unit -1 hit and -1 save. We just did How to Counter Tzeentch, and we talked about them having a spell that can give a unit 3 different effects. And one of them was -1 save, one of them was shut off commands, and then one of them was -1 hit, I believe. This does both. It does -1 hit and -1 save.
Yeah, it's better than its earlier version. Its earlier version was, I think it made you reroll hit rolls of 6s and save rolls of 6s.
Yeah.
Which is good if you're fighting like a low snake army, but -1 hit and save is amazing. Good lord.
Yeah, and if you have Arkhan in your army, you're casting this at 24 inches, which means you will be casting it on something round 1. Otherwise, without Arkhan, you're just not casting it turn 1, right? Because armies have to set up more than 18 from each other. If you stack that -1 hit with Katakros' -1 hit or the Bone-Tithe Nexus -1 hit, that unit is just, even with all that attack, it's still -1. So that's devastating on units like Chaos Knights who hit on 4s, Kroxigors hit on 4s. Like, these are brutal effects for those units to deal with.
It's brutal for anything that hits on 3s too. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's all the way I roll 3s. Mortal Contract casts on a 7, range 18. For the rest of the battle, at the end of each phase that this unit made an attack, it suffers D3 mortal wounds on a 3-up. So,
I don't know if it's attack. Is it attack? I think it's just any damage to an Ossiarch unit in any at the end of each phase.
Let's double check the wording.
Yeah, because I remember this. I used to cast this on things like, a Gargant, because they like to do damage in like the charge phase and the end of charge phase. So yeah, it is each phase. So yeah, I remember doing this on a War Dry. So he shoots, he charges, does some like stomp or something, and then just fights.
So every time they attack, right?
Well, it's not attack. Is it any attacks? Oh, attacks inflicted in each phase. Oh, it's weird.
Yeah, it's
so
not
it has
just
to be attacks specifically. Wow.
So if you have like a mortal wound charge, that won't trigger it. But if you shoot and then fight, you'll trigger it in both phases.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah. So this is honestly okay.
If you run out of spells, do this.
Pretty much. You just want to discourage. Like, it helps you trade. If you do this in Crematorians and somebody just charges into like 10 harvesters, or sorry, 10 harvesters, 10 Mortek Guard, this can actually just do a lot of mortal wounds back to them. It's honestly not as bad as it looks. It's just not as high impact as like Drain Vitality, which is like the best spell in the game almost. It's crazy. Soul Release. It casts on a 5. Until your next hero phase, enemy reserves and summons can't be set up wholly within 12 inches of the caster. This spell is either the best and most important spell in the game or completely useless. But
I don't think you take this as a dedicated slot. You have so many wizards in this army that just know the lore. Against some armies, like when you fight Stormcast or Beasts of Chaos, this spell is going to be insanely good.
Yeah, you just cast this with Arkhan, leave him on a flank. You know exactly where the Beasts of Chaos player is going to set up now because they can't set up near Arkhan. He's totally safe from combat because they can't charge in more than 12 inches, right? So, like, you just know where they're going to go, and you put whatever there, either something super tough or you put big block and disposable Deathriders. Like, so strong.
It's so good against summons, too. Like, you set this up near, like, a Soulblight Gravelord's army that's trying to, like, do unit recursion. They can't do it. You set this up against a, Burning Sigil of Tzeentch thing where they summon spawns. They can't do it. So...
Yep, denies Starborn summoning as well, which is going to be potent. Good ability. Just never teach it to a wizard. It's going to be cast with Arkhan, pretty much.
Arkhan or like Vokmortian or Soulmason.
Yeah. Let's look at the seasonal enhancements. They are just okay in this army because this army uses a lot of support heroes, and they specifically have support heroes that do stuff in the hero phase, which is quite different from most armies. So the Tusk Helm is nice, right? More damage is nice, and being able to do charge mortal wounds with a Liege-Kavalos, let's say in the enemy turn with Mortis Praetorians, that's cool. He
already does that. I guess you could double dip into it. But
no, you're right, because I think the Tusk Helm actually says if you have an ability that does that, you can't have both. So it'd have to be on like your Boneshaper, which you don't want to be using the Mortis Praetorian ability on the Boneshaper. You don't want to put him in combat.
Yep.
So this is okay. Like damage is utility, right? It's fine to do more damage. There's just much better picks in this army. The Nightflyer Cloak. Would you ever consider using this, Morgonk?
No, it's because it requires me to put something in reserves, and I don't want to do that. I typically want to start my heroes on the field and buffing my units with auras and spells.
Yeah, and you're not worried about them getting sniped off because of the guard.
No, I have a Immortis Guard for that, right? So.
Also, should have mentioned, Kavalos can't take it. He's not a champion.
Oh, right, you're right. Yeah. And Grif Feather Charm is also like really bad because the Ossiarch artifact does exactly this thing, but much better in a much better way that stacks with their other effects.
Yeah, and it can be used by any hero, not just champions.
Yep.
Looking at the aspects of the champion, Tunnel Master, I think, is the pick in this army for the most part. It allows you to secure grand strategy. It allows you to secure battle tactics with cunning maneuver. Both of these things, I think, this army is actually going to struggle with. They seem to have a tough time in this current season in terms of battle tactics.
And let's move your aura wherever you want.
Yeah, keep up all your auras. Oh, my -1/-1 shooting aura is now over here instead. Fueled by Gurish Rage, it's okay, but just use a Mortis Guard instead.
Yeah.
You can't use both, right? They're both wards, technically.
Yeah, you can't use both. I mean, you can. Technically, that ward activates on the last wound, so you can until you hit the last wound, and it's per wound allocation, so you can allocate a set number of wounds and then allocate the last.
Well, would you rather allocate a 3-up to the champion or a 2-up to the guard? You know what I mean? Like, would you want to run a 5 or just get the 2-up?
Well, I mean, it cancels out it negates all the other damage, so it depends on how much damage is coming in.
That's true.
So I might want to save my Immortis Guard, right? Because like we talked about, Immortis Guard don't have a choice; they have to take it.
Yeah, that's actually a situational use for it.
Yeah. So you might choose to save your Immortis Guard, just like a metric butt ton of damage coming in that'll just wipe your Immortis Guard out. So yeah, this is like a good secondary pick, but first pick is always Tunnel Master, and for that reason, same for like Stubborn as a Rhinox.
Yeah, the tactical utility of counting as 10 models is really nice. As long as there's no other enemy champions. And unfortunately, you can't really kill enemy champions to try to secure that tactic, So there's downsides of using this one as well. Leadership of the Alpha, I think, is an A tier. Being able to maximize efficiency with shooting and combat. I don't think people are going to run multiple crawlers or anything. But being able to...
Multiple AoE is nice, actually. In this
multiple
AoEs. A lot of ways to get +1 hit outside of Katakros. So.
Yeah, if you're running Katakros, it's a lot less useful. Triple redeploy is also just good, too.
Yeah, it's basically trying to compensate for the lack of +1 hit sources with the exploding weapons, the Netherite weapons. So yeah.
So it's fine. I think Tunnel Master's the pick primarily, and then probably Leadership depending on the list. And none of them are bad.
Yeah,
they're not bad at all.
Yeah.
Section 3, Match Play. We use a little bit of a different ranking system here. We try to keep the same letters S through F tier, but because there's basically no opportunity cost when it comes to battle tactics, we'd like to look at this stuff in a bit of a different way, because you just have every battle tactic available to you all the time. So there's no opportunity cost, you don't have to make choices, so it's not really worth ranking them against each other. So what we do instead here is we say, well, an S tier battle tactic or grand strategy is something that you will reliably score this in pretty much every game. An A tier one is you'll usually score it in most of your games, so it's really just about reliability, ease of use, and so on. That scales all the way down to F tier, which is too niche and you'll probably never score it. It's actually fairly rare to have an F tier battle tactic, just given how you can build your army if you really want to in order to score most tactics. Let's start by looking at the Bone Reaper grand strategies. And I gotta say, I'm not impressed overall. They feel really lackluster in general. But let's take a look at them. So the first one here is a textbook conquest. You have to control all objectives on the battlefield when the game ends. And if you're winning the game, cool, you get this. Maybe, right? You might not even get this if you're winning the game, right? Because this army is fairly slow. It has a low unit count. Every piece has to be more or less near another piece. There's not a lot of units you can just send out on their own to do stuff independently. So this is really hard to do. Trying to do this while playing the game normally, it will probably cause you to lose the game. And in that point, the grand strategy is not worth taking.
Yep, it's always good to play for just enough objectives to, you don't want to overextend. You just want to play for just enough to win. And that's all you're looking for. And maybe deny a little bit where you can. But yeah, this is just win more, so it's there.
Mm-hmm. As an aside, I think grand strategies would be a lot more interesting if they were just like a once per game thing you do, not necessarily at the end of the game. Like if this was like once per game, control all objectives, that would be cool, right?
Yeah, I agree.
At the end of a turn. Yeah.
Yeah, like if this was a thing where these were once per game, complete this thing during a turn and score 3 victory points, I think the grand strategies would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking at the next one here, creation and termination. You have to have more Mortisans than enemy heroes. So this is, again, a fairly difficult one to achieve. First off, because you will probably have 1 to 2 Mortisans per list. I can't see this army going past 3 heroes, and 2 Mortisans really does feel like the optimal number. And more than that, you have to kill all the enemy heroes so that they have less, and you have to keep all your Mortisans alive, basically. This army doesn't have super long range attack power. Like it's a melee army. So unless your opponent is running their heroes into melee, and all of their heroes, right? Even armies like Iron Jaws, which uses damaging heroes on like Maw Crushes, they still have support heroes that will run around the back and stay out of your range. Do you dedicate charges and maneuvering in order to go kill those heroes so you can score grand strategy? Not in this army, I don't think, right? Like this one is really tough to do.
Yeah, I think it's C tier in the sense that like you'll have Mortisans, so this is possible, but it's not necessarily anything better than that. Like it's average.
Yeah, and it's more than that because there's a seasonal one right now, and we kind of have to consider the seasonal ones when we talk about these.
Yeah, a little bit.
The Day is Ours, which all your Mortisans are champions inherently. If you use the Day is Ours, that's just straight up better, right?
Yeah.
So this is just, but even once that's gone, I don't think this is very good. So it's not a very good tactic.
Nope.
The next one here is the Pride of Ossia, or Ossia, however you want to pronounce that. You have to complete 4 or more battle tactics, and all of them have to be from the Ossiarch Bonereapers table. So that means 0 universal battle tactics. You have to finish at least 4, and all of them have to be from the table. And the new books have a lot of these. A lot of the recent books have these. And personally, I'm not a fan of them conceptually, because restricting yourself to say, I'm going to score 0 universal battle tactics, no matter the season, even if we had bad seasonal tactics, which we don't right now, we have fairly good ones. There's like 3 or 4 that are just guaranteed almost. But even if the battle tactics that were universal were bad, I still wouldn't pick something like this because you don't want to limit yourself tactically. Battle tactics are something you pick. You want to score them, like you pick them to fit the situation. If you have to pick one of the battle tactics from your book, you are really limiting yourself, and you're probably going to fall behind on score.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, that would be enough to get a D tier from me. The reason this one's F tier is because the battle tactics in this book, in order to score at least 4 of them, you would have to build maybe the worst possible list you could ever imagine with this army. Like, they're all over the place. You have to have a mix mash of a bunch of different units. They have to do weird things. Like, we'll talk about the battle tactics in a bit, and you guys will see. This is a terrible grand strategy, in particular for this army. The scales balance. This one's a little bit better. You have to have a Mortek Guard or Deathrider unit have the same number of models that they started the game with. So if you have a squad of 5 Deathriders, you stick them in a corner, you get your tactic. Nice and simple, right? If you never engage in melee with a unit of Deathriders, which I think that's a fairly reasonable ask, because Deathriders are often just screening units, or they are off holding objectives. Like, it's not perfect, right? Because sometimes you just want them to die in order to further another objective that you're playing. But of these ones, this is certainly the best.
Yeah, it's doable. I mean, especially if you have, a crawler to help out with this. Like, it's possible. Definitely going to be harder against armies that shoot. This puts a little bit more control in an opponent's, like on the opponent to counter, but it's not horrible, right? Like, even if you take something like, take what's theirs, right? Like, they still have control of putting units in their deployment, that kind of thing. So, it's it's fine. It's definitely the best one of all of these.
Looking at the universal ones, there's a lot more play here for Bonereapers. Let's start with Tame the Land. You have to control, and this is control, not contest. You have to control all objectives wholly outside your territory. And that is difficult for many armies. For this one, it's really difficult because a lot of your units are quite slow and can get pinned down in combats. Even though you can retreat and charge with only a 6-inch move, your ability to move your Stalkers and your Guard and your Mortek's only moving 4 inches when they retreat, it's very difficult to just get onto enemy objectives, especially because most of the army is not flying. So this one is difficult. I'd say it's a little bit better than Textbook Conquest, though, which requires controlling all objectives everywhere. This, you can give up your home ones, and then you can take the ones in your opponents. So this is a little bit better than that one, at least. Defend what's ours. You have to have no enemies wholly within your territory at the end of the game. And of course, territory size is different based on the battle plan. Sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's harder. This one's a little tough for OBR because without range power or long range, powerful movement, like we're talking like 20+ inch movement, like some armies have these days, it can be difficult to just sneak a unit in, right? One enemy model whole within your territory, that's it. That's enough to deny your battle tactic. That said, though, OBR play defensive style very well. They're very much a let my opponent make the first move and then react to it sort of army. They do this purely with melee damage almost entirely, but they're very good at that particular style. So I think this is passable. I think I would consider playing this if I were to make lists for OBR.
Mm-hmm.
Take what's theirs is the flip side of that, where defend what's ours requires you to keep your territory. Take what's theirs means you have more units in your opponent's territory than they do. And that's difficult because, like I was saying earlier, this army wants to stay together. They have units that aren't, they don't have too many units. I think you'll have like 7 to 8 units per list, and that includes 3 heroes, right? So you're talking most armies in this will have 5 units, 6 units that can move around and freely. And you're going to lose a couple of them throughout the game, even with the high defenses. Like, people are still going to be able to punch through them. And then those units have to be wholly within enemy territory, and they have to outnumber the enemy unit, and that's just really hard to do. It's really difficult to get all these things lined up against each other. You don't want to be messing around with your enemy territory, you just want to be contesting objectives. Stake a claim. 3 or more champions need to be wholly within enemy territory. So that means you need to bring at least 3 or more champions, which I don't think this army is going to do, for the most part. And all of them have to survive, and all of them have to finish the game in enemy territory. I would normally rank this lower, but if you build a list that doesn't have Arkhan, or it doesn't have Katakros, and you just bring 3 Mortisans or something, a Immortis Guard will keep those heroes alive pretty much until the end of the game. So it's not that bad, right? Like, you can reliably keep them alive, and as you move up the board, you tunnel master one of them into play. It's it probably should be a D tier. It's rough.
It's not amazing, and then you're having to like sacrifice positioning in some cases to you have to be aggressive with your movement if you want to do this with your champions that you don't really want to be in range of enemy shooting, melee, or even spells, right? Like, spells is also something to take into account.
Yeah, anytime you're Immortis Guard, step away for a second. This grand strategy is gone.
Yeah.
It really limits you tactically. But this one is a lot easier. Instead of bringing 3 champions and needing to keep them alive, you have to bring 1, make him the general, which you probably will because you'll usually have a Boneshaper or something. And you have to contest an objective. Not control, just contest an objective. And it doesn't have to be in enemy territory, it just has to be wholly outside your territory. So there's a lot more battle plans where there's just one in the middle and you can go contest that, or there's one objective in the enemy territory and you can just tunnel master onto the end of it at the end of the game. Your Immortis Guard will keep your general alive pretty well. Like, this is probably the best one that OBR can do right now. But I'm open to hearing opinions about that.
No, I mean it makes sense. You've got Immortis Guard, which are a great unit, and you can easily you want to bring at least one champion, right? You're gonna bring Arkhan or you're gonna bring Katakros or both, and you're at least gonna have one champion who's gonna be your general, so they can actually take enhancements, and you're gonna want to keep them alive. So this just this plays into what you want to do. It's a defensive army. It can definitely keep those champs alive.
Yeah, the trick is just getting that hero onto an objective at the end of the game. But I think Tunnel Master just makes that happen. And I think this army will pretty much always take Tunnel Master. The last one here is the day is ours. You have to have more champions than your opponent. And this only counts the starting army. So if your opponent is summoning more demon generals or Seraphon, I don't think Seraphon can actually summon heroes anymore. But I know Tzeentch can still summon champions. So those don't count. It's just the starting guys. Now, normally, I would say for an army that can't reach out and destroy enemy champions, this might be quite difficult to do. But a lot of armies just don't have champions. Like you play against Gargants or you play against, some builds of some armies, and they'll have like one or two, and you can probably have two on your list and then slam this grand strategy for 3 points at the end of the game. Like your heroes are not going to die, and maybe you make some long bomb play at the end of the game with some Deathriders, and you try to charge a hero. Like it's possible to kill one champion without completely screwing over your game plan. So of the ones that require champions alive, I'd say Survivor's Instinct is probably the best one, just how this army works, and then Day is Ours looks like the second best.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. They're not the two that I see some OBR players that are doing well playing right now, but they're the ones that I would take. Especially when you have things like the Morghast and whatnot that can retreat and charge, because Morghast will execute a Galatian champion.
Yeah, their flying move really makes this viable. Unlike other units where, like, okay, you'll retreat from something, but then because you're only 6-inch move with Stalkers, for example, you just charge back into the thing that you're fighting.
You can't clear whatever you were fighting.
Yeah.
But with the Morghasts, they absolutely have the movement to do it, so they can hop over, get to that Galatian champion that is back behind that screen, and they will cut down a foot hero, no problem.
Yeah, so these are doable for sure. Let's take a look at the battle tactics. Starting off with the only good one from the Ossiarch book, I think, is Trample the Defiant. You have to have a Deathrider unit that's not currently in combat. It needs to make a charge move, and it needs to end the turn within combat. So at some point throughout the game, you will take one of your, you'll have at least one or two units of Deathriders in most lists, I think, because they're just really cheap, efficient battle line screens. And they're not super punchy, and you can charge in such a way that you just finish like just on the flank of one unit, and when they pile in, they can't kill you, right? And you're not going to kill them either. So you've pinned the unit. You've probably moved them somewhere useful. I think this just fits into the battle plan of what you're trying to do as an OBR player at some point in the game. So I think this one is S tier, maybe A tier, but it's closer to something that you're going to try to score every single game. And that's about the only good one out of this book. The next four are not great.
I'll disagree with your evaluation of Edge of Obliteration.
Okay, well we'll get to that one in just a second. Okay. Well, let's get to it. Let's work through it systematically. Remorseless Bombardment. A crawler has to destroy an enemy unit. I don't think you're going to bring enough crawlers for this to happen, so you'll have one maybe, and that one could, like, maybe your opponent has something like Aether Wings, which is like a trash unit, 6 wounds, no save. How many times is that the case? Almost never, right?
That or you have to fail to kill a unit, and that's not optimal because you don't want to plan to do that.
Yeah, and it's one crawler's not enough.
If that happens, right? So if you fail to kill a unit down to like one model and he saves it and he doesn't rally it back, I mean, it's there, right? Like that's the nice thing about these, but it's still C tier in the sense that it's so niche. Like when that happens, sure, you can do it and it's doable enough, but it's not something you're going to see all the time.
Yeah, look for opportunities to do this if you have a crawler. Otherwise, just pretend this doesn't exist. The Tithe demands a hero or monster has to be destroyed by a Harvester. So this one's tough because Harvesters generally don't want to get in melee with monsters because Harvesters aren't very tough. So
Yeah.
and I'm not sure how many people are going to put a hero in range of a harvester, and it's kind of the same problem that the crawler has, where you're probably going to bring one harvester, maybe two, in like a really skew list of some sort. And do you really want to rely your battle tactic on a single unit making every single roll and punching through? Like, you start dedicating all these resources, and what if they just redeploy or something and get behind a screen? It's tough, right? Like, this is better, I think, but I don't see harvesters seeing that much play either. So
Yeah,
same kind of C tier.
it can happen, but yeah, you won't rely on it.
Edge of Obliteration. Jack, make the argument for this one, because I'd like to hear that I'm wrong about it.
Okay, it is not S tier. It's probably not even A tier. It might be because Stalkers are so good. But here's the deal, right? Stalkers are so good that you're gonna have you can fit 2 units, and you probably will fit 2 units. And your opponent can't. All you have to do is just walk them into enemy territory. This is a great battle tactic to do in the late game when you are starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel, because if you've got the units, it's an autocomplete. Because you just back out of combat.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree in the sense that, like, especially for when you're the last, 2 rounds, you could definitely, I could see this happening. Generally, you're not going to want to score this anytime in like the first 3 battle rounds.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Because you want your stalkers to be getting into combat, right?
Right?
Yeah.
But also, they hit so hard
Then maybe they kill something and end up, right?
They just wipe what they hit, unless they're hitting a pure anvil unit, right? Like a tar pit.
Yeah, I like that angle. This sometimes reads pick a unit and kill it with stalkers. Sometimes.
Right. Yeah. So like it is definitely. It's not like an S tier, right? It's not like the Deathriders, because if you take Deathriders, you're gonna complete that battle tactic, because the Deathriders aren't gonna kill anything.
So okay,
but yeah,
here's why I think I'm not gonna sit here and split hairs about whether it's B or C tier, right? Like, it's whatever.
I would almost make the argument for A, just because, like Jack said, I think he pointed out a good one, is that sometimes it is kill a unit with stalkers, which is what you want to do.
Sometimes it is, but the other unit. Okay, so here's all the things that have to happen for you to score this battle tactic. You have to have pretty favorable deployments. Where we're talking about a battle plan where it's split down the middle, and that's the enemy territory, and that's your territory. And those are actually pretty few right now in this season. Most battle plans are either quarter deployments or these long L deployments, and it's difficult to actually just get into enemy territory with a 6-inch move unit. Only one of the units can run 6. The other one is going to be, just rolling a run or getting +3 to move, and then trying to finish a charge. If one of these units dies at any point in the game, this battle tactic's no longer possible. You have to bring 2 stalkers, which I think I'd push back on that. I don't know if 2 stalker units is ideal. Looking at how I would build this, it would be like 2 squads of Deathriders, Morghast, stalkers. I think the second unit of stalkers, you're better off bringing a Morghast. So it's like you have to build a list that can do this and probably has like 3 units of stalkers just in case one of them gets wiped out. You have to be on a favorable battle plan. You have to have nothing else that unit could do that turn, because if there's anywhere useful that unit can be, it should be there. Like, stalkers are they're like fulminators, right? They have to do something useful every turn.
I'm with you.
It's in the same tier as the other 2.
For sure.
Yes, and here's the thing. My son has been maining OBR forever. He got the new book. He has played 10 games, 8 of which have been competitive in events. He's completed this battle tactic in 7 games.
Fair.
It's especially if you're doing the Stalker Petrifex build, which is really good, you will be able to do this.
There's definitely going to be opportunities for it. So I think that to me, it still feels like a C tier tactic. I think really the problem here is that the previous 2 should be D. The previous 2 are so much worse.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe.
I mean, C, you'll use them enough times that it'll be C. Yeah. It's splitting hairs, but definitely good things to keep in mind, which is really what we're trying to talk about here.
So the next one here, Unfeeling Recursion. You had to have 3 different units return models using Reknit Construct, and those units lose no models this turn. So, this is tough, right?
Huh.
Because if you're using Stalkers, they just can't use Renet Construct. It has to be Deathriders and Guard. And the Deathriders, I believe, Renet Construct is a D3 heal, if I recall. Right, so the only units you can actually revive with Renet Constructs are Deathriders and Guard. And Deathriders only 1/3 of the time will revive a model. And only if they're unwounded, right?
This is bad.
I brought a lot of Harvesters. And a lot of Guard. And that's my list. And somehow I'm able to not lose any models. Like I'm able to play a slow turn, not get into melee. This is bad. Yeah, this is probably D tier as well. So I think a lot of these should be worse than what we rank them. But that's all right. The last one here, this one's decent. You have to have a Mortisan and an Immortis Guard contesting the same objective wholly outside your territory. Sometimes this is hard, because the only objective wholly outside your territory is like in the corner for your opponent in one of those L-shaped deployments, right? And that's tough. But this is like round 4, round 5, you're going to score it because your Immortis Guard and your hero aren't going anywhere. Sometimes, though, you have an objective in the middle of the board, and you can just walk up with your Mortisan and Immortis Guard and take that objective. Both of them get +3 move. They keep pace with each other. This is a fine battle tactic. There's nothing wrong with this, and almost every list will have a Mortisan, and almost every list will have a Immortis Guard. So this is just fine.
Yeah, this one's good too.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the seasonal ones, so normally I would rank things like Gaining Momentum and Desecrate as S tier, but I think this army struggles a little bit more with tactics than other armies do. Because just looking at these ones, let's talk about Gaining Momentum. You have to pick an enemy unit, destroy it, and control more objectives. For almost every army in the game, that's like, at some point, you're just going to do that. Right? You're just going to get it. You're going to use your fast units, you're going to pick off something, you're going to use your shooting or your magic or something. OBR only do melee damage, and their threat ranges are not super high. So usually what happens with this army is you'll end up fighting whatever your opponent wants you to fight. And when that's pretty much the only target you can reasonably destroy, maybe you can't destroy that unit to score Gaining Momentum. Then there's going to be other situations where you can't control more objectives than your opponent. You just end up controlling an equal amount just because of how the board is laid out and positioning and everything. So that kind of drops this one for OBR from an S tier, like every army's going to score this. OBR, maybe not every game, right? They're going to find times to do it, but not every single game.
Yep.
Eye for an eye, universally great. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I from my experience, I think if you have, like, if you're set up to do it, if you've got a punchy unit, because you can even get it done with Morghast. I think that an OBR, a competitive OBR list, can do this every game. They just can't do it early, right? Like, Gaining Momentum tends to be one of the battle tactics that armies that can get up in your face want to do real early. So I think they can do it. I think A tier's fine.
Yeah, that's all I'm getting at, is that they have a little bit of a harder time doing it than other armies would.
Right.
And by the time you get to round 3, round 4, or let's say 2 and 3, Eye for an Eye and Desecrate are usually in play, and those are generally easier to score. So it kind of drops Gaining Momentum's value a tiny bit. Not much, but enough.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, Eye for an Eye is, sometimes you just won't lose a unit because this army's so durable. But I think for the most part, people will kill the Deathriders you send out. They might snipe off like a smaller unit of Stalkers, the two Morghast. Like, people will pick off these units, and then the turn after that, you score Eye for an Eye. If you're in a situation where you're trying to score Eye for an Eye after somebody wipes out your block of 6 Stalkers, that's a bad spot to be in. You don't want to be in that situation. Desecrate their lands is kind of tough for this army because, given how terrain looks at certain tournaments that won't be named, it's very sparse, and this army's quite slow. A lot of armies can just teleport or Tunnel Master onto it, but I don't think you want to use Tunnel Master for Desecrate here because the rest of your army is so slow. Whatever you Tunnel Master over will probably just get picked off. So again, Gaining Momentum, it's just a little bit harder in this army.
Yeah, or be so out of position that it won't do what you need it to for a turn or two, and
Yeah,
agreed.
but the best kinds of units to send out for Desecrate are like fast or teleporting, or just like, I don't care what happens to this unit, like a single gun hauler, or I've got some other units listed here from our Slaves review. Corvus Cabal, Knights, Chariots, these kinds of units are perfect for Desecrate. OBR don't really have anything like that besides Deathriders, and Deathriders aren't quite as fast as those units ought to be, or quite as durable, or quite as punchy. Like they're missing something, and they have to also be screens in this army, so not always possible.
Well, I think the point that we're sort of dancing around is Deathriders are not efficient enough in points to be wasted in that fashion.
Right, but something like a gun hauler, just because I played against a Fire Slayers list the other day that had a gun hauler in the list, and it was able to just desecrate a piece of terrain and keep shooting me the whole time. Like that's way more useful than spending the same amount of points. Deathriders are also 170. They go desecrate something and they do nothing else that turn. They don't even take up that much. Like, they take up more space, which is good, but the gun hauler is contributing something, and it's a constant threat.
Right.
So yeah, this one's a little bit tougher for OBR. This one's mine, your general, and this is the model you picked to be your general, not a unit that counts as a general, such as Katakros or Arkhan. But the model you picked, which is probably a Boneshaper, has to destroy a unit with attacks. So not spells or abilities, has to be attacks. This is pretty bad because Mortisans don't hit hard. The only reason this is an F tier is because sometimes you'll have a Liege-Kavalos general and he actually hits pretty okay, and he can maybe sometimes kill a weaker unit. Sometimes. So, pretty bad tactic overall. Obviously if your general dies, you just can't score it at all. So if you're in a position where that might happen, try to score it earlier than later. A Matter of Honor. Destroy an enemy champion or a sworn bodyguard with your own champion or sworn bodyguard. So I don't envision OBR going in for the sworn bodyguard thing, because the only champions they have are Mortisans, and Mortisans are pretty lousy fighters. But maybe you make them, like, you might consider this just because the other tactics are so difficult to do. Being able to, like, oh, my 6 stalkers, they're a sworn bodyguard, they can now score this battle tactic by killing an enemy champion. Right? Like, that actually might be worthwhile, maybe. So that's why that keeps it out of the F tier, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Just barely.
Barely. This tactic was, when the season started, I considered putting 6 long strikes as a sworn bodyguard just so I could score this tactic.
Right.
So, stalkers in here just to score 2 points once per game. That's probably not worth losing the 1 drop, but it's an option. Lead the Assault. You have to control 2 or more objectives in enemy territory, and each one has a champion contesting it. So, that's tough to do in this army because you want everything to stick together. You don't want them to move out. Mortisans are slow. They can't teleport based on their own. They need to use Tunnel Master, and only 1 can use it once per game. The objectives also have to be in enemy territory, which is, that's tough. They're pretty far away in enemy territory. So, not a great tactic. Don't see people scoring this one very often. United Offense. You have to control an objective with 2 or more champions contesting it, but it has to be an objective that your opponent controlled at the start of the turn. So this one's actually more doable than people think, especially if you're fighting over like a centralized objective. Your opponent has it, you're going to get on it and kill it because let's say, they just tiptoed in 1 model on it, and so you just know that you can walk onto it and take it. So you just, maybe you overcommit a little bit, but you put 2 of your champions on it. You put like an Ossifecter and a Boneshaper on that objective with some Immortis Guard protecting them. So that's possible, right? The only reason I wouldn't rank this one higher is that they're just slow, and you might not even have 2 champions in a list with this army. I can see it being the case that you only have 1, it's just the Boneshaper, or just an Ossifecter. I don't know how many lists will use both.
Yeah, I mean, the bodyguards help a lot, and the Immortis Guard will help a ton. It'll happen sometimes, and, that's why it's B tier. It's definitely more often than not.
But this army might be struggling to find tactics, so yeah, just keep an eye out for this one. And Cunning Maneuver. A champion controls an objective wholly outside their territory. You have to be more than 3 inches from an enemy at the start of the turn and more than 3 inches at the end of the turn. So basically, you just Tunnel Master onto an empty objective out of your territory, and you get it. At some point in the game, you'll probably get this. The only reason it's not S tier is because there's going to be games where you don't get this. You know, like you have to use your Tunnel Master for another purpose, or your hero dies before that. So there's and Tunnel Master really is pretty much the only way you're going to get this one. If there's an objective so close that your Mortisans can walk onto it, it's in your territory. It's not wholly outside your territory for the most part. So this is a tough one too.
That's why Tunnel Master is always there.
Yep. Well, overall though, it looks like battle tactics are pretty rough for OBR, even though they're a very military faction, and they're all about like coordinating their units and discipline, like the aesthetic of being a militarized force. They seem to struggle with the concept of battle tactics in this game, which is ironic. So we're going to put all these pieces together from this review, and we're going to bring it into list construction. So the first list here is called the Anti-Magic All-Arounder. I believe, Morgonk, you made the list in this review. So take us away. What was the goal with this list? Why did you pick Null Myriad? Why did you pick the units? Let's hear it.
So yeah, this is sort of like everything Ossiarch Bonereapers want to be doing. It's a little bit of everything, but not leading too heavy into one thing that they're good at. So it has the Ossifecter, who is our general. He has a Gothizzar cartouche or +1 to wound aura. Also has the aura sterility for the -1 to hit and wound for shooting. Pretty good for Ossiarch Bonereapers right now in a Caradron Overlord's Stormcaster. Even Slanesh heavy meta, because even they're bringing shooters now. It has the spell Reinforced Constructs, which is the 4-up ward against mortal wounds for 1 unit, and a Tunnel Master. Arkhan the Black, who knows all the lore, increases the range of your spells. Just overall, all-around, really great character. You should always be taking Arkhan or Katakros. And then a Boneshaper with Empowered Nadirite weapons. I could honestly see switching the artifact if you had to take Artisan's Key instead of the cartouche. And then your units are just 20 Mortek Guard, 3 Stalkers, 3 Immortis Guard, Archai, and Deathriders, and a Harvester. Mortek Guard and Harvester form a really solid anvil. There's not a lot that can chew through them really efficiently, because having your 4-up save, possibly a 5-up ward, depending on if you get roared or not, and then having a 4-up resurrect near the Harvester, unless your whole unit gets wiped, which is not that likely, is pretty good. You have Necropolis Stalkers to just hunt something. It's like a small paladin unit. Immortis Guard is another secondary, sort of hits less harder than Stalkers in a pure damage basis, but it's pretty tough with the 3-up save, protects Arkhan and from shooting and the like. Morghast Archai, you can position them 3 inches behind anything, or you can charge them even, and they turn off commands. Kavalos to grab for some mobility and speed to grab battle tactics and such. And then you take the Bone-Tithe Shrieker, because in my opinion, you should always take the Carrion or the Bone-Tithe Shrieker. Shrieker is just so good in reducing wards and cutting out Inspiring Presence. And Null Myriad, because since this list doesn't lean too heavily into anything, Null Myriad, in my opinion, is the best thing to go for that kind of army, because your magic will be a huge problem. Things like Tzeentch or Luminate slowing your movement, or turning off commands and things like that. You really don't want that happening to your units. So Null Myriad makes sense for this army. The grand strategy went for Survivor's Instinct, which I believe is basically it's like another day's hours for Ossiarch Bonereapers.
No. It's your general's a champion, and they're contesting an objective outside your territory at the end of the game.
Oh, okay, yeah. So Tunnel Master the Ossifector up and make sure he's alive with some Immortis Guard or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Solid. It's just there's nothing wrong with this list. I mean, some people just prefer more Stalker heavy or Immortis Guard heavy, or maybe even Mortek Guard heavy playstyle. This is like, if you have a little bit of everything and you don't necessarily want to buy more units, this is like a perfectly good list to play.
Yeah, if you don't want to go in too heavy on the Deathriders, you don't want to get too many Mortek Guard. Like if you just have like a little smorgasbord of units, and this would be a pretty good launching point into refining that list into whatever playstyle you wanted. So like, if you wanted to go heavier onto Stalkers or into Mortek Guard, you can do either one of those. If you want to go heavier into Deathriders, even, you can bring more of those guys, because they're fast, they're cheap, they're efficient for what they do. And yeah, like you said, the Shrieker, excellent choice. This army, this list in particular, since you have the Mortek Guard, I think the Shrieker is a better choice than the Carrion, or Carrion, whatever, the bird, because you have bodies in this list. Like the model count of 37 is pretty high for what we're about to see in our review. It seems like OPR are going to be a very low model army. So you don't necessarily need to be able to shut off the ability for opponents to count as 2 models. Pretty good. I like it. The combination of Null Myriad and -1 shooting -1 hit and -1 wound in shooting is like really, really durable. No matter what you face, you are going to be very tough against it.
Yep.
I really like Null Myriad as like just a general faction. It's just super, super techy in just specific matchups. So building into like a more generalist faction is actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, especially if you play against the new Seraphon, you just have a 2-up spell ignore. You just laugh all day.
Oh man, honestly, all these Lumineth builds, man. Playing Lumineth too much. The 2-up is just like, yes, give me this. I need this time.
Not just Lumineth, but like Tzeentch too, you know? It's like Tzeentch is a problem, Seraphon Mortal Wound bombing, you can just shut so much off. It's pretty incredible.
Soul Blight debuffing you into oblivion.
Yeah, that one too.
Yep. Slanesh trying to get +1 to wound against you. That just won't work.
I do think that Total Eclipse though, Total Eclipse will still go off though.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can't ignore the Total Eclipse, but you just got to be careful with your command points or try to unbind it with Arkhan. He does get a +2 after all. Let's take a look at our second list. So this one leans heavier into Petrifex Elite. I guess one thing we didn't point out with the first list is the battalion that we're using, right? This is the Ossiarch Cohort Battalion. This is the one that comes in the Battletome, and it's basically Battle Regiment, but it gives you an extra slot for more Catapults and more Harvesters. And that's it. That's all there is to it. So it's still a 1-drop. I feel like 1-drop is probably the way to go with this army. What do you guys think about that?
We can wait and see if there's some good battalions that come out with the new GHB. But for now, the 1-drop does definitely seem very tasty. Although I don't think with this army you necessarily need to. Because I feel like they're fairly tanky on their own. They can take a reserved secondary turn if they need to.
I think that this army is so slow that they want to play reactive. They want to see what their opponent does and then play accordingly. So I think this army almost always will force the opponent to go first. Maybe if you know you're playing against a really aggressive melee army and you have Katakros, so you can like get a hero phase, pop his command ability, that maybe then you'll survive the double turn. But I think for the most part, you're going to want to force the opponent to go first when you're playing Bonereapers.
Yeah, I agree. And I think like this list is like so elite. I worry about objective taking capability. But honestly, like there's not a lot. People will find it really tough. Whatever units you do get onto objectives, people are going to find it really tough to get them off of that objective.
Yeah. This list, I'll break this one down. So it goes Boneshaper General here. It still has a pretty similar loadout to what we saw in the previous list. Like it's got the Aura of Sterility to reduce shooting. It's got the Tunnel Master to teleport with the Grand Strategy. That's just 3 points at the end of the game. Empowered Naderite to pump up one of your units. It also has Arkhan the Black, but the difference here is you've given the Boneshaper the Artisan's Key, which, as you mentioned, was something you were considering in the previous one. That's a good pick. Artisan's Key allows you to resurrect 2 units or 2 models from a unit on a 3-up with the Boneshaper's ability. When you combine that with Arkhan raising a model, when you have big reinforced blocks of dudes with -1 damage, a 5-up ward, 3-up save all the time on the Immortis Guard, sometimes a 2-up, sometimes a 1-up if you all out defense and you pop Mystic Shield on them. Like these are tough models, and then bringing back potentially 3 per turn is backbreaking. The Deathriders here I really like as a kind of a flex fast piece because you don't have to bring them, right? Like you've got all your battle line filled. You could bring literally whatever you wanted to for these last 2 slots. But I like the Deathriders here both as a screen because there's even though we're talking about how durable these units can be, there's still some stuff that will just wipe them off the board, or at least you don't want to risk it. Right, like why bother risking losing your key unit? So having a screen is awesome, but then they're also fast. They can go out, contest objectives. They're kind of disposable in that way. You can just sit on an objective somewhere else. And then the inclusion of both the Carrion and the Shrieker allows this list to play objectives fairly well. So it's got the Shrieker to help you just kill your way onto objectives, but then it's got the Carrion to disable models from counting on objectives, and then you just fly Arkhan the Black on top of it, and you secure it even against a support hero, because they won't get disabled by the Carrion. So this list is deceptively good at tactics, more so than the previous one, because even though it is more focused, oddly enough, it's because it's so focused on damage and speed as opposed to the previous one, which had a lot more slower units. I think this one is looking to play the tactical game a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, like we're gonna see this list quite a lot, I think. The only addition that I think people will make is they'll probably drop the Archai and Deathriders and take Katakros.
Oh, run Arkhan with Katakros? I could see that.
Yes, Arkhan, Katakros, Boneshaper, 6 Immortis, 6 Stalkers, and then just 1 unit of Kavalos Deathriders, and that's it.
That is such an elite list.
Yep, and the Bone-Tithe Shrieker, sorry. Yep, or a Soulstealer Carrion, up to you. But yes, that list is pretty nuts.
If they get into a good position, it can be really tough to shift them. The
You
problem
basically
is
have to wipe them out. It's like, it reminds me of Necrons in a way, like old Necrons.
Yeah.
It's like,
It feels really good. Honestly, it feels really, really good.
yeah, I mean, they need it. They're highly elite. I'm just like not sure. It's
Like,
going to
if
be really
everything-
tough for armies that cannot turn off commands and cannot deny Ossiarch their spells.
Absolutely.
Like if you're an army that doesn't have access to easy monsters or easy it's or like monsters aren't an integral part of your build, then you're gonna have a really, really bad time.
Yeah, like I think with the way that the meta has been going, especially with like this center point being a lot of like the attacker defender fighting over center, this is going to be very difficult to do. But we should definitely look and see if the new GHB kind of changes certain things. If there is reliance on more flank objectives, you can definitely see a lot of splitting with this. And if there aren't like small units, like an 80-point Ardboy unit I can throw into the side of the field, you have to dedicate like a full unit in this list to deal with that. And is it really worth dealing with, right? So if it does start migrating out of that, then it might not be good.
Well, the problem with that question, is it worth dealing with, is if it's going to score you points, absolutely is worth dealing with. If they're going to stop you from scoring as well, right? That's one of the things this army is going to struggle with is, like, if you go that Katakros build, you just won't have the units that can contest things properly. So, especially if we go into a new season where the objectives are going to be more spread out like they were in past seasons. This one's an oddity, right? Having everything so close to the middle of the board, we've never seen a battle pack like this before. So and I'm worried people have forgotten what regular Age of Sigmar is like. It's not always like this.
Yeah, it'd be actually interesting to see how the new edition will actually change things, especially when we start going into the summer months. So yeah, I would definitely. This list is really good. We should definitely see how it definitely adapts, though, because there is that tactical inflexibility, if that is any case.
Yeah, for sure. Like the lack of having even a second champion here, right? Like if it's so rough for battle tactics.
Yeah.
List number 3, Crematorians are back. Run me through this one, guys.
All right, so Crematorians was a meme last edition, or in like the last book, because their shtick was the 5-up mortal wounds, but the heavier models didn't do anything because the most value got out of it was Mortek Guard. Well, they've sort of shifted it around. They've limited the range of how far you can affect it. It's like 3 inches from every model, and it's equal to the wound characteristic of the model. So even the bigger models can get in on it. And the idea here is basically you run this infinite recursion engine with the Boneshaper, Mortek Guard, and the Harvester behind them. Katakros to help buff everyone's save. Soulmason to give out Soul Guide with the +1 to wound and just know the whole lore with being a 2-spell wizard. 6 Immortis Guard to protect things like the Soulmason and Boneshaper, also act as like a secondary hammer. And then 5 Kavalos Deathriders, once again, for some speed and some battle tactic ability with the Bone-Tithe Shrieker to turn off, or reduce wards and then turn off Inspiring Presence and Rally. And the idea basically is if you plant your Mortek Guard and they come to hit it in melee, they will kill it. You will roll this 5-up to see if you do a mortal wound, which is basically like a murder roll or a better Blaze of Glory. And then you'll roll the 4-up to see if it comes back. So you could get so much value out of units dying in melee that you will likely just kill things for a good chunk of wounds before you even get to swing on the defense, which is pretty good.
Yeah, especially in a slow army like this where you don't just have on-demand strike first, something like a Halo of Blood and Corn. Your units will get hit, and they're going to take losses. Even if you are a durable army, you're still going to take losses. And then you may not have the damage necessary to push back against that. But this just trades. You just trade up all the time. Like, worst case scenario, you're trading evenly with your opponent. and that is a very strong ability. In this list in particular, would you ever consider dropping it from 6 Immortis Guard down to 3, but then bringing more Mortek Guard, just like doubling down on that concept?
Oh yeah, actually, I did. So the other list that I had in mind for this was basically you reduce the Immortis Guard to 3. You take 10 more Mortek Guard, and that gives you like 50 more points. I think you can take Carrion for that. Or you could even up if you really wanted to, instead of Katakros, you could take Arkhan and then take another Kavalos Deathrider unit. And so that gives you 2 Kavalos Deathriders, 2 units of 20 Mortek Guard, 3 Immortis Guard, all your, Soulmason Boneshaper, and then the Bone-Tithe Shrieker.
Yeah, that's a tough call in this concept, whether you want to go Arkhan or Katakros, because like you want your guys to die so they can do damage, but you also don't want them to die because then they can get wiped out. And I think Katakros just fits into that plan better. It's better to ensure your guys don't die and you can take that hit better. That said, Arkhan's fast. He's a monster. He's a little bit... Because you got the Soulmason with Mortek Guard, you kind of don't have to go Arkhan. So I can see the decisions you've made here are
I could see like an Arkhan, Liege-Kavalos, and Ossifecter build, because Mortek Guard already have a lot of sustainability with the Harvester, so you don't need to lean too heavy into recursion. I leaned heavy here because I have 6 Immortis Guard as like a secondary hammer, so I wanted to be able to get them back pretty reliably. But
I was actually going to bring that up too with the recursion mechanic, because you have the 6 Immortis Guard, which is definitely a staple, but is 20 Mortek Guard enough? Like, is that generally enough for what we're trying to go with?
Assuming so, okay, if you turn off their commands, which is like their biggest weakness, they have the Harvester, which effectively gives them a 4-up ward, right?
But they have to still live, though. That's the thing.
Right. So, like, how many things? You're basically asking the question, like, assuming you get hit by a monster, how many things can do 20 wounds to you past a 4-up, 6-up ward save, or like a 3-up? Let's assume you got Mystic Shield off, because you can sort of dictate that, because every Ossiarch list I've seen so far has been 1-drop.
Well, okay, so I'll kind of comment on this. If I have a unit of pigs that's like 6 and I do a honeycomb, like I'm like at least with the pigs themselves, or actually let's just do the riders because we want some rend, right? Like they're each pumping out 3 attacks plus 1 for the champion, hitting on 3s, winning on 3s, most likely going to be hitting on 2s, rend 2 base, 2 damage flat. Like that's going to nuke a lot of them, maybe even wipe out a squad of minimum 10, maybe 20.
So against the pig list, if Katakros is giving you a 3-up save, you're going to have all-out defense to a 2-up if you want to, or you can have a Mystic Shield to a 2-up, and you're going to have a 5-up ward on top of that. Can 6 pigs do that to like 4-up save, 5-up ward, plus the 4-up resurrection from the Harvester? I don't think so.
Well, it is a dice game.
Yeah, it is. I mean, yeah, it is a dice game, but I think Tony Mortek Guard can withstand that damage pretty well.
Yeah,
I'm just merely
mentioning the point. It's like, if we're going into a full recursion, we just want to slog. Why not go with a block of 30 at that point?
Because 30 is extremely unwieldy. You'll never get all of them into combat, and this army is so elite that the more it does double reinforcement, the less places it can be, and it already has problems going places. Like, it's the same reason, like, I want to sometimes think what 9 Immortis Guard would look like, and it'd be a terror on, like, a mission like Rumstone Cache, but then you take a mission where you have to spread out, they just, like, avoid that block,
Yeah.
I think I might consider 2x20 Mortek, swapping the Boneshaper for a Liege-Kavalos, and swapping out the Immortis Guard for just 3
I think
Immortis
I've
Guard.
seen that list actually succeed. I can't remember. I think his name is Michael Rosh. He's like one of the top OBR players on.
Yeah, because Liege-Kavalos on Mortek Guard is huge. It's like adding 10 more guard to that unit.
Yeah, he basically ran Ossifecter, Arkhan, Liege-Kavalos, and then he ran, I believe, 2020 Mortek Guard, 3 units of Kavalos Deathriders, a Harvester, and a spell or something like that. No Immortis Guard, no Necropolis Stalkers, just full on.
Oh, no guard is interesting. Or Immortis Guard, I mean. That is interesting.
Yeah, I would probably cut down a Kavalos in that list to try and fit an Immortis Guard, but yeah, that's just how he played it. So
yeah, cool.
How many crawlers did he use?
None.
Really?
Yeah. It's just grind. You just grind it out in melee. It's like if you hit 20, Mortek Guard, if you do kill him, you'll take like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 mortal wounds, and depending on if the Harvester's nearby, you might take more because you might not kill them all in one swing.
Yeah,
this is interesting to try something out.
Yeah, there's definitely possibilities for Mortek Guard and for Crematorian, so I'm glad you included this list. One last question. Soulmason knows all the spells, so what spell would you teach him?
Oh, I would probably teach him Ghost, whatever Ghost Mist.
Yeah, make some terrain. You know, you can't shoot through it.
Yeah,
That's
no,
really
you can just put your terrain like far out if they don't have any monsters, and you can Ghost Mist it, and you're like, okay, well now you have it's such a huge piece of terrain you can hide behind it forever, basically.
Yeah. Solid.
Yeah, it's actually fair. Yeah.
Well, if you go Liege-Kavalos here, would you take an Arcane Tome?
No, no. I think if you mean if I was going Warlord?
If you went Liege-Kavalos instead of Boneshaper.
No, I think I would still take Aura Sterility and Arzinski.
Well, you can't take Arzinski because we dropped the Boneshaper in this scenario.
Oh, then I would take the Gothizzar Cartouche and the Ossifecter.
But okay, so in this scenario, you drop Katakros for Arkhan and Ossifecter.
Yeah, I would drop both the Katakros and the Soulmason probably. Or sorry, the Boneshaper for.
Gotcha.
Or like this, Soulmason. Actually, I would probably drop the Soulmason because his value sort of goes down. Because then I would take Gothizzar Cartouche on the Ossifecter, and then that would give me the +1 to wound, so I don't need the Soulmason at that point. Arkhan already knows all the spells.
Yeah, but Soulmason can do the +1 to wound on the Mortek Guard, which is nice. And that
but when you have an aura, so why do you care?
Well, you don't need to bring the Ossifector, is what I'm saying.
Well, an Ossifector is not bad in that list because it reduces the need for it. It gives you same like one spell utility. It gives you an aura of +1 to wound, and you can sort of start reinforcing your Harvester to increase its rend or like its durability slightly if you have to.
Reinforce as in the Ossifector's ability,
the Ossifector's ability, yes,
not the game mechanic.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, solid. Let's take a look at our fourth and final list, the Counter Strike. So we talked about this when we discussed the subfactions, but the ability to charge in the enemy turn is really, really powerful because how people play around melee armies is by finishing charges just outside of your pile-in range and getting like the best attacks that they can possibly get. But when you play Mortis Praetorians, you can't do that, right? If you try this maneuver where you finish a charge and deny combat, Mortis Praetorians will just charge in with whatever unit they want. And I'm assuming that's what we formed this list around. Do you want to break it down?
Sure, yeah. So this list is trying to lean heavily into what Mortis Praetorians want to be doing, which is their special characters and their countercharge ability. So for that reason, we have Zandtos and Vokmortian. Zandtos gives out a +1 to wound aura, wholly within 12 of him. He's got a big base. He's also a pretty good fighter. He's got like 5 attacks at -2 and 3 damage plus the mount attacks. So he hits hard, plus he's got charge impacts. Same as the Deathriders. You have Vokmortian, who knows the whole spell lore, has a 12-inch bravery debuff aura. If they try to focus him down in melee, they need to effectively heat 3 up total eclipses them, which is pretty good. Your battle line is Immortis Guard, Stalkers, and Deathriders. Deathriders here do the exact same thing they're doing in every list. Immortis Guard for some hero protection, Stalkers for some, again, damage. And then you have 2 units of Morghast Archai, who, as we discussed, turn off wards. If they charge on an 8+, they get a strike first effect. And basically all this list is trying to do is move up and bait charges on some of your whatever units you have buffed defensively, and then have either Morghast Archai or some Necropolis Stalkers or even Arch-Kavalos Zandtos just charge in, countercharge them, do some damage, and then make them regret that. The Mortek Crawler is also here. I like this because you can move this up and then have it effectively unleash hell. So now they're fighting last, and now you can countercharge them on their turn with 2 things, and you fight first, which is pretty good. Soulstealer Carrion, because as you can see, this list has not that many models, and you will struggle on objectives if you don't have Soulstealer Carrion.
Yeah, the unit composition is about the only thing I can really critique here. Like, I love including more Morghast Archai, but I wonder if that second unit could be something with a little more speed, like maybe more Deathriders or
yes, I don't think you need the second Archai here. In fact, like the more I look at the points for Ossiarch Bonereapers, I don't think there's ever a situation where you take more than 1 Archai. I think you always, in this list, now that I look at it, I would probably sub that second Archai out for Kavalos Deathriders, and then that would give me 70 more points. I can, I don't know, probably just take another Endless spell, or I could even see cutting the Mortek Crawler. This list is like fairly like fast. But I could, yeah, I mean, it's really, it depends on what you want to do at that point.
Everything is so expensive in this army. It really
Yeah,
feels
the
like
cheapest thing in the army that isn't a hero is 150 points. So
Yeah.
and they have no allies. So list building is pretty. It's very, you can do very set things. There's not a lot of flexibility there.
It seems to add up to close to 2,000 pretty much all the time because it's the endless spells, right? They're costed so properly in this army that you just end up with one or two in your list all the time.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, this is great, man. All these lists are, maybe this isn't like the final form of every competitive OBR list, but these are good starting points for thinking about this army.
Yeah,
all
there's
the different
definitely a lot of nuance with the lists as well, because it's like, yes, there's like not a lot of models, but a lot of them do have a lot of play.
Yeah, each list uses the models in different ways, right? So even though there's 3 Immortis Guard in here and there's 3 Necropolis Stalkers, this list might use them in a different way than one of the previous ones that we talked about. So give me your thoughts on OBR as overall as a faction. What do you think about the book? What are you worried about, and where do you think they're going to land? Do you think this A tier ranking is accurate?
I think so. I think it's not the highest of A tier. I think it's on the lower A tier, just because it is a bit limited of an army, right? Like you see here, we talked about how they are a very melee focused army. They do it well. They've got sustain and defense to help, as well as some magic. Like they've got a bit of ranged, offensive debuff, and that helps. However, the army isn't the most versatile. We talked about it with the tactics as well. How the army is very regimented. It seems cool, but they're not necessarily the most flexible when it comes to reacting to the opponent in the game plan. They want to do the same reactions rather than really creating a plan around what comes on. So there's also a bit more analysis paralysis than I thought there would be. You hear, oh, they get 6 command points, but that's just at the beginning of the round. They still want to use all these cool commands. There's things that they can do, but they really do have to plan for it. And I appreciate how that was actually better designed than I initially thought. I was a little bit worried that the army was just going to be able to do everything it needed to at all times, and it was basically like, why not just put it on the Warscroll? But I think they did a pretty good job of making the commands flavorful and usable. Maybe some other issues with the way the game's being pushed, but other than that, I think it's a really well designed army, and I like the book a lot. I think it's got enough gas for sure to be A tier.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I've had a lot of experience playing against the new version of the army. It is really good. It is definitely something that will catch people out who are not used to seeing it. It is not as overpowered as a lot of people think it is on first glance. I think that currently, as it sits today, it is the Petrifex build is very, very, very strong. I think the Ivory Host and Mortis Praetorian builds are going to be very good. But I don't see this staying a top 8, like a high A tier army for very long. I just don't see the longevity there because it doesn't have the breadth. It's very limited, like Daniel and Paul have said, and it doesn't have the diversity to be able to pivot as things change. So
yeah, that's a little bit meta dependent, though, I'd say, right?
It is. It absolutely is, right? There are going to be some depending on the meta, this is going to be one of those armies that everyone's afraid of, or that you clear and it's not that big of a deal, right? So I'll be interested to see what happens to it when the summer rolls around and we get a new GHP. That'll be the tail right there.
I kind of think this army looks like, in terms of meta gaming here, it kind of feels like Gargan's Plus, where it does one particular thing and it does it really, really well. And if you're not prepared to beat it, you're just not going to go anything past 3-2, right? But I feel like the weaknesses of this army can be exploited very much. And really good players will be able to just run circles around the Stalkers, limit their targets, really cage this enemy, or cage the Bonereapers in their territory more or less, so that they just can't do what they want to do. Pick off key units at the right times, and although we talked about how powerful the command traits are here and how you can switch from like an anti-melee to an anti-shooting, it ultimately is just one ability. It's not like the rest of the army is super diverse, like you said, Jack. Like, Stalkers are Stalkers, whether they're Petrifex or they're Null Myriad. Their damage doesn't really change. All that changes is how long they live against certain weapons. So,
Right.
yeah, it really does feel like the lack of diversity. And if you're in a very diverse metagame where there's tons and tons of different armies, OBR look like they're going to suffer because they can't bring something that can deal with every single possible thing, right?
Right.
In the same list, yeah,
Right.
for sure.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
if you're in a focused meta, like if you're in a spell meta, OBR are going to clean up. Null Myriad
Null
all day,
Myriad.
every day. If you're in a shooting meta, that -1/-1 command trait is going to ruin everything for people. The skew potential in this army is very high, but the lack of diversity, I think, it could definitely be a problem for it long term.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think you hit it on the head, right? Like, depending on what your meta looks like, OBR will come out, but they won't be able to do it's going to be they're going to have kind of the Stormcast situation, right? Where if you're going to shoot a magic meta, OBR can spec into it and they'll be fine. If they're in a shooting meta, then they're going to spec into the aura, the protective aura, but that then really limits their ability to cover the board. If you're in a melee meta, then they spec into Petrifex and they do great. But when you go to a big GT with 40, 60, 80 players, the likelihood you're going to come up against 5 melee armies in your Petrifex list goes down dramatically. And I think what we'll see is that as things shape up, I think OBR will probably sit somewhere in the 53, 54% win rate. And then we'll have to see what happens in the summer.
Yeah, I feel like
That's
they're going to
pretty up
land low A, high B, somewhere I'm going to say 51 to 52, somewhere around that.
Yeah, I would say, kind of closer to the 50% win rate. They do, they'll suffer a little bit to a couple things. They feel a lot like just an alternate reality Slaves to Darkness.
Yeah,
More focused even.
They're very similar. They don't have the same speed. They don't have the cultist support.
But they have sustain
yeah.
I mean, Slaves has a bit of it with the rally stuff, but especially lately with the cap on rally and other things, the sustain definitely feels you feel the difference now.
It's Slaves where your heroes don't randomly kill themselves and you can revive in combat. But you move a lot less. You're a lot slower.
Mm-hmm.
I think the book is really good. It does what Ossiarch. It feels like an Ossiarch Bonereapers tome, which is tough, grindy, extremely disciplined force from death. And not like traditional death, which happens to be all about magic debuffs and buffs and a lot of recursion. It's more like it plays sort of like Bonecast Eternals, I should say, which I kind of appreciate. The army is so elite that you're not gonna have to paint a lot of models. Again, another plus if you're not someone who likes painting hordes and hordes of models. I will say though, it does not have what it doesn't what it has. It has glaring weaknesses, as in it has weaknesses in mobility. It has weaknesses. It's got practically no range damage. The only range things it's got almost no mortal wounds outside of Deathrider impact hits or Arkhan doing Curse of Years or something. So Crematorians is another way to, I guess, navigate that. But it just doesn't have the sort of uber efficiency of all the newer tomes like Gits and KO we've been seeing. So I feel like once those books get a bit of a balancing patch to, up their points a little, I think this book can really shine. But I think as far as gatekeeping melee armies goes, I think this thing just dominates melee combat, man. Like no other. I don't know. I look at this, I'm like, what does Stormcast do against this? What does Slaves to Darkness do? Slaves to Darkness especially. What does Iron Jaws with their with their 2 damage, 3 damage and you -1 damage Petrifex elite them? What do they even do? So yeah, I think it's gonna be absolutely brutal against armies that sort of have these armored infantry builds without a lot of monsters or something.
Yeah, a lot of really good points too. I like the toughness on this army is just really a selling factor. But I also love the fact that I can cast a spell and be okay, I'm casting the spell and I know it's going to most likely go off. And the endless spells that are in this book are just straight utility. It's just yes, give this to me because this will if I use it properly, will win me a game.
Yeah, and you cast so reliably with Arkhan, or you cast with a Mortisan that just can't be unbound. And that's an incredibly powerful ability. Like, I can't overstate how strong it is to cast without unbinding. I guess we can go into talking about army strengths. So I made a short list here of strengths and weaknesses. If you guys think there's something you want to push back on it, feel free. If you think I missed anything, just let me know here, and the viewers let us know in the comments if you think we missed something. So let's go into it. Army strengths. They do tremendous melee damage, right? The melee hammers can be on 2s and 2s, exploding hit 5s, rend 4. Like, it's about as accurate as you can get when it comes to melee. And for, the Stalkers in particular have really high damage output, not just high accuracy. The other units, not so much high damage, but they are very accurate as well. In terms of defense, they are tough. They're durable, and they have great sustain. Being able to heal models, revive models, all of this stuff usually doesn't come with powerful models, right? Usually when you have the ability to resurrect stuff, it's like trash models like direwolves or skeletons or even some Nighthaunt units, you could argue, are not really that powerful. Reviving 3 Nighthaunt, for example, is not as good as reviving a Stalker. Reviving 1 Stalker is such a huge deal. The fact that you can build lists that revive 4 at a time is gross. Petrifex making your army even more durable so that you can get time to get that revive off is just icing on the cake. It's really powerful. Their subfactions are all very unique. They all have different playstyles. They can pivot into whatever meta comes at them. There's always a chance for Ossiarch Bonereapers to show up and be this kind of melee gatekeeper, right? Being able to charge in the enemy turn using Mortis Praetorians really hurts melee-focused armies. Null Myriad shuts down spell-based armies. The -1/-1 trait shuts down shooting-based armies. They've got an answer to everything, and that's great because they don't have a lot of units to pick from. So if there's ever a point where their units themselves aren't keeping up, well, at least they have these really powerful enhancements to fall back on. It's almost the opposite of the Stormcast book, where we have like a million different units to pick from, but our enhancements are all garbage as a result. Any number of units can retreat and charge every turn, as long as you have command points for it, right? That's a really powerful ability. It could be more powerful if they were flying units, but that's still really, really good. Not being able to get stuck in bad combats is one of the ways this army is going to be able to score objectives. Because otherwise, if they didn't have this ability, this would be a dead army. Like, you could just pin them in their deployment zone. Yeah, they'd cut you up over 3 turns, but the game would be over by the time they get out. The Immortis Guard, in particular, are a fantastic unit, one of the best designed units in the game. They are a powerful hammer unit that's durable, good model count, good footprint, powerful attacks, fight twice, and they absorb damage from all heroes nearby within 3 inches on a 2-up. The best bodyguards that do something besides just bodyguard. Fantastic design for a unit. I'm really glad they pivoted them in this direction in this book.
Yeah, it feels pretty nice, yeah.
Stalkers can run 6 and charge, deal fantastic damage. They're going to be a cornerstone of this book. They are tough, they're punchy, they're everything you want out of this army. And then finally, I'd say what else is worth mentioning is that Arkhan in particular is such an excellent support piece, and he fixes a lot of holes in the army. He's fast, he's flying, he's a monster, he knows the whole spell lore, he's got +2 to cast, he increases the range of your spells. Like, all of these things are so crucial for this army that he is worth just having a whole point on this slide just for himself. He's very, very good. But let's talk weaknesses. And OBR have very, very distinct weaknesses. First off, they are elite. They're low model count even when you're using Mortek Guard. And if you don't get that Carrion off and in the right position, and also have units in range to take advantage of it, you are going to struggle taking objectives, and therefore taking battle tactics as well. The fact that you're slow also plays into this. This army has no reserves aside from maybe 1 Morghast unit, but that's expensive. They have no teleports. They are maxing out at about 13-inch move, reliably. You can't make Deathriders run 6 and charge, so it's pretty mid-range army, right? It's going to feel like if you're forced to go first, you go into the middle of the board and you just sit there and wait for an enemy to hit you. Combine that eliteness with the slowness and the fact that they do just terrible range damage. Crawlers are not a good source of damage. You have to bring like 4 of them to do anything meaningful, and then that's 800 points. It's too many. The spells are mostly support abilities, buffs and debuffs, so there's not a lot of play there to do mortal wounds from range. So when you combine all these things, poor speed, low model count, no range damage, it's hard to do objectives and score battle tactics. They do have very accurate damage, especially Stalkers do good high damage, but like I said, not really the highest maximum damage output. If you're getting tar pitted down with like wave after wave of dire wolves that have a 4-up save and a 5-up ward and Legion of Night, you might not have the damage output to cut through that in time, especially when they start reviving them. I think other armies with sustain are going to be a big problem for Bonereapers, because if they're not able to completely wipe out a unit and they just start getting revived, it's like, well, okay, that's a problem, right? It's going to turn into a real grind fest, and when you're the slower, no range damage version of the grind fest, that's not the right part to be on, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's almost no mortal wounds, like you said, Mergonk. And so if you're playing against something like ethereal units or Stormcast, if they have like a Karazai buffed up with Mystic Shield, a Lord Castellan, all out defense,
or another Ossiarch Bonereaper army,
or another Bonereaper, yeah, like it's tough to get through that unless you're using Morghast with an Ossifecter. You're going to cap out at like Rend 3 for the most part, maybe Rend 4 if you have Drain Vitality, but that assumes you get the spell off, that assumes the unit was in range, that assumes that's the unit you want to attack, right? Like you have to line everything up and then also somehow deny your opponent from doing that, and you can't always do that. So high save is going to be a problem for this army. There's also the issue that there's no way to get +1 hit here except for Katakros and all-out attack. So if you want that bonus rend, you're not going to be hitting at the highest accuracy possible, and for an elite army with few actual attacks, that's a big dice swing can just cost you the game. Stormcast feel this especially when we hit with something like 4 Fulminators and they just roll really low, it can really just lose the game for you instantly. They are heavily reliant on command abilities, and these can be disabled in increasingly numerous ways as we look through more books. It seems like every book that comes out has some way to either make you pay more command points or disable commands within a certain range. We'll see what the newest books bring, but this is a worrying trend for an army that relies on command abilities. Roar always exists. Roar is always a threat.
They've been overprinting that ability, like turning off commands, turning off wards, turning off inspiring presence. Like, these are good abilities to have. I think they're just being way too frivolous with them right now.
Mm-hmm. The most recent books, it seems like, have an oversaturation of them.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is expensive in this army. Every single unit you lose matters, even if it's just a disposable, quote-unquote unit like Deathriders. That really limits your tactical ability. Not only that, but it also reduces the command points you receive next round. Because the mechanic in this army, you need at least 7 units on the table to get max command points, and because you rely so much on command abilities, every lost unit is less command points, and it starts to kind of just snowball into a poor position. This is especially apparent because double turns exist in this game, right? So if you get hit by a double turn at some point, you could really be on the back foot, and since a lot of your power has just been taken away, more so than other armies, I'd say, because the number of units impacts your commands and therefore your efficiency, it can really snowball against you. Focused fire with higher rend attacks can still cut through a lot of units in this army because most things are on 4-up saves, right? Katakros is tough. I'd say Immortis Guard are tough. Everything else is, 4-up save. It's like fighting Iron Jaws that have a 5-up ward. They're tough, but are they that tough? Not really. High accuracy damage can still take out your units with focus fire.
I think that's true. However, I think the problem isn't that you said that there are Iron Jaws with a 5-up ward, and normally I'd be like, sure, 4-up 5-up ward is it's killable.
It's Nurgle.
The problem is
right?
recursion. No, the problem is recursion. If Iron Jaws had 6 pigs and you knew for sure they were getting like 2 back and then another one on a 3-up, it'd be a problem. And I think that's the problem here.
Sure. What I'm saying is like you can with focus fire just kill a unit before that matters though.
It might not be that easy. 30 wounds on a 4-up 5-up. I don't know.
They'll make it hard, but it's certainly possible in this game.
Yeah, sure.
Especially if you can disable wards or disable commands. There's all sorts of ways to play around it.
Yeah, you're basically going to have to do that. Like, you have to hit them with Geminids, or you have to hit them with like a Roar and then Karazai them or something to have a chance.
Yep. Only 1 unit at a time can be protected with reinforced constructs, right? A 4-up ward against mortal wounds is very good, especially in this army, because like we're saying, high accuracy damage can pick you off. So if you just get just a ton of mortal wounds poured into you, reinforced constructs really helps with that, but only 1 unit has that at a time, and your opponent can just ignore that unit and put their mortal wounds into something else. No summoning in this army at all. There's no reserves, nothing coming into the game after you start, and destroyed units just can't be revived. So as soon as you lose one unit, because they've lined up their pieces correctly, they've disabled your wards, or they've roared you, or they just have multiple units attacking you from a good position, because you don't actually have that many units in this army. You can't really control the board as well as you'd like. Focus Fire kills a unit, it's gone forever. And that's a big chunk of your army. Every single loss matters, and it's pretty easy to fall into the back foot, I think. Outside of Arkhan, there are no bonuses to casting or unbinding or dispelling. Right? You can stop enemy spells with no myriad, but not their defensive or support spells. If you're trying to get rid of even just a Mystic Shield from an enemy hero, right? They're trying to cast it on their big hammer unit to effectively negate one of your rend. That's hard to do in this army. They don't have bonuses unless you have Arkhan. So if you don't bring Arkhan, you're in for a rough go, but if you do, then he's really eating into the points of the rest of your army. And I think the last thing worth noting is that in this season in particular, they don't have any infantry, which means they can't take advantage of Galatian Command or sharpshooters, and the grand strategies are not favorable to their playstyle. We just did a pretty thorough discussion on why we think the grand strategies and battle tactics are not so hot this season for the Bonereapers, and even if they change, that's not looking good for them either, because their book battle tactics are not very good. And then if there's a shift in battle plan design where we go to more spread out objectives and more numerous objectives, then Bonereapers are really going to struggle with this sort of thing. So those are my opinions on the Bonereapers' strengths and weaknesses. Is there anything you guys think I'm missing?
No, I think you pretty much nailed it. I think, overall, we think the army's really good. It's definitely A tier. And yeah, it'll gatekeep a lot of other melee armies, in my opinion. Maybe not ogres. I think ogres can still, dish it out with them with their charge impacts and monster truck builds, but yeah, melee armies just gotta watch out now.
I think anything that could kill Nighthaunt can kill OBR. Because it's a pretty similar defensive profile, right? 30 wounds with a 4-up ethereal, 5-up board.
Stack. If Nighthaunt could save stack, they would be a lot better than they are now. OBR is Nighthaunt if they could save stack.
That's fair. OBR are Nighthaunt plus. I think the same tactics apply, though. So I think people are going to find ways to kill these units.
Except Nighthaunt is, I would say, I don't know if you could make this comparison because I didn't do the review with this, but I would say that they are definitely a little bit more maneuverable.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're faster. They're faster, more maneuverable, but they also lack. It's what I call the damage effect, where it's they lack damage, a lot of 2 damage sources. Problem with Nighthaunt is if you lose 10 models in a Nighthaunt army, that's 20 attacks lost. If you lose 10 wounds on a Stalker unit, you bring 1 Stalker back and you've gained half of that back. Whereas Nighthaunt will only at most get 3 back, if that makes sense.
Yeah. To be fair, they do get them back in the Battle Shock phase, which is really good, especially against enemy double turns.
Yeah, for sure.
But overall, I agree. I think it's a strong army. It seems like A tier, maybe on the lower side of A tier, but it does look very strong. It's going to gatekeep a lot. If you're not ready to fight Bonereapers on their terms, and you don't have any other plan, you're not going to win. You have to have a different plan than just out Bonereaper the Bonereapers.
Yeah, you gotta respect the commitment of this army. They stay true to what they do.
Thanks everyone for watching. Hopefully this OBR review was worth the wait. Thank you to all our viewers. I can't believe you guys are interested in the content we put out. We're really always blown away by that. So thank you for watching. I guess we're doing something right. But also thank you to our Patreon supporters and our YouTube members. You guys keep the show running. You make all this time we spend doing these long reviews worthwhile. So thank you for your support. And I'd like to thank our special guest, Anthony, for coming on to the podcast. Thank you very much for joining us, putting up with the extremely long recording process for how long this took to film. Thanks a lot, Anthony.
Yeah, no, thank you. This has been a really good podcast. Definitely want to see more coming out from you guys because definitely learned a lot, at least initially when starting out. So glad to be on and kind of just full circle. So it's fun.
Sweet. I look forward to playing against your Bonereapers.
Also my Iron Jaws too. Don't forget. Iron Jaws within, Iron Jaws without.
If you think we missed anything in our review or that our analysis is lacking in some way, just leave a comment down below the video. We love to read the comments. We read them every single day. We're always responding to it, so let us know what you think.
Yeah. even better, join our Discord and join the discussion that happens every day. We have a lot of awesome people, like-minded people who want to speak about AOS in a very analytical, focused way. We try to, been a little saltier lately, but no, we really do have a lot of good analysis and talk about factions, about different lists, definitely Stormcast lists, but even about other factions as well. But my favorite part of the Discord is the Battle Reports channel, where you guys, share with us your experiences putting all this theory into practice, and that's where I learned quite a bit. I'd say, I learned more there than even in my own games as a total amount anyway. From you guys posting your battle reports, letting me know how it went. So thank you guys so much for that. We have our hobby section. You can post your models. We've got a lore section. We do community contests about the the hobby. Right now we've got a painting big dragons contest going on. So there's a lot going on the Discord. Definitely join and join that discussion. We talk all the time and just love talking AOS.
And as our team has said, please, we definitely appreciate your feedback. We want to know what you guys want to see. We definitely take that feedback on board. Leave us your comments. If you like the videos, hit us with the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you feel like it. We definitely appreciate your support.
Yeah, also consider joining us on patreon.com/thestormkeep. You can get early access to episodes. You can get all the slides that we use in these. We've had a few players come back and tell us that the How to Counter Tzeentch slides were awesome, that they were able to download them to their phone and quick access them while they were playing against the Tzeentch player, and it helped them win. So, consider it like pay to win, right? Like Warhammer's not pay to win enough.
And you do get the same perks on YouTube membership as well, just to throw it out there. Thanks, guys, so much for watching.
Yep. Coming up next on the podcast, we have full reviews of Battletome Blades of Khorne and Battletome Seraphon, and then more coming in the future. It's an exciting time for Age of Sigmar, and thanks for watching, everybody.